Chapter 46. Putting down the basket on his back, Li Fuchen leaped into the air like a gecko and sucked on the cliff. Before arriving at the Tsanglan sect, Li Fuchen memorized the Li clan's high tier, yellow class, red jade palm. After a period of cultivation, it was already at subcompletion. The red jade palm was the same as the red jade sword style. The first move was called Touch of Red Jade, which produced a suction force. The higher the cultivation and the higher the rank of the palm technique, the stronger the suction force. Li Fuchen could now easily suck in a few hundred kg of items. Using the suction force to climb the cliff wasn't a problem at all. Soon enough, Li Fuchen climbed to a fresh spot on the cliff. This area had clearly collapsed and fractured. The broken rocks and the snow silver should have fallen from here. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen pressed his right hand and injected his qi into it. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was now 80% green. With an increase in perception, Li Fuchen's consciousness became more condensed and could be attached to his qi and extended outwards. When fishing for treasure fish, Li Fuchen relied on this move to catch plenty of them. With his qi injected into the cliff, Li Fuchen's consciousness saw the situation within. Suddenly, a dark silver glow filled his consciousness. Revealing a smile, Li Fuchen increased the suction force on his left hand and slammed on the cliff with his right hand. Crackle! Li Fuchen's palm strike was so strong that a crack appeared on the cliff, following which the cracked rocks started to fall, revealing the dark silver ore within. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if there was a snow silver ore here, but he didn't want to let go of any opportunities. He didn't expect his luck to be this good, finding a large amount of snow silver ore on his first try. Taking out the steel shovel, Li Fuchen began to excavate the snow silver ore. The steel shovel was at least a few dozen kg. With Li Fuchen's 1,500 kilograms of physical strength and his valiant qi, it was like a godly weapon. Like digging tofu, he easily dug a hole on the cliff. Inside the hole, a snow silver, or the size of a water tank, appeared in front of his eyes. At least 3,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen's breathing hastened. The snow silver ore was worth 20 contribution points per kg. 3,000 kilograms would be 60,000 points, and 4,000 kilograms would be 80,000 points. This much snow silver ore is too eye-catching. People will definitely try to steal it on the road. I have to split it up and bring it back in small pieces. Li Fuchen expanded the pit to a height of 2 meters and width of a few meters. He then drew his steel sword and sliced off 20% of the snow silver ore. He lifted it up and shook it. It weighed about 700 or 800 jin. I hope we won't be discovered here. Pushing the snow silver ore out of the pit, Li Fuchen slid down the mountain wall. He raised his head to take a look. The hole was blocked by a protrusion, and it wasn't very obvious. After a closer look, he discovered a small hole. The fate of life is really incredible. Placing the snow silver ore into the basket, Li Fuchen sighed. The fact that he was able to find such a large piece of snow silver ore was partly due to luck, but it was also due to his own fate. Fortunately, he found a small piece of snow silver ore that had fallen not long ago. Had it not been for the golden amulet, his soul spirit wouldn't have evolved and his mind wouldn't be this agile. Even if he found a small piece of snow silver ore, he wouldn't have thought that there might be more on the mountain wall. Apart from that, without the golden amulet, he wouldn't have been able to master the red jade palm in such a short period of time. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to climb up the mountain wall that was a few dozen meters high. Fate was like the most primordial force. Pulling a hair would trigger the entire body and completely change one's fate. Carrying the snow silver ore, Li Fuchen walked out of Kungchang Mountain. Along the way, many outer sect disciples cast curious glances at Li Fuchen. Based on the footprints, they knew that Li Fuchen's basket contained something heavy. "This shitty, your harvest isn't bad. Can I take a look?" An outer sect disciple with a strong qi presence walked over and raised his eyebrows. Li Fuqin stopped. You want to take a look? Sure. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuqin took off the cloth covering the basket. The outer sect disciple went over to take a look. It was filled with raw iron ores. Some were the size of chicken eggs, some were the size of a fist, all piled up high. Raw iron ores. Not bad. The outer sect disciple had a flash of disappointment on his face. Raw iron ores cost 1 contribution point per kg. Even if it was 1,000 kilograms, it would only be 1,000 points. To offend an outer sect disciple that shouldn't be trifled with just for 1,000 points, it wasn't worth it. Who knows what price he would have to pay in the future. Just like that, Li Fuqin arrived at the Tsanglan sect's mission hall. Snow silver or... The mission elder sized up Li Fuqin. This outer sect disciple wasn't simple. Previously, it was a treasure fish worth over 10,000 points. Now it was a snow silver or worth over 10,000 points. He didn't think Li Fuqin was just lucky. After tallying the items, the mission elder said, 100 kilograms of raw iron ores is worth 100 points. 780 kilograms of snow silver ore is worth 15,600 points. A total of 15,700 points. Even though Li Fuqin knew that his harvest this time was around 15,000 points, but when he saw that he had an additional 15,700 points under his name, Li Fuqin was still excited. In for a penny, in for a pound. After leaving the mission hall, Li Fuqin headed towards Kungchang Mountain again. A few days later, he returned with a snow silver, or that weighed close to 1,000 kilograms. But on the way back, Li Fuqin met with some problems. 2 8th-level Qi Realm Outer Sect disciples suspected that there were other ores in his basket and wanted to rob him of his harvest. Without a choice, Li Fuqin defeated the 2 of them with lightning speed. With his physical strength increasing from 250 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms, Li Fuqin's combat ability increased by a lot. He was confident that if he were to meet Zhou Huailong again, he wouldn't be severely injured in a single move. If he were to meet Luo Kai again, Li Fuqin could easily crush him. 50 kilograms of raw iron ores, 950 kilograms of snow silver ore, a total of 19,050 points. The mission elder was dumbfounded. He suspected that Li Fuqin found a huge pile of snow silver ore and brought it back with him every time. Li Fuqin, tell me the truth. Did you find a lot of snow silver ore? The mission elder questioned. Li Fuqin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He shook his head. I did find a lot of snow silver ore, but it's all here. Really? The mission elder examined Li Fuqin, trying to see if he was speaking the truth or not. Li Fuqin remained calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. All right, you can go now, the mission elder said with an emotionless face. Leaving the mission hall, Li Fuqin let out a breath of relief. Seems like I can't go back to Kungchang Mountain for the time being. I need to keep a low profile for a period of time. With 34,750 contribution points, Li Fuqin was much more confident. Without any hesitation, he used all his contribution points to redeem a total of 139 body-tempering pills in one go. Chapter 47. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the yard, Li Fuqin exerted strength in both his arms, lifting up a 3,000 kilograms boulder. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. His skin was as smooth as silk, tough and dense, as if it could not be cut by a sword. His slightly immature body had well-defined muscles. He did not look like a 14-year-old boy, but more like a 16-year-old boy. Boom! Putting down the boulder, Li Fuqin didn't even blush or pant. A small human body with 3,000 kilograms of physical strength was extremely terrifying. It was a known fact that Li Fuqin only weighed 65 kilograms. Every kilogram of flesh and blood could produce an average of 20 kilograms of strength. Split. Using his arm like a blade, Li Fuqin sliced off a large chunk of the boulder cleanly. 3,000 kilograms of physical strength sure is terrifying. With the second rank of the Crimson Battle form at completion, Li Fuqin felt an endless amount of energy within his body. Concentrating his energy and exhaling, his breath was like an arrow, able to shoot down leaves from a dozen meters away. With a single punch, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. The air around the fist was compressed by the fist, causing a loud bang as it ruthlessly smashed onto a boulder a few meters away. Other than the increase in physical strength, the biggest change to Li Fuqin was the change in the density of his skin. The current Li Fuqin felt that his skin wasn't like human skin, but demonic beast skin. It was unimaginably tough, and the meat inside was demonic beast meat. Every inch of his flesh contained a huge amount of strength. When soft, it was weak, but when hard, it was comparable to the hardest rock. Li Fuqin tested it before. Even when a few thousand kg of force hit his body, he didn't feel anything. It was just like a massage. Of course, it had to be the strength of a fist or palm. If a few thousand kg of force was used on a sharp blade, it could still pierce through his body. Even though Li Fuqin spent most of his time on the Crimson Battle form, he didn't give up on other aspects of his cultivation. Just a week ago, Li Fuqin successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Qi realm. The higher the Qi realm, the harder it was to progress. According to the Zhonglan sect's rules, if one couldn't break through to the origin realm before the age of 20, they would be demoted to an outer sect deacon apprentice. Every year, hundreds of Zhonglan sect disciples would be demoted to an outer sect deacon apprentice because they couldn't break through to the origin realm within the stipulated time. Li Fuqin wasn't worried about this problem. After all, he was only 14 years old. But to break through to the origin realm earlier was everyone's dream. It is said that the earlier the breakthrough, the smoother the process of breaking through the Earth realm in the future. And after the Earth realm, there is the Heavenly Dipper realm. And after the Heavenly Dipper realm, there is the Shedding Body realm. Every major realm was a huge barrier, and each barrier was harder than the one before. Breaking through the first checkpoint was already extremely difficult. Wanting to break through the second checkpoint was basically impossible, unless there was some kind of heavenly opportunity. It's time to be a little more reckless. With the breakthrough in both strength and cultivation, Li Fuqin had a certain amount of confidence. Now he no longer had to worry about being intercepted. At worst, he would just have to fight a few more times and establish his own reputation. Kung Chang Mountain Canyon. Li Fuqin pushed all the remaining snow-silver ores into the pit on the mountain wall. Rumble. The earth trembled as the snow-silver ore smashed into the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. The remaining snow-silver ore weighed around 1,800 kilograms. Even though it was a little heavy, it was still within Li Fuqin's limits. Carrying the snow-silver ore, Li Fuqin walked out of Kung Chang Mountain step by step. If he was tired, he would rest for a while. If he was thirsty, he would drink some water. 5 days later, Li Fuqin neared the Zhonglan sect. Li Fuqin, what are you carrying? Let us help you. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin was considered a celebrity in the outer sect. After the treasure fish incident, Li Fuqin received over 10,000 contribution points. Afterwards, Li Fuqin didn't go to the Zhonglan Lake, but to the Ore Mountains instead. Even though his first harvest was a pile of pig iron ore, and his second harvest was also pig iron ore. But it was rumored that Li Fuqin redeemed a total of 139 body tempering pills in the resource hall. That was over 30,000 contribution points. Everyone suspected that Li Fuqin found a large pile of high-grade ores in the Ore Mountains. In order to not attract attention, he covered up the high-grade ores with raw iron ore. A group of outer sect disciples at the 8th level of the Qi realm surrounded Li Fuqin with ill intentions. Get lost! Li Fuqin glared coldly at this group of disciples. Li Fuchen, you better not be too arrogant. Haven't you heard of the saying? Better to share than to be happy alone. It isn't a good habit to keep everything to yourself. A tall and sturdy youth pointed at Li Fuchen and berated him. Senior Lu, why are you wasting your breath on him? With so many of us here, just a spit from each of us would be enough to drown him. Another youth spoke ruthlessly. Rumble, putting down the snow silver, or that was wrapped in a coarse cloth, Li Fuchen cracked his neck and said lightly, Let's go together. Save us the trouble. Arrogant. A strong gust of wind could be heard as a thick-boned youth sent a punch at Li Fuchen's head. Pung! With a cold smile, Li Fuchen lifted his right leg and sent his opponent flying with a kick, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of fresh blood. With a strength of 3,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen's physical fitness was unparalleled. At this moment, he didn't even need to rely on his combat skills. With his speed and strength, he could crush most people. Go together. The leader of the group had a vicious look in his eyes as he shouted. 7 or 8 youths rushed at Li Fuchen at the same time. Their chi presence was like a violent storm, airtight. Just in time. In Li Fuchen's eyes, this group of people were too slow. With a whip kick, Li Fuchen sent one of them flying. With a twist of his body, he dodged the attacks of 3 others. At the same time, Li Fuchen sent 2 more flying with a series of kicks. Raising his left arm to block a punch from one of the youths, his right fist was like a venomous snake, drilling into the opponent's stomach. Crackle, crackle! In just a few breaths on this vast empty space, no one was left standing except for Li Fuchen. They were all groaning in pain. Some of them even had their ribs broken by Li Fuchen. Such strength! Not far away, some of the outer sect disciples who were glaring at Li Fuchen were dumbstruck and speechless. Too strong. Even some of the outer sect disciples who are at the 9th level of the Qi realm can't do this. He has only been here for 3 months. How can he be so strong? Could he be another Guan Shui class expert? Acting like he had just done something insignificant, Li Fuchen carried the snow silver ore and continued on his way. Li Fuchen, just you wait. The leader of the group pointed at Li Fuchen and said viciously. Li Fuchen stopped in his tracks. Seems like I am too kind. As he spoke, he walked in front of the leader. What do you want to do? The leader stuttered. To let you remember. Crack! Li Fuchen broke the leader's calf with a kick. Ah! The leader hugged his calf and screamed in pain. His eyes rolled back. Too vicious. This Sun Yu Bao has a cousin who is one of the top 500 outer sect disciples. Just you wait. Sun Yu Bao will definitely look for his cousin. Chapter 48. Back at the Tsanglan sect, Li Fuchen went straight to the mission hall. The mission elder gave Li Fuchen a meaningful look, but didn't say anything. Even though he was an outer sect elder and was in charge of the mission hall, it didn't mean he could disregard outer sect disciples. The last time he asked Li Fuchen if he found a large amount of snow silver or was already a small violation of the rules. If he were to pursue the matter of Li Fuchen lying to him, he would only be asking for trouble. Without knowing Li Fuchen's potential, he didn't want Li Fuchen to hate him. Leaving the mission hall, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He was originally worried that the mission elder would find trouble with him, but he didn't expect anything to happen. 36,800 contribution points. It shouldn't be enough for me to reach the 3rd rank of the Crimson Battle Form. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was too fast, but at the same time his consumption of resources was also fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if it was someone with the same perception as him, they wouldn't be able to cultivate as fast. For body refinement techniques, perception was important, but so was willpower. During the year when his soul spirit dissipated, it strengthened his willpower, allowing him to endure what others couldn't. Little bastard, last time Elder Chin was around and couldn't do anything to you. Let's see who can save you this time. On the way back, An overbearing figure blocked Li Fuchen's path. Who else could it be but Zhou Huailong? He heard from others that even though Li Fuchen didn't go back to the Canglan Lake, he seemed to have found a large amount of high-grade ores in one of the ore mines and was now doing well. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. Zhou Huailong broke one of his arms, and he couldn't just ignore it like nothing happened. Zhou Huailong broke one of his arms. Do you want to die? Zhou Huailong couldn't believe his ears. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. His fist was covered in a layer of black qi. Zhou Huailong was at the 9th level of the qi realm and had reached the 7th rank of the entry technique, the Iron Shell technique. Using all his strength, he could manifest qi on his palm and wrist. Don't underestimate the 7th rank of the entry technique. Even though the sect rules stated that if a disciple could reach the 7th, 8th, or 9th rank within a year, they would be rewarded too. But this was a reward for the true geniuses. For an ordinary outer sect disciple, reaching the 7th level of the entry-level technique within 2 years was already very good. Zhou Huailong was 18 this year, and it took him 2.5 years to reach the 7th stage of the iron armor art. Look, it is Zhou Huailong Shixiang and Li Fuchen. Last time, Zhou Shixiang broke one of Li Fuchen's arms. This time, he will probably cripple Li Fuchen's limbs. The Canglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples. Basically, no matter where he went, there would be people. A group of people observed from afar and pointed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't speak, revolved the 7th rank red jade technique, and stared at Zhou Huailong. Little bastard, I will break your limbs and make you lick my shoes. Zhou Huailong was infuriated by Li Fuchen's attitude. With a flick of his knee, he shot towards Li Fuchen and sent out a lightning-fast punch. The punch was so fast that the sound of cloth tearing could be heard in the void. But today's Li Fuchen wasn't the Li Fuchen from 2 months ago. Raising his left hand, Li Fuchen easily caught Zhou Huailong's fist. Impossible. Zhou Huailong tried his best to break free, but couldn't budge an inch, as though he was clamped down by an iron clamp. Go to hell. Zhou Huailong's left fist came at Li Fuchen. A pale black qi covered the fist, just like an iron fist. Pa! Raising his right hand, Li Fuchen caught Zhou Huailong's left fist. Without waiting for Zhou Huailong to continue, Li Fuchen stomped on Zhou Huailong's abdomen, bending his back and causing fresh blood to spurt out. Don't you like to beat people up? Today I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be beaten up. Li Fuchen stomped on Zhou Huailong's abdomen again and again. I want you dead. Zhou Huailong let out a venomous roar. Revolving the iron shell technique to the limit, a terrifying force burst out and broke free from Li Fuchen's grip. Pum! A fist landed squarely on Zhou Huailong's chin, sending him tumbling back a few times. Finally, he fell flat on his face on the ground. This is what it feels like to be beaten up, isn't it? Li Fuchen walked over and stomped on Zhou Huailong's head, causing it to sink into the mud while kicking with both legs. Gasp! Gasps could be heard one after the other. The crowd was dumbfounded. Is this really Zhou Huailong Shixiao? He actually got beaten up by Li Fuchen. Did you guys notice? Li Fuchen's speed is so fast, my eyes can't even follow his movements. Could it be that Li Fuchen's ability improved so much in these 2 months? That's why he dares to challenge Zhou Huailong Shixiao. Life is full of ups and downs. It seems we have all underestimated Li Fuchen. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. The Canglan sect had tens of thousands of disciples, and every day there would be people who were bullied. But few were like Li Fuchen, who grew at such a rapid pace and beat up the bullies. Even if it was retribution, it came too quickly. This shitty, isn't this a little too much? Not far away, Luo Kai and a youth with flat brows walked over. Li Fuchen lifted his head, and when he saw Luo Kai, his eyes flashed. It's Luo Kai. Beside him is Luo Zhongtian. He is stronger than Zhou Huailong, and is also at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Someone recognized the identity of the youth with flat brows. What has it got to do with you? Li Fuchen didn't let go of his foot. Luo Zhongtian laughed arrogantly. Zhou Huailong's reputation shouldn't have fallen in your hands. You humiliated him like this, which is a huge mistake. How can I not care? Li Fuchen sneered. I think you have nothing better to do. Presumptuous! How dare you speak to my brother like this? Li Fuchen, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Luo Kai pointed at Li Fuchen and raged. Luo Zhongtian was his cousin. In a family, it was normal for there to be a few members of the younger generation in the sect. The more prosperous the family, the more brothers and sisters in the sect. Cousins, there were a lot of them. Kneel? Luo Kai, I didn't intend to find trouble with you. But since you came looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Releasing his foot, Li Fuchen walked towards Luo Kai. Are all the newcomers these days so arrogant? Luo Zhongtian twisted his neck and suddenly threw a punch at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he countered with a punch. Pum! As if two boulders collided, both Luo Zhongtian and Li Fuchen each took 3 steps back. Your fist is rather hard. Li Fuchen was a little surprised. Through the exchange of fists, he could feel that Luo Zhongtian cultivated a body refinement technique. It wasn't as simple as just having a strong qi. In fact, when comparing the combined strength of their fists, Luo Zhongtian had the upper hand. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's physical strength was stronger. Even though his strength wasn't as strong as his opponent, his endurance was much better. After all, the difference in strength between the two wasn't that much. What body refinement technique did you cultivate? Luo Zhongtian's expression was gloomy. With the combination of qi and physical strength, his strength exceeded Li Fuchen's. But sometimes strength didn't mean anything. Li Fuchen's fists were too hard. For example, under the same level of strength, one was wood and the other was steel. When the two collided, the wood would definitely suffer some damage. Chapter 49. You don't need to know. Let alone the fact that the opponent's strength was only slightly superior. Even if it was much superior, Li Fuchen wouldn't put the opponent in his eyes. His actual combat ability and martial arts realm were his true advantages. With a spin, Li Fuchen was like a whirlwind as he sent out a dozen kicks at Luo Zhongtian. Iron skin. Luo Zhongtian was shocked. Compared to Li Fuchen's fist, Li Fuchen's leg arts were much sharper. Lowering his center of gravity, Luo Zhongtian tightened his muscles and crossed his arms, preparing to take on Li Fuchen's leg arts. Bang! Dozens of leg shadows merged into one, shocking the heavens. Luo Zhongtian was sent flying, and the taste of blood rose from his throat. So you're cultivating the iron skin shirt. Li Fuchen understood. Even though the iron mantle was not as good as the crimson battle form, it was still a body tempering technique. Once trained to a certain level, it could circulate blood and qi, contract muscles and fat, and increase the defense of the body. 7-star sword art. Forcefully swallowing the blood in his throat, Luo Zhongtian drew his wooden sword and swung it at Li Fuchen. It was impossible to describe the brilliance of this sword. The wooden sword, wrapped in a faint purple aura, flashed 6 times in a row like a purple star, and every time it flashed, it was breathtaking. 7-star sword style. It only flashed 6 times. Seems like it isn't at the completion stage. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and executed the second move of the Red Jade sword style, Red Jade Kill. If the first move of the Red Jade swordplay, the touch of the Red Jade, was said to contain a suction force, the second move, Killing of the Red Jade, was a sword that contained force. As the sword force spat out, the air surged, accompanied by a brief state of vacuum restriction. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's red jade sword style was at completion. Crackle! With the 7-star sword style broken, Li Fuchen pierced Luo Zhongtian's abdomen, causing traces of blood to ooze out. The iron skin shirt was, after all, the iron skin shirt. Even its qi and blood were very condensed, so it was not easy to lose blood. Drawing the wooden sword, Li Fuchen slammed it on Luo Zhongtian's face, sending him flying and unable to get up for a long time. Roche, it's your turn. Li Fuchen pointed his sword at Luo Kai. Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? This is the Zhonglan sect. How dare you act so presumptuously? Luo Kai, who regained his senses, acted as though he saw a ghost, trying to put on a brave front but feeling weak inside. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen could improve so quickly in just 2 months. His cousin, Luo Zhongtian, had been in the Zhonglan sect for more than 4 years. Not only did he reach the 9th level of the Qi realm, he also cultivated the body refinement technique, iron, cloth shirt. Even 3 or 4 regular 9th level Qi realm martial artists wouldn't be a match for his cousin. It is too late to think that this is the Azure Water sect. Li Fuchen slammed his sword on Luo Kai's head like lightning. Bang! Just like Luo Zhongtian, Luo Kai's entire body flew out and spun a few rounds in the air before finally landing heavily on the ground and fainting. Looking around, Li Fuchen's eyes carried a trace of warning before he left indifferently. Everyone was frightened by his gaze and didn't dare to make a sound. After Li Fuchen left, they began to speak one after another. He's too arrogant. Does he think that he alone can intimidate all of us? Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Wasn't it because I didn't react in time? After all, Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian were both defeated by him. Keep on bragging. I don't want to provoke him anymore. This Li Fuchen is obviously a malefic star. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. That's right. Us small fries shouldn't participate in this. Let those influential figures have a headache. Let them fight it out. We shall just watch the show. All along, no one took Li Fuchen seriously. They thought he was just lucky and obtained a large amount of contribution points. But now no one thought the same. To be able to defeat Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian was no ordinary person. Most importantly, 2 months ago, Li Fuchen was oppressed by Zhou Huailong. But after 2 months, he actually turned the tables on Zhou Huailong. It was simply heaven-defying. As for those influential figures, there were the outer sect top 500 disciples. Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian may be strong, but they were still a distance away from the outer sect top 500 disciples. Damn it. Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian crawled up with sullen expressions. After this battle, Li Fuchen became famous in the outer sect. His name even reached the outer sect top 500 disciples. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk 1 ST grade outer sect disciple region, east side. This was an exquisite courtyard. There were plenty of plum blossoms planted in the courtyard. The plum blossoms had yet to bloom, but the vigorous branches revealed a trace of pride. An absolute beauty with a face like a painting and fair skin was practicing her sword art. The sword art was extremely mystical, like the plum blossoms, agile and graceful, with hidden killing intent. Guan Shui Shiji, congratulations on mastering the plum blossom sword style. A delicate young lady walked in from outside the courtyard and spoke with admiration. Plum blossom sword style. Zhonglan Sex Peak Tier, Yellow Class Sword Art. Normally, only Origin Realm martial artists could master it. Of course, mastery didn't mean completion. I am only at the sub-completion stage. Guan Shui didn't mind. After being in the Zhonglan sect for half a year, she had already cultivated the Guan clan's high-tier, Yellow Class, Water Moon sword style to the completion stage. A few months ago, she spent 1,500 contribution points to redeem a peak tier, Yellow Class, plum blossom sword style. This is already incredible. I haven't even reached the completion stage for a high-tier, yellow-class sword art. The delicate young lady sighed. Why are you looking for me? Guan Shui asked. The delicate young lady replied, Guan Shui Shiji, have you heard? There is a new star in the outer sect. He has only been in the Tsanglan sect for 4 months, and he has already defeated Zhou Huailong Xixiang and Luo Zhongtian Xixiang. Oh, what does this have to do with me? The delicate young lady blinked her eyes. I heard that this person is called Li Fuchen. He is from Yunwu City, just like Guan Shui Xixiang. Guan Shui Xixiang, do you know him? Li Fuchen. Guan Shui's eyes flashed with a strange glow. Guan Shui Xixiang, you know him? The delicate young lady observed and instantly understood that Guan Shui knew Li Fuchen. Guan Shui nodded. I do. We were once engaged, but it was annulled before I entered the Tsanglan sect. So he is Guan Shui Xixiang's ex-fiancé. No wonder he is so incredible. The delicate young lady didn't know about the relationship between Guan Shui and Li Fuchen and was shocked. Guan Shui shook her head. He wasn't this incredible in the past. This is rather strange. Oh, Li Fuchen was only slightly talented and was still within the range of a normal person. Her emotions didn't have much of a change. Li Fuchen's news only caused a slight ripple in Guan Shui's heart. But soon enough, this ripple vanished. To Guan Shui, she pursued the peak of the sword Dao. Her other half must be a dragon or phoenix amongst men. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't meet her standards. I hope you are not here for me. Pestering me is useless. Chapter 50. On top of the Tsanglan Lake, there were no waves as Li Fuchen quietly fished. As of today, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was already 90% green. Just 10% more and it would completely transform. Along with the transformation of his spirit soul, Li Fuchen's awareness was getting stronger. In the past, his awareness could only stay on the hook for less than 15 minutes, but now it had increased to 15 minutes. Walala! A normal treasure fish that weighed around 10 kilograms broke out of the water. At noon, Li Fuchen began to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. After cultivating the Scarlet Fire technique to the peak of the 4th rank, Li Fuchen could feel traces of blazing intent rushing through his body every time he revolved the Scarlet Fire technique. It was hard to imagine what would happen when the Scarlet Fire technique broke through to the 9th rank. On the first day, Li Fuchen caught a normal treasure fish that weighed over 10 kilograms. On the second day, he caught a normal treasure fish that weighed 20 kilograms. On the third day, not only did Li Fuchen catch a 10 kilograms first-tier treasure fish, he also broke through to the 5th rank of the Scarlet Fire technique. The 5th level of the Scarlet Fire technique had an obvious burning intent. Even though its power was not as strong as the 7th level of the Red Jade technique, the difference was not huge. It is said that the Scarlet Fire technique is the most domineering technique in the Tsanglan sect. It is indeed true. Li Fuchen couldn't help but praise in his heart when he punched at the void and the blazing fist wind distorted the air. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's harvest increased. On the 10th day, Li Fuchen's luck exploded and he caught a 2 to 5 kilograms second-tier treasure fish. On the 22nd day, Li Fuchen caught another second-tier treasure fish. On the 30th day, Li Fuchen hooked up a normal treasure fish that weighed over 100 kilograms. It was so strong that Li Fuchen had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to reel it in. On the 31st day, something big happened. After half a year, Li Fuchen's soul spirit finally evolved from the pale green class to the green class. The moment his spirit, soul, transformed, an indescribably wonderful feeling descended. Li Fuchen felt as though his spirit soul had learned how to breathe and was able to breathe freely. At the same time, a variety of martial arts flashed in Li Fuchen's mind, and in the blink of an eye, instantly evolved. The half-moon sword art had reached the acme of perfection. The tiger fang cross slash had reached perfection. The crushing stone palm had reached perfection. The clear breeze sword technique had reached perfection. Xiao Shang swordsmanship had reached perfection. The mountain-splitting palm had reached perfection. The red jade swordsmanship had reached the peak. The red jade palm had reached the pinnacle. This feeling is too wonderful, as if all the martial arts martial truth is integrated by Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen knows that there is a deep connection between martial arts. Crackle! On Li Fuchen's soul spirit, traces of green lightning were scuttling. Every time it scuttled, Li Fuchen's thoughts became clear. The red jade technique intent rose from the 7th rank to the peak of the 7th rank, then the 7th rank extremity. Finally, a solidified flame was imprinted in Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen didn't understand what this meant, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. It was a sleepless night. The next day, the sun rose. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged by the window, bathed in the golden sunlight, and began to cultivate the scarlet fire technique. The scarlet fire technique, which was extremely difficult to cultivate in the past, was extremely smooth today. After circulating his true qi 36 times, the scarlet fire technique's intent was the first to break through to the 6th level, followed by his cultivation technique. The 6th rank of the scarlet fire technique was too strong. It was no weaker than the 7th rank of the red jade technique. 2 weeks later, Li Fuchen persisted and pushed the scarlet fire technique to the 7th rank. 1 month later, it was at the 8th rank. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when he first obtained the golden amulet. At that time, Li Fuchen used a short period of time to push the red jade technique from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank. Snowflakes floated in the sky. It was now winter. Revolving the 8th rank scarlet fire technique with all his might, Li Fuchen's body emitted an invisible heat. When the snowflakes were 3 feet away from Li Fuchen, they melted. When they were 1 foot away from Li Fuchen, they evaporated into steam. Clenching his right fist, a pale red flame qi enveloped Li Fuchen's fist. It looked as though Li Fuchen's fist was on fire. Qi manifestation. After the scarlet fire technique broke through to the 8th rank, Li Fuchen was finally able to instantaneously manifest his qi. But he was only at the 7th level of the qi realm. From the density of his qi manifestation, it was much denser than Luo Kai, who was at the 8th level of the qi realm and at the 6th rank of the iron shell technique. Chasing after Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian. Boom! Li Fuchen exerted all his strength to deliver punch. The blazing fist force melted a large patch of snowflakes. Amongst the snowflakes, a trail was carved out. Golden amulet, where did you come from? Stopping revolving the scarlet fire technique, Li Fuchen's consciousness went into his mind. Within his chaotic mind, a green ball of light floated in the middle of the chaos. In the center of the ball of light was a simple golden amulet. The golden amulet was so mysterious. Not sure if it was Li Fuchen's illusion, but where the golden amulet came into contact with the green ball of light, there would be traces of pale blue threads appearing and fusing into the green ball of light. Could it be after the green soul spirit is the pale blue soul spirit? Li Fuchen took in a deep, cold breath. Every time the soul spirit evolved, there would be a drastic change. After the green soul spirit would be the pale blue soul spirit, and after the pale blue soul spirit would be the blue soul spirit. As for after the blue soul spirit, Li Fuchen had a feeling that there would be a higher grade soul spirit. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the soul spirit was pale blue in color, not to mention the blue soul spirit and the higher grade soul spirit. By then, he would probably be able to cultivate the scarlet fire technique to the highest rank within 2 hours. Who? Forcefully letting out a breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, even though I have the golden amulet, I cannot slack off. The golden amulet has greatly increased my perception. but I still have to work hard in other areas. The snow was getting heavier, but the Tsanglan Lake didn't show any signs of freezing. It was said that the Tsanglan Lake never froze. There was a year when the Tsanglan region experienced a snowstorm, but the Tsanglan Lake didn't even freeze. Quietly fishing, Li Fuchen's heart gradually calmed down and wasn't as turbulent as before. Now that his soul spirit was at the green class, Li Fuchen's consciousness could stay on the hook for 15 minutes, which doubled the time. Don't underestimate the additional 15 minutes. There were many times when Li Fuchen's consciousness was about to dissipate. He would hastily catch a treasure fish and didn't have the time to choose a better one. In addition, the range of his consciousness's perception was also doubled. Previously in the water it was only 10 meters, but now it was 15 meters. Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, Li Fuchen finally found a target, a first-tier treasure fish that was at least a few dozen kilograms. After catching so many treasure fish, Li Fuchen realized that a normal treasure fish, according to its weight, could burst out with 20 kilograms of strength for every kg. A first-tier treasure fish could burst out with 50 kilograms of strength for every kg. This first-tier treasure fish was at least a few dozen kilograms and had at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms of strength in the water. If it was the previous Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have been able to catch it. Chapter 51. Rumble. Waves splashed everywhere, and a half-meter-long rainbow fish broke through the waves. Under the sunlight, it shone with a myriad of colors, as if it was a fish carved out of rainbow jade. What a big first-tier treasure fish! The outer sect disciples who were on the same fishing platform as Li Fuchen exclaimed. They had been at the Tsanglan sect for many years and had never seen a half-meter-long first-tier treasure fish. First-tier treasure fish cost 100 contribution points per kg. Their skin and flesh were tougher, and they weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms. That was 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points. As for this, Li Fuchen didn't feel anything. He had caught 2 second-tier treasure fish previously. Second-tier treasure fish cost 1,000 contribution points per kg, so 4 kilograms was equivalent to this first-tier treasure fish. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Li Fuchen had been fishing at Tsanglan Lake for 3 months now. In these 3 months, Li Fuchen caught 69 normal, 15 first-tier, and 3 second-tier treasure fish. It's time to return. Li Fuchen was satisfied with his harvest this time. Finding the snow silver or at Kangchang Mountain was luck. But fishing at Tsanglan Lake was all about skill. This skill had to be put to good use, to not let his status as a Tsanglan sect disciple go to waste. Cousin, that's him. From what I know, he got at least a few tens of thousands of contribution points from both the Tsanglan Lake and Nor Mountain. The tall youth pointed at Li Fuchen and spoke to the determined youth beside him. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the tall youth. 3 months ago, before he beat up Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian, he beat up another group of outer sect disciples. The leader of the group was this tall youth who seemed to be called Sun Yubao. So, you are Li Fuchen. The resolute youth sized up Li Fuchen and frowned slightly. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "Before I get angry, I advise all of you to get lost." He had enough of everyone treating him like a fat sheep. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but that didn't mean he could spend all his time dealing with them. Interesting, this is the first time someone spoke to me, Wang Hu, in such a manner. Wang Hu felt that Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Li Fuchen seemed to be stronger than what Sun Yubao described, but he was still one of the top 500 outer sect disciples. Even if he was ranked last, he wasn't someone Zhou Huailong or Luo Zhongtian could compare to. Cut the crap, make your move. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the opposition. Cousin brother, teach him a lesson. Sun Yubao glared at Li Fuchen. Smiling, Wang Hu's eyes gradually sharpened. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Both of Wang Hu's hands were wrapped in a layer of light green true qi, giving off a feeling of being as heavy as wood. Evergreen technique, one of the Azure Water Sect's entry techniques. Cultivating this technique not only allowed one to recover quickly, but their strength was also quite heavy. When fighting with someone who cultivated the evergreen art, if one couldn't defeat the other party in a short period of time, it would be dangerous if the battle dragged on. Heavy-wood fist. Wang Hu used his full strength right off the bat. He blasted a high-tier, yellow-class fist art, heavy-wood fist at Li Fuqin with a whistling chi force. It was a pity it was all in vain. With the Scarlet Fire technique at the 8th rank, Li Fuqin's ability almost doubled. Gently reaching out with his left hand, as if grabbing a child's fist, Li Fuqin's right fist greeted Wang Hu's face with lightning speed. Bang! Blood splattered. Wang Hu was stunned. He saw stars in front of his eyes and couldn't see anything. Li Fuqin didn't stop and followed up with another punch on Wang Hu's face. He then sent Wang Hu flying a dozen meters away with a kick and fainted. Walking step by step to the front of Sun Yubao, Li Fuqin said, "If you provoke me again, I will make you pay 10 times the price." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuqin sent a punch to Sun Yubao's stomach, spitting out his overnight meal and gastric juices. "You're on your own." Li Fuqin carried the fish basket and left. Looking at Li Fuqin's departing back, Sun Yubao's eyes were filled with fear. Too horrifying. Was he still human? His cousin was one of the Outer Sect's top 500 disciples, but he was crushed just like that without any chance to retaliate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Songlan Sect's Mission Hall. The mission elder felt that all the surprises he had for the past half a year were all used on Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin's harvest this time was a total of 55,000 contribution points. This was a humongous amount. Even an Outer Sect elder would need a few years to gather such a sum. But Li Fuqin only took a few months. Calming down the raging emotions in his heart, the mission elder started to feel jealous of Li Fuqin. If only he had this many contribution points, it would be enough to bring his ability to the next level. But there were no ifs. With the addition of 36,800 contribution points, Li Fuqin now had a total of 91,800 contribution points. After redeeming 300 body tempering pills, he was left with 16,800 contribution points. Body refinement techniques aren't meant for humans to cultivate. The requirement for resources is too high. Li Fuqin suspected that if he was at the Li clan, even with the Li clan's wealth, it would still be a waste for him to cultivate the Crimson Battle form to completion. After all, body tempering pills cost 500 gold coins each. Up till now, with the addition of the 300 body tempering pills, he had redeemed a total of 500 body tempering pills. That was 250,000 gold coins. Not in a rush to return to his courtyard to cultivate the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuqin once again went to the Martial Hall to redeem a peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style, disorder split wind sword style, snake eye sword style, squall swift sword style, blood drain sword style, dripping sword style, golden snake sword style, soul chasing sword style, soaring dragon sword style, petal chasing butterfly sword style, devil cloud sword style, scarlet fire sword style, raging wave sword style, flowing cloud sword style. After going through all the sword art manuals, Li Fuqin finally chose the Scarlet Fire sword style. The Scarlet Fire sword style was a sword art that complemented the Scarlet Fire technique. It might only be considered a mid-tier sword art by itself, but when combined with the Scarlet Fire technique, it was able to burst out 120% of its power. The Scarlet Fire sword style only cost Li Fuqin 1,300 contribution points. As for the remaining 15,000 500 contribution points, Li Fuchen decided to keep it for now. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. The first rank of the Crimson Battle form required one to beat the body with a rod. The second rank required one to boil the body. The third rank didn't require any of these processes and only required body tempering pills to cultivate. It might look easy, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. The third rank's qi circulation method was unique. Every time the qi was circulated, it felt as though his flesh and bones were being pierced by needles or bitten by ants. The soreness was indescribable. Li Fuchen clenched his teeth and persevered with his cultivation. As the body-tempering pills were consumed one by one, Li Fuchen felt his flesh and bones getting tighter. With a flick of his finger, a strong wind like an arrow could easily shatter a teacup from a few feet away. But there were plenty of obstacles for the third rank. Sometimes, as he was cultivating, Li Fuchen's abdomen would suddenly expand, as though he was 6 months pregnant. Sometimes his vision would turn black and he would lose his sight. Sometimes it was as though thunder was rumbling in his ears. Li Fuchen knew that this was because his body refinement technique cultivation speed was too fast. The body needed time to adapt. Without this process, the body would occasionally lose control. The solution to this problem was simple, and that was to speed up the adaptation process. Chapter 52. Improving one's qi circulation wasn't a joke. It required a deep understanding of one's own body and a strong perception. Without a deep understanding of one's body, problems would easily arise. If one's perception wasn't strong enough, problems would also arise when improving the qi circulation. If Li Fuchen was to slow down, he wouldn't have to improve the qi circulation, but he didn't want to slow down. Body refinement techniques vary from person to person. With some slight modifications, there shouldn't be any problems. On this day, Li Fuchen sat in the yard and scanned his body with his powerful awareness. It was said that only Heaven Realm martial artists knew how to use their awareness. Those below the Heaven Realm only had awareness, but didn't know how to use it. Of course, the main reason was that those below the Heaven Realm didn't have a strong enough awareness. Scanning his body over and over again, Li Fuchen had a more detailed understanding of his body. Every meridian and acupoint that his awareness could detect, Li Fuchen could clearly see them all. So these acupoints differ from person to person. Different people have different locations. No wonder when I circulate my qi, there would always be blockages which would affect my cultivation. Spending a few days, Li Fuchen modified his qi circulation technique. Actually, it wasn't considered a modification. 99% of the technique was still the same, but Li Fuchen made some adjustments based on his own body. With the adjustment of the qi circulation technique completed, Li Fuchen's qi circulation was unobstructed and his body didn't lose control again. For 1,000 kilograms, for 1,200 kilograms, for 1,500 kilograms. Li Fuchen's physical strength was changing every day. The density of his skin was also changing every day. Previously, Li Fuchen was around 130 kilograms. Now he was 140 kilograms. The crucial point was that with a height of 7 meters and 140 kilograms, Li Fuchen didn't look too strong. At a glance, he was at most 130 kilograms. For 1,800 kilograms, 5,000 kilograms. When there were only 20 body-tempering pills left, Li Fuchen's Crimson Battle form was finally at the completion stage. The completion stage of the Crimson Battle form was incomparably strong. Not only was the density of the skin, but the toughness of the skin was also greatly increased. Clang! Li Fuchen drew his steel sword and cleaved at his body. Li Fuchen used around 3,000 kilograms of strength in this cleave. The sharp blade didn't cut through his skin. Increasing his strength to 4,000 kilograms, he was still unscathed. After increasing to 5,000 kilograms, a shallow wound finally appeared on Li Fuchen's body. As soon as the wound appeared, it closed up. Instead of slashing, Li Fuchen used thrusts. Li Fuchen found that 4,000 kilograms of force was enough to pierce through his skin. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revolved the 8th rank Scarlet Fire technique. A surging scarlet fire qi covered his entire body. Clang! Li Fuchen ruthlessly cleaved at his body. The strength of this sword strike was 6,000 pounds. But other than a white mark, there was nothing left on his body. 7,000 jin. 8,000 jin. Only after increasing his strength to 8,000 kilograms did Li Fuchen slash open the skin and flesh, causing traces of blood to spurt out. As expected of the Crimson Battle form, although it is not really invulnerable, but at the mortal realm, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is invulnerable. 8,000 pounds of strength was already at the peak of the mortal realm. Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian's strength was around 6,000 kilograms, and Wang Hu's was around 7,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen estimated that he could exert more than 10,000 kilograms of force. The so-called force path refers to the amount of force that can be exerted. Physical strength, cultivation, techniques, and martial arts will all affect the force path. 10,000 kilograms of force can send an object that weighs 10,000 kilograms flying for a certain distance. Did you hear? Li Fuchen defeated Wang Hu. Is that for real? Wang, who is one of the top 500 disciples. Even though he is at the bottom, he is still not someone that Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian can compare to. I suspect it is fake too. According to those who saw it with their own eyes, Li Fuchen easily crushed Wang Hu. Fake, it must be fake. How can a person improve so quickly? I don't believe it. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen defeating Wang Hu spread throughout the outer sect. But everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Of course, there was a minority that believed it. After all, some things wouldn't come out of nowhere. Since it was spread, it had some degree of credibility. By the time Li Fuchen completed the Crimson Battle form and walked out of his courtyard, the news had already spread like wildfire. Those who met him along the way looked at him with a strange gaze. Li Fuchen, when you were in Yunwu City, did you offend Shen Tuliang? A figure slowly walked over. It was Shen Tuju. The current Shen Tuju was already at the 7th level of the Qi realm. What is it? Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. I need a large amount of body tempering pills. You just need to give me 50, and this debt will be written off. Shen Tuju said, even though Li Fuchen was doing well in the outer sect. But compared to his Shen Tu clan, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Li Fuchen laughed. You think I will give it to you? Why? You dare to defy my Shen Tu clan? Shen Tuju replied with dissatisfaction. I am now an outer sect disciple of the Tsanglan sect, and a first-grade outer sect disciple at that. What qualifications do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen left. Li Fuchen, a moment of pride doesn't mean anything. Once you reach the origin realm, the importance of your bone frame will slowly show itself. By then, with your normal bone frame, you will definitely be at the bottom. Shen Tuju forcefully suppressed his anger. The reason why he needed the body tempering pills was because he had just redeemed the iron-clothed shirt manual. But to cultivate the iron-clothed shirt, it required a large amount of body tempering pills. If he relied on himself to slowly cultivate, who knows how long it would take for him to succeed. Li Fuchen, who was already far away, didn't put Shen Tuju's words to heart. Others might not know, but he knew his own condition. Maybe his bone frame was indeed lacking, but if his perception was heaven-defying, nothing would be an obstacle. Arriving at the 3rd floor of the dining hall, Li Fuchen ordered a high-class meal. Ever since he started cultivating the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen no longer ate a single silver coin nutritious meal, but a single gold coin high-class meal. The high-class meal was made from demonic beast meat. After cleansing the demonic chi, demonic beast meat was extremely chewy. After eating it, one wouldn't feel hungry easily and could replenish one's stamina and energy. The vegetables were specially grown by the Tsonglan sect. Although they were called vegetables, they were no different from herbs, as they contained many of the essences required by the human body. Finding a place to sit down, Li Fuchen ate in a refined manner. Dense footsteps could be heard as a group of people came from the second floor to the third floor. Li Fuchen lifted his head and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was Guan Shui, wearing the ordinary outer sect disciple attire. She stood out from the crowd and had an elegant demeanor. Her slightly slender eyes carried a trace of arrogance. Beside her were two equally attractive young ladies. Chapter 53. It was obvious that Guan Shui saw Li Fuchen too. The current Li Fuchen was completely different from the one Guan Shui remembered. Following the transformation of his soul spirit and the completion of the crimson battle form, Li Fuchen's aura wasn't inferior to anyone and had his own uniqueness. From afar, he looked like a star. Even though he wasn't as dazzling as the sun, he had a deep and unfathomable aura. His body wasn't strong, but it exuded an iron-blooded aura that couldn't be ignored. When did the outer sect have such a charismatic disciple? The phoenix-eyed disciple beside Guan Shui had a sparkle in her eyes. The number of male disciples in the outer sect that could make her eyes sparkle was less than 5. The rest were all prodigies of the outer sect. Senior Guan Shui, it's Li Fuchen. The delicate female disciple beside Guan Shui couldn't help but say. Guan Shui nodded and walked towards Li Fuchen. Long time no see. Arriving at the table in front of Li Fuchen, Guan Shui stroked the hair on her forehead and spoke. Yes. Li Fuchen didn't put down his chopsticks and nodded to Guan Shui. Guan Shui frowned. Had it been anyone else, they would have stood up. About the engagement, I'm sorry. Guan Shui replied. Li Fuchen laughed. It is a good thing that it is dissolved. You can relax, and so can I. I hope you really think so. Guan Shui sized up Li Fuchen, trying to see through his eyes. A pity. His eyes were deep and dark, without any emotions. Pursing her lips, Guan Shui said, Your method of obtaining contribution points has already attracted the attention of many people, especially those in the top 500 of the outer sect. You better pay attention. If you really can't solve it, you can look for me. Regarding the annulment of the engagement, it was her Guan clan who was in the wrong. She hoped to make up for it, as it would clear her mind and be beneficial to her future cultivation. Thank you for your kindness, but I can resolve it myself. Li Fuchen rejected her good intentions. The phoenix-eyed disciple interrupted. Li Fuchen, right? Don't be stubborn. Although I don't know how you defeated Wang Hu is only ranked 485 out of the top 500 disciples. Senior sister is untalented, ranked 452 out of the top 500 disciples. But compared to junior sister Guan Shui, I'm still far from being ranked 366. She found Li Fuchen rather pleasing to the eye. Of course, it was merely pleasing to the eye. Everything still depended on one's potential. Thank you. I've finished eating. You guys take your time. I'll take my leave first. Li Fuchen didn't want to be entangled with these people. He put down his chopsticks and left. This fellow. The female disciple with phoenix eyes frowned. Guan Shui said, Forget it, he has always been like this. It seems that you know him quite well. The female disciple with phoenix eyes giggled. Guan Shui's expression was cold as she said, So what if we understand him? He is destined to be someone from a different world from us. His bone frame is just a normal bone frame. Normal bone frame? The pretty female disciple exclaimed in shock. The three of them all had extraordinary bone frames, and Guan Shui had the best bone frame as she was a 4-star extraordinary bone frame, which was why they were so close to each other. Birds of a feather flock together. This phrase was applicable at all times. Impossible. How can a normal bone frame improve so quickly? The female disciple with phoenix eyes had a face of disbelief. Guan Shui said something must have happened to his body that caused his perception to be abnormally high. But unless he obtained an earth-class herb, it is impossible for his bone frame to have any changes. Yellow-class herbs were just normal herbs. Mystic-class herbs already contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. But to change a person's bone frame, it wasn't enough. Earth-class herbs were required. But earth-class herbs were hard to come by. Even for a sect, it would be extremely difficult to obtain one. There were many types of earth-class herbs, but herbs that could change one's bone frame were extremely rare. A high perception would at most reach the earth realm. To break through to the heaven realm, just having perception isn't enough. The female disciple with phoenix eyes said. The pretty female disciple nodded. On the way back, Li Fuchen saw He Ping. But He Ping seemed to be in some trouble as he was surrounded by a few people. Junior apprentice brother He Ping, don't be so shameless. Senior apprentice brother Fong has invited you to become his follower. It's your honor. The fierce-looking young man put his hand on He Ping's shoulder and said in a vicious tone. He Ping mocked, follower is just a formality. His true purpose is to have me contribute pills to him. The Tsonglan sect had many disciples and factions. Strong disciples would have many followers, and these followers would offer a certain amount of pills every month. With these pills, the stronger the disciple, the stronger the faction. But not everyone had the qualifications to create their own faction. Once a faction was established, it would face challenges from other factions. Once defeated, the faction would immediately collapse. To maintain a faction, one's personal ability must be absolutely strong. If one's personal ability wasn't strong enough, others wouldn't be willing to submit to you. Apart from that, it would be even better if you had a strong background. For example, if you had a strong inner sect disciple backing you, others wouldn't dare to touch you. Apart from that, having a shocking potential was also a huge deterrent. If you were a 4-star bone frame, then other than 4-star bone frames, no one would dare to touch you. Why? You don't agree? I advise you to consider carefully. If you reject Fang Shixiang, you will never have a day of peace. The fierce-looking youth threatened. He Ping replied, sorry, I will not agree. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll teach you a lesson today. The fierce-looking youth used his strength and locked onto He Ping's shoulder. Crunch, crunch. The fierce-looking youth was at the 8th level of the Qi realm, while He Ping was only at the 7th level. Under the strength of his 5 fingers, He Ping broke out in cold sweat and couldn't even struggle free. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen walked over. Hey, you guys stop before you go too far. Li Fuchen's voice traveled into the ears of everyone present. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? A long-faced youth beside the fierce-looking youth spoke fiercely. It's Li Fuchen. One of the youths recognized Li Fuchen. Hearing the response, the fierce-looking youth released his hand and turned to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, right? I advise you to stay out of this matter. It was impossible for him not to know of Li Fuchen's infamy. Without an expert around, he didn't dare to challenge Li Fuchen. Get lost. I don't want to repeat myself. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. You. The long-faced youth was flustered. Let's go. Li Fuchen, you will regret this. The fierce-looking youth was rather calm as he led the group away. Rubbing his shoulder, He Ping said, You shouldn't have stood up for me. Li Fuchen laughed. Why didn't I agree with them? He Ping replied helplessly, Becoming the follower of that Fang Shixiang may have saved me a lot of trouble, but it would also slow down my progress. I see. I heard that there are factions in the outer sect that protect the weak. You should join them. Li Fuchen said. What about you? He Ping originally didn't want to join any faction, but now it seems like he had no choice. I am used to being alone. Li Fuchen shook his head. He Ping frowned. That Fang Shixiang isn't a normal person. He is one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect and is ranked in the top 10 of the top 500 disciples. His potential is astounding. He will definitely find trouble with you. Chapter 54. With the Scarlet Fire technique at the 8th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed increased tremendously. The 6th rank of the Scarlet Fire technique was already equivalent to the 7th rank of the Red Jade technique. Peak of the 7th level of the Qi realm. I should be able to break through to the 8th level in another month. The winter sun shone on the body, giving off a warm feeling. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes on the fake mountain in the courtyard. The Qi realm was getting harder and harder to break through, but Li Fuchen's perception was too heaven-defying. He forcefully cultivated the Scarlet Fire technique to the 8th rank. To him, the further he progressed, the easier it was to break through, because he would be able to improve his technique to a higher rank. Swish, swish, swish. In the 1st grade outer sect disciple region, there was a small lake. This lake separated the 1st grade outer sect disciple region into 4 smaller regions. On the sparkling lake, a figure was sprinting as though he was running on flat ground. The sprinter had long and powerful legs. His feet were wrapped in a layer of pale blue qi. Every time he stepped on the surface of the lake, the qi was like cotton candy, flattened and bounced up. So, as he neared the shore, the sprinter bounced up and landed lightly on the ground. It should be this region. The youth had long legs, which took up 60% of his height. His narrow eyes were filled with arrogance. In just a short moment, the youth found Li Fuchen's courtyard. Swish! With a flash, the youth stood on top of the courtyard wall. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword arts. Sensing the commotion, he lifted his head. Their eyes met in an instant, and there seemed to be invisible electric sparks flashing in the void. Such a strong gaze. The arrogant youth squinted his eyes. Quite a strong qi presence. Li Fuchen was afraid of small troubles, but if the opponent was strong, he would be interested in playing with them. This youth's qi presence was twice as strong as Wang Hu's. Among the top 500 disciples, he would probably be in the top 400 or even top 300. You are Li Fuchen? The youth asked. That's right. Li Fuchen sheathed his wooden sword. I am Niaming. Let's have a spar. Why? No reason, because you offended Fang Shixiang. I see. Seems like this Niaming was that so-called Fang Shixiang's underling. Not just any underling, but one of his experts. This is not the place to fight. You and I will go outside. Pushing open the courtyard door, Li Fuchen came to the open space outside the courtyard. On the spacious ground, the two of them stood 10 meters apart. What's your ranking among the top 500 disciples? Li Fuchen carefully sized up Niaming. Niaming's legs were much longer than the average person, and his thighs were very strong, giving off a feeling of agility like the wind and speed like thunder. Untalented, 272. Niaming was very proud. The outer sect top 500, each one more abnormal than the other. Many of them had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi realm for a year or two. These people had accumulated a lot of experience, and their martial arts had basically reached the 8th or 9th level. Adding on their other advantages, they could easily crush more than 90% of the outer sect disciples in the 9th level of the Qi realm. 272? This ranking was much higher than Guan Shui's. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Guan Shui hadn't revealed her true strength yet. Make your move. Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword. If he did, even if he went easy, his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few slashes. He wanted to know the ability of the top 300 outer sect, top 500 disciples. Interesting. Be careful. Niaming's body flashed, both legs attacking Li Fuchen like a torrential storm. Yellow class, high-tier kick art, cloud shifting kick. Li Fuchen grinned and used both his legs to welcome the attack like a violent storm. Yellow class, mid-tier kick art, cyclone kick. Crackle, crackle. In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged countless kicks. Within a radius of a few meters, it was filled with the sound of qi explosions. Niaming's cultivation was at the 9th level of the qi realm. His entry technique, white wave technique, was at the 8th rank. With the addition of his yellow class high-tier kick art, he should have surpassed Li Fuchen in every aspect. But Li Fuchen's entry technique, Scarlet Fire technique, was also at the 8th rank. The mid-tier yellow class cyclone kick might not be as high as his opponent's cloud shifting kick. But Li Fuchen's own cultivation level was higher. He had already cultivated the cyclone kick to the trance stage. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's physical strength was at an astonishing 5,000 kilograms. Not only did it make up for his disadvantage in cultivation, it actually exceeded his opponent's. Sure enough, the rumors say that his physical strength is astounding. When I exchanged kicks with him earlier, that hard feeling almost scattered my qi. Nia Ming's expression turned serious. Before coming here, he didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes and thought that with his ability, it would be easy to defeat him. But now he didn't think so. What body refinement technique are you cultivating? Nia Ming asked. He too cultivated a body refinement technique, but it was just a normal golden bell canopy, which was slightly stronger than the iron clothes shirt. Stronger body refinement techniques were too difficult to cultivate. He didn't intend to waste a large amount of time and resources on a body refinement technique. Crimson battle form. Li Fuchen didn't intend to hide it and replied, "What? You actually cultivated the crimson battle form? This guy?" Nia Ming was shocked. The crimson battle form was famous for its difficulty. Among the outer sect disciples, only one had successfully cultivated the crimson battle form. The rest had either given up or were still in the process of trying. According to the records, only one outer sect disciple would successfully cultivate the crimson battle form every 5 years. Li Fuchen, let's fight on the water. Nia Ming stomped on the ground, and like a rock spreading its wings, he skimmed into the lake. On land, he wasn't certain he could defeat Li Fuchen, but on the water he had a chance. This was something he didn't expect before he came. Sure thing. Li Fuchen's feet were wrapped in a layer of pale red qi. With a leap, he also skimmed into the lake. Splash, 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 splash. The two of them were like water spiders, gliding freely on the surface of the lake. This guy's perception is too high. He can actually manifest qi. Nia Ming's mouth twitched. Manifesting qi from the limbs was the easiest. Looking at the concentration of qi on Li Fuchen's feet, his entry technique was at least at the 8th rank. This can no longer be described as having a high perception. Sick. This was Nia Ming's only thought. Look, there's a battle on the lake. There were a few hundred first-grade outer sect disciples residing in the first-grade outer sect area. Due to the small size of the lake, many of them witnessed the battle on the lake. They couldn't resist their curiosity and jumped into the lake. Using the manifestation of qi, they easily stood on the surface of the water. It's Nia Ming. He is one of the 7 experts under Fong Lihai. Not bad. Nia Ming is ranked 5th amongst the 7 experts. His ability is pretty good. I wonder who his opponent is. Why haven't I seen him before? I know who he is. His name is Li Fuchen, the one who has been the talk of the town recently. So it's him. I heard it's easy for him to earn contribution points. I wonder if it's true. Chapter 55. Toppling Mountains and Overturning Seas. The cloud shifting leg was stronger in water. The white wave technique was also stronger in water. On the lake, Nia Ming stomped on the surface of the lake. Under the cover of the crystal waves, Nia Ming swept his leg at Li Fuchen. This kick was extremely ferocious, the crystal waves were swept away by the leg force, increasing the power of the leg force. Niaming is really smart. Who doesn't know that in places with water, the white wave technique and cloud-expelling kick can display greater power? Among the spectators, a tall youth with a righteous face shook his head and said with a smile. The youth beside him said, Li Fuchen can only blame himself for being too stupid to actually fight with Niaming on the lake. They all acknowledged Li Fuchen's ability. At the Qi realm, bone frame didn't have much of an impact. Only at the origin realm did the importance of the bone frame become apparent. Even though Li Fuchen's bone frame wasn't good, but his perception was high. This allowed him to have the ability to shake the heavens and earth at the Qi realm. His improvement speed was comparable to the 10 prodigies. Gale flash. Li Fuchen's figure suddenly became blurry. On the lake, it was as though there was a condensed gale sweeping across. Niaming's leg shadow couldn't even touch Li Fuchen. The gale flash was the first move of the cyclone kick style. It focused on footwork and was the entry-level quintessence of the cyclone kick style. Mastering this move would allow one to be as fast as the wind. Swish, 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 swish on the lake. The waves undulated. Li Fuchen flashed around Niaming at high speed, his movements unpredictable. Suddenly appearing behind Niaming, Li Fuchen sent a palm strike, using the most ordinary stone, shattering palm. With the cyclone kick and stone shattering palm at the trance stage, Li Fuchen's moves were as fast as lightning without any gaps. At the crucial moment, Niaming's body spun. His palms were like iron bars, blocking Li Fuchen's stone shattering palm. With a boom, the surface of the lake exploded into a ball of water. Niaming's figure retreated rapidly. The lake water was up to his calves. Li Fuchen took 7 to 8 steps back as though it was light. Swish, 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 swish. Just as Niaming thought he was safe, Li Fuchen's hand suddenly sucked the water into his palms and shot it at Niaming like a concealed weapon. Niaming's old force was used up, and he had no choice but to draw his wooden sword. Pa, 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 balls of water the size of eggs were shattered one after another, and the sword dance was watertight. I have to admit that your ability is much stronger than I imagined, but Niaming will not allow myself to lose. Using strength from his legs, Niaming soared into the sky and slashed at Li Fuchen. This sword was like rippling water, and the sword's momentum covered an extremely wide area. Combined with the splashes of water that flew into the air, it gave people the illusion that the wind and rain were coming together, and it was unstoppable. Condense. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant. He drew his wooden sword and executed the touch of ruby jade. The wooden sword in Li Fuchen's hand drew a semicircle in midair. The water splashes that filled the sky seemed to be drawn by an invisible force and converged around Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Accompanied by Li Fuchen's sword presence and blazing sword force, it suddenly turned into a pale red mist that covered the sky and attacked at Niaming. An eye for an eye. Not good. Niaming was shocked. The light red mist had blocked his vision, causing him to be blinded. The only thing he could do was to retreat with all his might. Once he was enveloped by the light red mist, he would have no chance to turn the situation around. Guan Shueshimi, it seems we have underestimated him. No wonder he was so confident. On the other side of the lake, Guan Shui, the phoenix-eyed female disciple, and the delicate female disciple had arrived. The three of them were in deep thought. The one who spoke was the phoenix-eyed female disciple. Guan Shui replied, "Yes, it seems like there will be some interaction between me and him. I hope it won't be too deep." Even though she was shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, she didn't lose her composure. This was because she hid her true ability well. After consuming the white wave pill, her white wave technique had already broken through to the 8th rank. Because she had been at the Songlan sect for a full year, she was unable to break through to the 9th rank. Hence, she could only claim the 30,000 contribution points reward. If it was only the 8th rank of the white wave technique, she would only be ranked 300 or 400 among the top 500 outer sect disciples. But the 4-star soft water bone frame had a huge amplification effect on the white wave technique. Her ability wasn't as simple as it looked. After witnessing Niaming's battle, she was 100% sure she could win. As compared to her talent in techniques, her talent in sword arts was much more outstanding. Guan Shueshiji, was he really like what you described him to be in the past? The delicate female disciple couldn't help but ask. These few days, Guan Shui had told them about Li Fuqin. The Li Fuqin of the past had some perception, but it wasn't this insane. But the current Li Fuqin was comparable to the 10 prodigies. He might even be superior. It wasn't like they didn't know that some normal bone frames could ignore the limitations of the bone frame and break through to the earth realm. These people usually had high perception and were comparable to 3-star bone frames. But they were only comparable to 3-star bone frames. Li Fuqin's perception was comparable to 4-star bone frames. No, many 4-star bone frames didn't even have the perception of Li Fuqin. What the 3 of them didn't know was that before his soul spirit turned green, Li Fuqin's perception was already comparable to a 4-star bone frame. The current Li Fuqin had a perception that was at least 5-star bone frame, maybe even higher. Guan Shui didn't say anything. She had some doubts. Was this really Li Fuqin? This Niaming is rather strong. A pity that I am stronger. Li Fuqin's ability rose so quickly that he didn't even know what level he was at. To deal with Niaming, he only used about 50% of his ability. Except for cultivation level and technique rank, he was able to crush Niaming in any aspect. Tiger Fang Cross Slash. The simple Tiger Fang Cross Slash was like a god in the hands of Li Fuqin. The pale red cross slash flashed, and the pale red mist was split open. Niaming retreated again and again, his blood boiling. This won't do. I will definitely lose if this carries on. I have no choice but to use this move. Niaming gritted his teeth and revolved the white wave technique to the limit. An extremely viscous pale blue qi flowed from his right arm to the wooden sword. The next moment, the wooden sword emitted a faint sound of waves. The water around the wooden sword was also absorbed, increasing its prowess. Raging waves rise. Taking a deep breath, Niaming swept his sword horizontally. The sound of waves was vast and mighty, and the sword presence was abundant. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, raging waves sword style. Looking at the incoming sword shadow and the mighty water sword force, Li Fuqin's expression changed slightly. This sword move was truly majestic, like a tidal wave approaching from afar. If both parties had the same ability, they would definitely be subdued by the opponent's sword presence. Executing the second move of the red jade sword style, Kill of Red Jade, Li Fuqin forcefully countered his opponent's sword move. If the first move of the red jade sword style, Touch of Red Jade, was a sword that contained a suction force, the second move, Kill of Red Jade, was a sword that contained a release force. With the release of the sword force, the air surged and was accompanied by a short period of vacuum weightlessness. Pung! In midair, a huge ball of water swelled up and then exploded with a loud bang. Niaming felt as though he was struck by lightning. His body was sent flying backwards. Chapter 56. Niaming lost. This is unbelievable. This Li Fuqin can at least be ranked in the top 200 of the outer sect's top 500 disciples. It can only be higher. That's right. Niaming has the upper hand on the lake. Li Fuqin's ability is much higher than expected. The spectators were in a heated discussion. Li Fuqin, let me try you. Not far away from the crowd on the lake, a figure skimmed out. When he was about 4 to 5 meters away from Li Fuqin, he leapt up and swung his sword. This sword was like a flying dragon. The sword path was straight and unrestrained, domineering and unconstrained. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, soaring dragon sword style. It's Fong Liahai's number 3 of the 7 experts, Mei Ruolong. Ranked 198 among the top 500 disciples. Someone recognized the identity of the newcomer. Go back. With a swing of his wooden sword, Li Fuchen instantly blocked the opponent's sword. With a swing of his right arm, Mei Ruolong was involuntarily sent flying back. The sword has a suction force. What a cool sword move. Many cheered for Li Fuchen. Courting death. Mei Ruolong's face turned black. His opponent's timing was too perfect. Not a second too early or too late. It was just the right timing to block his attack. If not, that suction force wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Stepping on the lake water, Mei Ruolong flew out diagonally. As he neared Li Fuchen, the wooden sword in his hand trembled and formed 3 agile sword shadows that enveloped Li Fuchen. This move was called Triple Cloud Dragon Appearance, the second move of the soaring dragon sword style. A mere subcompletion, yellow class, peak tier sword art can't do anything to me. Li Fuchen's arm strength increased as he raised his wooden sword and cleaved down. Crackle, crackle! The earth-shattering sword easily broke Mei Ruolong's Cloud Dragon's 3 appearances. You take a blade from me too. Li Fuchen took a big step forward and cleaved at Mei Ruolong again. The Shaoshang sword style had a clean sword path and a domineering sword force. When executed by Li Fuchen, who had 5,000 kilograms of strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger and was unstoppable. Mei Ruolong didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword style to be so domineering and swift. He didn't even have time to dodge, and if he tried to block, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Insolent, go back. Right at this moment, another figure skimmed over and blocked in front of Mei Ruolong. With a slanted sword, he sealed Mei Ruolong's Shaoshang sword style. The water in the lake exploded, and the splashes of water shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. Amidst the undulating waves, the distance between the two widened. Li Fuchen took a closer look and saw that the one who blocked his sword was a handsome youth. He wasn't tall or short, but he gave off a feeling of nobility and dominance. Hiss, it's Fong Liahai. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Fong Liahai, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, ranked 12th in the top 500 disciples. He had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame and was also the young city lord of one of the main cities in the Zhonglan region, Shanghai City. He was doted on by everyone and had a prestigious status that wasn't inferior to the children of the inner sect elders. How strong is this Li Fuchen's ability? Not only did he defeat Niaming, but he also subtly suppressed Mei Ruolong. Even when facing Fong Liahai, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Fong Liahai definitely didn't use his full strength. If not, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. That's true. Fong Liahai is ranked 12th in the outer sect. The difference between 12th and 200th place isn't on the same level. It is several levels apart. Outer sect top 500 disciples. Each one was more insane than the other. But after the top 100, there wasn't much of a difference. If there was a difference of a few dozen ranks, only a fight would determine who was stronger and who was weaker. After all, winning or losing wasn't based on who had a better foundation, but rather on one's performance and combat ability. But it was a different story for the top 100. The top 100 were the true elite outer sect disciples. To be able to enter this list, every single one of them was at least at the peak of the Qi realm. Be it their foundation or combat ability, they were all top-notch. As for rank 12, it was an even higher level. Outer sect disciples of this level were undoubtedly the overlords of the Qi realm and had the ability to instantly kill others. It didn't matter if Fong Liahai used his full strength or not. Everyone had a higher opinion of Li Fuchen. Had it been anyone else, Fong Liahai would have defeated them with a single blade. Stepping firmly on the surface of the lake, Fong Liahai raised an eyebrow. Your ability isn't bad to actually be able to block 30% of my strength. You aren't bad either, Li Fuchen replied. Kiki. Fong Lihai laughed. Am I saying you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or that you have no brain? Am I, Fong Lihai? What qualifications do you have to comment on? Li Fuchen laughed lightly. You may be strong, but you aren't the absolute strongest. I think you are just overconfident. Is that so? Fong Lihai grinned, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glow. Fong Lihai, the outer sect doesn't belong to you alone. Let's just forget about today's matter. Seeing as Li Fuchen and Fong Lihai were about to make a move, a righteous-looking youth walked over. Fong Lihai turned his head and spoke with a gloomy expression. Gao Changtian, you want to meddle in this matter? Gao Changtian was also one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect. He was a righteous person and wouldn't allow anyone to bully the weak, which was why he established a faction to protect the weak. Of course, Gao Changtian replied forcefully. Fong Lihai held back his anger. Gao Changtian, don't be so shameless. I didn't bother with you in the past, but if you dare to stop me today, I will make you pay. Gao Changtian stood with his hands behind his back. Then I would like to see how you are going to make me pay. Ever since the two entered the Songlan sect a few years ago, they couldn't see eye to eye, but their abilities were on par. One was ranked 12th, and the other was ranked 10th. They were evenly matched and couldn't do anything to the other. Courting death. Fong Lihai was enraged. Revolving the 9th rank iron shell technique, a horrifying chi was emitted. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand was covered with a layer of pale black chi. The chi's density and range far exceeded Nieming's and Mei Ruolong's. Afraid of you, Gao Changtian revolved the 9th rank Elder Jade technique as well. A towering chi presence was emitted and went against Fong Lihai's. The wooden sword in his hand was covered with a layer of green-white chi. Crackle! As the two chi presences clashed, a chi explosion could be heard in the air. So scary, is this the strength of a prodigy? A duel between two prodigies is a grand occasion in the outer sect. The last time it happened was about half a year ago. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Seeing the chi presences of the two, Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with battle intent. The two of them were indeed strong, and had already cultivated their entry technique to the highest 9th rank. Even though the Songlan sect's entry technique was a peak tier, yellow class technique, but with enough time it could still be cultivated to the highest rank. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a 4-star bone frame. Anyone below the 4-star bone frame wouldn't be able to achieve this, even with the help of cultivation techniques and pills. Generally speaking, the cultivation of a technique was a step-by-step process. At the start, everyone would start with the foundation technique. Then it would be the family heirloom, yellow class, high-tier technique, followed by the sex entry technique. With every change of technique, due to the accumulated experience and the number of open meridians, the cultivation speed would increase. If not, even if you were given a high-grade technique, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Chapter 57. In terms of cultivation level, Li Fuchen couldn't match up to them. In terms of technique rank, Li Fuchen couldn't match up to them either. But in terms of physical strength and defense, Li Fuchen was far superior to them. In the entire outer sect, other than Li Fuchen, there was only one outer sect disciple who cultivated the crimson battle form to the completion stage. Boom! Fong Lihai and Gao Changtian clashed. The violent chi force was like a thunderstorm, exploding in the air above the lake. Raging waves! It was the same raging wave sword style, but in the hands of Fong Lihai, it was at least twice as powerful as Nieminglin's. With the sword's presence, all the water droplets on the surface of the lake were attracted towards it. Along with the sword force, the droplets turned into waves that rushed towards Gao Changtian. Cloud Sea Surge. Gao Changtian's flowing cloud sword style was similar to the raging wave's sword style. One was a surging wave while the other was a surging cloud sea. In the hands of Gao Changtian, the intricacy of his sword style wasn't inferior to Fang Liahai's. With a single slash, the water droplets were attracted towards it, increasing the power of the sword style. Boom, 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 the battle between the two prodigies was exceptionally intense, comparable to a battle between low-leveled origin realm martial artists. Both of you stop before you go too far. Do you think that Songlan sect's rules don't exist? Finally, the commotion on the lake attracted the attention of an outer sect elder. This outer sect elder was like a sharp arrow piercing through the air. With a wave of his hand, a strong chi force separated the two of them. Elder Fang Liahai and Gao Changtian greeted respectfully. Everyone disperse. What is the meaning of gathering together? The outer sect elder didn't intend to punish the two of them. In the Songlan sect, disciples were encouraged to fight amongst each other, as long as it wasn't too much. Just like that, the grand battle on the lake came to an end. But everyone knew that it wasn't over yet. It was just waiting for the day it would ferment. In the blink of an eye, Li Fuqin had been at the Songlan sect for 9 months. The Songlan sect's outer sect had a 3-story tower of tribulations. According to the sect rules, if a first-grade outer sect disciple didn't pass the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, their first-grade outer sect disciple status would be revoked, and they would be demoted to a second-grade outer sect disciple. If they could pass the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations within a year, no matter what status they had before, they would be promoted to a first-grade outer sect disciple. Other than the sect rules, the Tower of Trials was also where the outer sect disciples' rankings were determined. Passing the first level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to rank within the top 5,000. Passing the second level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to rank within the top 500. Passing the third level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to be in the top 100. The time taken to clear the Tower of Trials would determine one's ranking. For example, if everyone had passed the third level of the Tower of Trials, and you were slower than others, your ranking would naturally be lower than others. This was also the reason why there wasn't much of a difference in strength, even though there was a difference of a few dozen ranks. This was also why there was such a huge gap between the top 100 and the top 100. Li Fuqin was afraid that he would forget to attempt the Tower of Tribulations and wanted to try it in advance to see what his ranking would be. The Tower of Trials was located in the depths of the outer sect district, and there were many outer sect disciples queuing up. One by one, ring the trial bell first. If you can't even ring the trial bell, then there's no need to attempt the trial tower. Outside the Tower of Trials that was tens of meters tall, a few outer sect deacons and a large group of outer sect deacon disciples were maintaining order. Excuse me, let me go first. An outer sect disciple with a tyrannical chi pushed his way through the crowd and snatched the first position. The outer sect deacon disciples who were maintaining order pretended not to see anything, as they were already used to such incidents. Dang! This outer sect disciple was very strong. A simple punch from him was enough to ring the trial bell. All right, you can go in now. The outer sect deacon waved his hand. After about a dozen breaths, the light on the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations was extinguished. This meant that this person had passed the first floor. 15 minutes later, the light on the second floor of the Tower of Tribulations was extinguished. Noted down, time used, 48 ticks. One of the outer sect deacons said to the deacon disciple who was recording the time, 48 ticks? Before coming, Li Fuqin did some research. The Tower of Tribulations used a water hourglass to measure time. An hour was divided into 360 ticks. 45 ticks represented 15 minutes. 48 ticks represented a little more than 15 minutes. Unlucky, didn't pass the third floor again. Soon enough, the outer sect disciple walked out with an unhappy expression. Lu Desheng, your result is the second floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 48 ticks. Rank 250. The outer sect deacon disciple who spoke hung a wooden plaque with the name Lu Desheng on the stone wall. The stone wall was huge and was filled with wooden plaques, a total of 500 of them. Every wooden plaque had a name on it. Behind the wooden plaque, there was a smaller wooden plaque with the time written on it. 250 might not sound nice, but it is at least 10 ranks higher than the previous time. Lu Desheng's expression finally looked better. All right, next. The outer sect deacon waved his hand and allowed Lu Desheng to leave. One by one, the outer sect disciples challenged the Tower of Tribulations. A small portion of them didn't even manage to ring the trial bell. Most of them only passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, and only a few made it to the second floor. Arriving at the stone wall, Li Fuchen lifted his head to take a look. First place was Yuan Tian, third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 15 ticks. Second place was Shang Guanhong, third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 21 ticks. 10th place, Gao Changtian, third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 30 ticks. 12th place, Fang Laihai, third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 30 ticks. 366th place, Guan Shui, second floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 60 ticks. Interesting, but the ranking of the Tower of Tribulations isn't very accurate. Li Fuchen was rather interested. Some were good at quick battles, while others were good at slow and steady battles. Some were good at offense, while others were good at defense. Some were good at burst strength, while others were good at endurance. The true ranking of ability was very complicated and required a 1v1 match. The ranking of the Tower of Tribulations could only be used as a reference, and it wasn't a very accurate reference. It fluctuated a lot. Buzz! Just as Li Fuchen was looking at the stone wall, the light from the third floor of the Tower of Tribulations suddenly extinguished. Someone passed the third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Incredible! The crowd burst into an uproar. Those who were able to make it here were basically those who had the ability to enter the top 5,000. To them, the top 500 were already considered influential, while the top 100 were the influential of the influential. Every single one of them had a bright future ahead of them. Time used, 54 ticks, rank 59, not bad. The outer sect deacon smiled and said to those who came out. 1 hour later, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Dang! Li Fuchen rang the Tower of Tribulations bell without any mishaps. As this was Li Fuchen's first time attempting the Tower of Tribulations, he didn't have a wooden token. The outer sect deacon secretly circulated his qi and carved Li Fuchen's name on an empty wooden token. Let's go in. The outer sect deacon didn't have high expectations for Li Fuchen. For a first-time challenger like him, passing the first floor would be considered a great achievement. Very few could pass the second floor. Chapter 58. The Tower of Tribulations was dozens of meters tall, and each floor was at least a dozen meters tall. Upon entering the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, the floor, walls, and ceiling all had a layer of patterns. As the patterns lit up, a glowing demonic beast appeared in the center of the first floor. The Tower of Tribulations was actually a formation tower. There were countless of formation patterns that could absorb energy from the heaven and earth to maintain the formation. The energy beast formed by the formation rushed at Li Fuchen. From its speed, it wasn't any slower than a Class 1 high-tier demonic beast. PFFF. Drawing the wooden sword, Li Fuchen turned and dodged the attack of the demonic beast, while thrusting the wooden sword into its neck. He passed the first floor in such a short amount of time. Outside the Tower of Tribulations, everyone was shocked. The faster one passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations. The stronger one's ability was. I have underestimated him. The leader of the outer sect, deacons, nodded. Arriving at the second floor of the Tower of Tribulations, The formation lit up and an even stronger energy beast rushed at Li Fuchen. When the sword slashed on the energy demonic beast, Li Fuchen found that this domineering sword actually only made the other party's body dim a little. Soon enough, with the support of the formation, the energy beast's body lit up again. Seems like I have to attack the weak spot. Li Fuchen was just testing the waters and slashed at the head of the beast, which was the toughest spot. After a few rounds, Li Fuchen thrusted his sword into the beast's neck. Pum! The energy beast exploded and dissipated into formless heaven and earth energy. He only took 12 ticks to pass the second floor. There shouldn't be any suspense in passing the third floor. The outside world was in an uproar again. The key is, how long does he need to pass the third floor of the Tower of Tribulations? I am guessing it should be within 60 ticks. Isn't that too little? I am guessing 90 ticks. Everyone was in a heated discussion and expressed their opinions. Third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen could feel that the formation patterns here were the strongest and the energy was the densest. Howl! A giant Yuan Qi wolf was formed. Its 2 eyeballs were like 2 glowing gems. So fast! The energy giant wolf's speed was too fast. With a flash, its claws were like 5 sharp knives, clawing at Li Fuchen's face. Li Fuchen quickly dodged and didn't have time to counterattack. After fighting for a dozen rounds, Li Fuchen's sword struck the weak spot of the energy giant wolf. What surprised Li Fuchen was that this sword didn't defeat the energy giant wolf, but it dimmed the energy giant wolf's figure. With the support of the array, it gradually brightened. So that's how it is. The third layer's Yuan Qi demonic beast defense is extremely strong. Even if I hit its weak spot, I won't be able to destroy it in one strike, unless my attack power reaches an extremely high level. However, the Yuan Qi demonic beast's recovery will be much slower when its weak spot is hit. It won't recover immediately. The outside world. The water had already flowed to the 45th level. 46 ticks. 47 ticks. 50 ticks. Time passed slowly, but the third level of the Tower of Trials was still lit up. Die. The attacks of the Yuan Qi monster beasts condensed by the formation were not profound, but they were extremely fast. Moreover, they could only defeat them by continuously attacking the weak points. As for the other areas, no matter how many times they attacked, it would be useless. After spending some time, Li Fuchen finally grasped the pattern of the energy beasts. He could predict their movements in advance and finish them off with 4 consecutive blades. With the formation extinguished, Li Fuchen walked out of the Tower of Tribulations. 54 ticks, rank 60. The leader of the outer sect, Deacon, smiled. 54 ticks, huh? Li Fuchen wasn't too surprised. At the current stage, his ability was slightly inferior to Feng Lihai and Gao Changtian. The 2 of them had a higher cultivation technique, rank, than him, 2 levels of cultivation, and a decent body, refinement rank. Their basic ability was much better than Li Fuchen's. But Li Fuchen had his own advantage too, which was his tough physical defense. If he were to fight head-on, Li Fuchen might not lose to Feng Lihai and Gao Changtian. On the stone wall, Li Fuchen's wooden token was hung at the 60th position. This was an incomparably glorious position. So he is Li Fuchen. He is actually so strong. Among the crowd, more than half of them had heard of the name Li Fuchen. What a ferocious individual. This rate of improvement is comparable to the 10 prodigies. Speaking of which, I am curious. Since his rate of improvement is so fast, why wasn't he selected as a prodigy? You don't know about this, right? Li Fuchen is just a normal bone frame. A normal bone frame, no matter how good his perception is not worthy of being a prodigy. TSK, in the history of the Tsonglan sect, there has never been a normal bone frame with such a high perception, right? After knowing that Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame, those who didn't know were even more shocked. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen obtaining the 60th rank of the Tower of Tribulations was spread throughout the outer sect. Even though the Tower of Tribulations ranking didn't mean anything, it at least meant that Li Fuchen's ability was within the top 100. This was without a doubt. Even though I don't need any contribution points now, but in the future I will need at least 10 or even 100 times more. If I don't accumulate some contribution points, I will have to struggle for a long time in the future. In the sect, one could never have too many contribution points. Redeeming a peak tier, yellow class martial arts manual required at least 1,000 contribution points. Redeeming a mystic class, low tier martial arts manual required at least 10,000 contribution points. Mid-tier, mystic class martial arts manuals required at least 30,000 contribution points. A mid-tier, yellow class pill was worth a few hundred contribution points. A high-tier, yellow class pill was worth 1,000 contribution points. A peak-tier, yellow class pill was worth a few thousand contribution points. As for a low-tier, mystic class pill, even the upper echelons of the sect cared about it and was worth tens of thousands of contribution points. Other than that, treasured swords and armors all required contribution points to redeem. Even if he didn't need it now, it didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. If he waited until he truly needed a large amount of contribution points to earn, it would be a waste of time. After pondering for an entire night, Li Fuchen decided to try his luck at the ore mines. Compared to searching for ores in the ore mines, fishing for treasure fish was much more stable. With Li Fuchen's ability, he would be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points every month. Ore mines depended on luck. If he was lucky, he might be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points in one go. If he wasn't, it was common for him to earn tens or hundreds of contribution points in a month. Li Fuchen felt that his luck was great. If not, he wouldn't have been able to find so many snow silver ores at once. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that during the few days he was searching for ores in the ore mines, Guan Shui also attempted the Tower of Tribulations. Rank 198. Even though this rank wasn't as high as Li Fuchen's, but in terms of improvement speed, she was one of the top 10 prodigies. Unknowingly, the news that Guan Shui and Li Fuchen came from the same city had unknowingly spread. This attracted the attention and alertness of others. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had no results. He had to admit he was really lucky the last time. It was already difficult to find a large, yellow class, low tier or in the ore mines, not to mention mid-tier or high-tier ores. With no other choice, Li Fuchen headed to Songlan Lake and began his life as a fisherman. At the same time as his Scarlet Fire Technique's 8th rank technique Intent stabilized, Li Fuchen decided to consume the Scarlet Fire Pill. With the Scarlet Fire Intent from the Scarlet Fire Pill, it shouldn't be hard to break through to the 9th rank. Chapter 59. Blaze. In a room with a skylight. Under the sunlight, Li Fuchen was like a flaming man, emitting a blazing and ferocious qi. Gradually, a blazing red flower appeared on top of Li Fuchen's head. Sparks converged. Scarlet Fire Technique 9th rank phenomenon. And at this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation, under the stimulation of the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, naturally broke through to the 8th level of the Qi realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt like his body was a volcano that was about to erupt, with nowhere to vent his immense strength. With a loud roar, Li Fuchen punched at the wall of the room. Crack! A few cracks appeared on the sturdy wall of the room. From a few meters away, the wind generated from his fist could cause cracks on the wall. The strength of Li Fuchen's qi was obvious. Is this the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique? If the 8th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique was an ordinary furnace, then the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique would be a blazing furnace with a lot of fuel. It would constantly emit heat, and with a slight circulation of true qi, the Scarlet Fire true qi would spurt out, burning and devouring everything. Scooping up a first-tier treasure fish from the pond, Li Fuchen opened his palm and a dense scarlet fire chi gushed out. In just a short moment, the first tier treasurefish was cooked. Now that I have cultivated a blazing heat technique, I won't have to worry about a fire source in the wild. Li Fuchen laughed, feeling rather good. Even though the life of fishing was peaceful, the 15-year-old Li Fuchen enjoyed this rare peace. A big fish. Attaching his consciousness to the hook, Li Fuchen looked through the water and saw a 2-meter-long red treasure fish swimming a dozen meters away. It's a normal treasure fish, rainbow fish. Looking at its size, it's at least a few hundred kilos. Li Fuchen was speechless. A normal treasure fish was worth 10 contribution points per kilo. A few hundred kilos would be a few thousand points, a huge fortune. But it was too big. Carrying it back would be troublesome. Forget it, let's fish it up first. Li Fuchen moved the hook to the mouth of the rainbow fish. The rainbow fish was just a normal treasure fish. It loved first-tier bait and swallowed it in a few bites. A pity, after swallowing it, it would be hard to spit it out. Li Fuchen exerted strength on his arm, straightened the line, and hooked the rainbow fish's mouth. Voila! The waves on the lake rose and fell, and one wave after another soared into the sky. What a big treasure fish! At least a few 100 pounds! No wonder he is the fishing king, Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen gained the nickname of Fishing King. On the fishing platform, everyone was in a heated discussion. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with the heaven rainbow fish. This sky rainbow fish seemed to weigh a few 100 kilograms and had a physical strength of close to 10,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen's chi burst and physical strength was only around 10,000 kilograms. Furthermore, he could not use martial arts while fishing. He could only rely on his basic explosive strength to resist. Tense for a while, relax for a while. Li Fuchen was slowly exhausting the heaven rainbow fish's energy. When Li Fuchen felt that the heaven rainbow fish was only left with half of its strength, he exerted himself and pulled the heaven rainbow fish out of the water. Senior Brother Li, you're really lucky. The outer sect disciples at the side congratulated. Don't be envious. Before I leave, I will gift you a few treasure fish. Li Fuchen had a good impression of this average-looking outer sect disciple. His name was Zhang Dafu. He was originally a servant disciple, but with his own hard work, he was promoted to a third-class outer sect disciple. Only 1 out of 100 disciples would be promoted from an odd job disciple to an outer sect disciple. Normally, these people were extremely hardworking and had willpower that surpassed the average person. Since he met one, Li Fuchen didn't mind helping him out. Anyway, a few treasure fish wasn't much to the current Li Fuchen. Really? Zhang Dafu's eyes lit up. The treasure fish that Li Fuchen caught weren't those 1 or 2 kilograms normal treasure fish. They were either a few dozen kg normal treasure fish or 7 or 8 kilograms first-tier treasure fish. Sometimes they could even catch second-tier treasure fish, not to mention first-tier or second-tier treasure fish. Just a few normal treasure fish that weighed a few dozen kg would be worth at least 1,000 contribution points. Not sure if it was the luck of the ore mines that was transferred to fishing. The next day, Li Fuchen found a 100 kilograms first-tier treasure fish and caught it. As such, Li Fuchen's earnings from this trip was at least 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points, which was more than double of what he expected. Calling upon Zhang Dafu and a more honest-looking outer sect disciple, Li Fuchen transported the treasure fish back to the Zhanglan sect. Before entering the mission hall, Li Fuchen gave each of them 1,000 plus points of treasure fish, making it worthwhile for them to make the trip. 24,000 contribution points, in addition to the remaining 15,500 points. I can redeem a Mystic class mid-tier martial arts manual. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial arts hall and prepared to receive his cultivation technique reward. The martial arts hall's elder had some impression of Li Fuchen and thought that Li Fuchen was here to redeem martial arts manuals again. Elder, I would like to receive my cultivation technique reward. Li Fuchen replied, Oh, which rank are you at? 7th rank or 8th rank? The martial arts elder laughed. Li Fuchen replied, Scarlet Fire Technique, 9th rank. What? Are you sure you have cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank? The martial arts elder was stunned for a moment, but after regaining his senses, he had an interesting expression. Even with the help of the cultivation pill, but to reach the highest 9th rank of the entry technique within a year was still an extremely difficult task. Among the 30,000 outer sect disciples, only one managed to do so, and that was the top 10 prodigies, Yuan Tian. Trying his best to control his emotions, the martial arts elder extended his hand and said, Revolve the Scarlet Fire Technique first. Let me confirm. To be honest, he still didn't believe that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank. Only by seeing it with his own eyes would he believe it. Hearing the elder's words, Li Fuchen used his mind and revolved the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. With Li Fuchen as the center, a surging heat spread out in all directions, just like a furnace. It is indeed the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. The martial arts elder's eyes widened. Elder, is the reward 100,000 contribution points? Li Fuchen asked to confirm. The martial arts elder laughed. Of course, it won't be any less for you. Immediately, the martial arts elder registered Li Fuchen's information and added 100,000 contribution points to Li Fuchen under the contribution points column. Oh, right. Since you have already cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank, I will issue you a glory token. With this glory token, you can redeem a mystic class technique in the inner sect. The martial arts elder reminded Li Fuchen, I can redeem mystic class techniques. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Even the usually indifferent Li Fuchen couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. Naturally, the martial arts elder had high hopes for Li Fuchen. In his opinion, a normal bone frame limited Li Fuchen's potential. Chapter 60. The next day, with the glory token, Li Fuchen arrived at the Songlan inner sect for the first time. The atmosphere of the inner sect was vastly different from the outer sect. Even though the competition in the outer sect was intense, everyone was at the Qi realm and it wasn't that intense. But the inner sect disciples were all at the origin realm. Once they revolved their Qi, their bodies would be enveloped in a colorful Qi. The horrifying Qi presence was like that of a demon, which could be felt from far away. Inner sect martial hall, glory token not bad. From what I see, you don't have to choose. There is only one technique that suits you, and that is the mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. 50,000 contribution points. The inner sect elder had a good attitude towards Li Fuchen. Elder, I would like to choose another body refinement technique. Li Fuchen replied. The inner sect elder's eyes lit up. What body refinement technique did you cultivate in the outer sect? Is it at the completion rank? Crimson Battle Form is at the completion rank. Good. The inner sect elder was full of praise, even though you only have a normal bone frame. Don't underestimate yourself. A normal bone frame may be able to cultivate to the heaven realm. As long as you have enough opportunities, anything is possible. The inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists, but the inner sect martial arts elder was only a 1-star bone frame. Hence, he admired those with lower bone frames, but higher perception. Entering the martial hall, Li Fuchen began to choose his body refinement techniques. First up was a low-tier, mystic class body refinement technique. A regular low-tier, mystic class martial arts only cost 10,000 contribution points. But low-tier, mystic class body refinement techniques cost at least 20,000 contribution points. Celestial Cloud Battle Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms, worth 20,000 contribution points. Iron Dipper Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,500 kilograms, worth 22,000 contribution points. Rhino King Bone, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 8,000 kilograms, worth 25,000 contribution points. After looking through a dozen of low-tier, Mystic-class body refinement technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. His Crimson Battle Form at the completion rank already had a physical strength of 5,000 kilograms. It wasn't any weaker than a low-tier, Mystic-class body refinement technique. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen came to the profound level middle rank body refining cultivation technique secret bookshelf. Copper Dipper Body, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 6,000 pounds, worth 62,000 contribution points. The Tiger Crane Flying Cloud Force, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to have a physical strength of 13,000 gene, worth 65,000 contribution points. Crouching Wave Fist, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 13,500 pounds, worth 68,000 contribution points. Interception Form Dao, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to possess a physical strength of 15,000 gene, worth 75,000 contribution points. Seeing the Mystic class mid-tier body refinement technique, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. A Mystic class body tempering technique was different from a peak-tier, yellow class body tempering technique. A peak-tier, yellow class body tempering technique purely focused on training the skin, flesh, and bones, tempering the body. Profound, level body refining techniques contain the mysteries of the body. For example, the Tiger Crane Soaring Force could not only greatly increase one's physical strength, but it could also allow one to cultivate the strength of a ferocious tiger and the agility of a crane. Another example would be the Crouching Wave Fist. It might sound like a fist art, but it was actually a body refinement technique that used fist arts to move the body. Once cultivated to perfection, one could easily neutralize the force of an opponent's attack. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the most profound. It was a quiet technique. Relying on the intent to change the body, there was basically no need to train the body. Of course, body tempering pills still had to be consumed. I shall choose this, then. Li Fuchen liked challenges that were difficult. It would be a waste of his perception. 50,000 contribution points for the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. 75,000 contribution points for the Interception Form Dao. Li Fuchen's contribution points were reduced by 125,000, leaving him with 14,500 points. Leaving the inner sect region, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is indeed the advanced version of the Scarlet Fire Technique. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique had a total of 15 ranks. Cultivating the Scarlet Fire Technique to the highest rank, 9th rank, was equivalent to cultivating the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique to the 7th rank. To a large extent, it saved Li Fuchen a lot of cultivation time. If not, he would have to start from scratch. Slightly understanding the intent of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Like a hot knife through butter, Li Fuchen converted the Scarlet Fire Technique to the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique in a single day. Even though the 7th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's firepower was about the same as the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, but the efficiency was much higher. With the same amount of qi, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique could last longer and recover qi at a faster rate. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the same as the Crimson Battle Form, separated into 3 ranks. First rank completion, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength. Second rank completion, 10,000 kilograms of physical strength. Third rank completion, 15,000 kilograms of physical strength. Even though Li Fuqin had 5,000 kilograms of physical strength, it didn't mean he could immediately cultivate the interception form Dao to the completion rank of the first rank. The interception form Dao focused on intent and not form. Physical strength was one aspect, but the intent of the body was another. Just like the Crimson Battle form, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength was one aspect, but the Crimson Battle form represented defense. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Fuqin used his intent to visualize himself doing different movements, imagining his qi and blood circulating intensely. Gradually, sweat appeared on Li Fuqin's forehead. His skin turned red and his veins popped out. This was a sign of intense movement. Interesting. Li Fuqin's willpower was firm and his intent was condensed. Hence, the first rank of the interception form Dao wasn't too difficult for him. Huff! With a punch, Li Fuqin realized his punches were much faster and had a concentrated force. The majority of body refinement techniques didn't cultivate the body strength, but the power of speed. With the completion rank of the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuqin's absolute speed was already very fast. Now that the interception form Dao was at the first rank, his absolute speed went up another notch. On this day, Guan Shui once again arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. Her previous score was 198. This time, she officially entered the top 100 with a score of 98. Li Fuqin's appearance made Guan Shui feel a sense of danger and unease. A person she didn't care about in the past was now enjoying the limelight in the outer sect. His results in the Tower of Tribulations exceeded hers by a huge margin. This made her feel indignant, even though Li Fuqin was just a normal bone frame and couldn't be compared to her in the future. But as a 4-star extraordinary bone frame, she wouldn't allow herself to be surpassed by anyone. The sense of danger and unease ignited Guan Shui's fighting spirit. In just a month's time, Guan Shui finally completed the 7-star forged body. Her physical strength reached 3,000 kilograms, and her cultivation broke through from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. Give me a few more months, and I will surpass him. Guan Shui had a 4-star waterbone frame, which allowed her to cultivate the white wave technique with half the effort. Chapter 61. Junior Sister Zhu, do you mind if I sit here? On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a tall and handsome young man with fair skin sat opposite Zhu Hongxiu with a plate in his hands. Zhu Hongxiu's brows furrowed imperceptibly. She smiled faintly and said, "Senior Brother Qin, Hongxiu naturally doesn't mind." The handsome youth on the other side was called Qin Xiaoyu, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, ranked 42nd in the Tower of Trials. He did not know when it started, but the other party intentionally or unintentionally created opportunities for them to run into each other. To be honest, during the initial stages of martial arts, Zhu Hongxiu did not have any plans to consider relationships. At the very least, she would only consider such things when she reached the Disha realm. Therefore, she had hinted to Qin Xiaoyu that she did not have such intentions. However, he always had a smile on his face and never said that he wanted to pursue her, leaving her at her wit's end. Junior sister, Zhu Sure is hardworking. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've already reached the peak of the 7th level Qi realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you reach the 8th level Qi realm. Qin Xiaoyu raised his head and looked at Zhu Hongxiu. She had an oval face, rosy lips, a straight nose, and thin and straight eyebrows. She was charming and heroic at the same time. The one who strikes first has the advantage, and the one who strikes later will suffer a calamity. I, Qin Xiaoyu, have never failed to get the woman I want. Junior sister Zhu, you will definitely be my woman, Qin Xiaoyu thought to himself. Zhu Hongxiu said indifferently, Senior apprentice brother Qin is overpraising me. The corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth twitched as a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. How many times had it been? Every time he said a bunch of things, the other party would dismiss him with a few words. As one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect, when had he ever suffered like this? Just at this moment, 2 female outer sect disciples walked past. When they saw Qin Xiaoyu, their eyes lit up, and they called out Senior Brother Qin enthusiastically. Although Qin Xiaoyu looked down on these 2 female outer sect disciples, the feeling of being worshipped was wonderful. Pretending to be reserved, he sneaked a glance at Zhu Hongxiu. In his opinion, Zhu Hongxiu might be tempted to see how popular he was. After all, which woman did not want their man to be a great hero, a peerless genius? He had a 4-star bone frame, and his potential was so high that there weren't more than 10 disciples in the outer sect that could match up to him. This kind of bone structure was enough to make most of the female outer sect disciples go crazy. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaoyu was disappointed. Zhu Hongxiu's expression was indifferent, as if she didn't see this scene. When Li Fuqin arrived at the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, the sky was already dark. After getting his meal, Li Fuqin glanced around to see if there were any seats. Sweeping his gaze to the east, Li Fuqin saw Zhu Hongxiu and Qin Xiaoyu, who was opposite her. Li Fuqin smiled and wasn't surprised. The outer sect disciples were all above the age of 14 or 15. This was the age where youth was budding. Shifting his gaze, Li Fuqin found a spot. Li Fuqin. A clear and melodious voice suddenly sounded. The one who stopped him was none other than Zhu Hongxiu. Zhu Hongxiu's eyes were filled with a trace of apology and anticipation. She was really annoyed by Qin Xiaoyu's pestering, but she couldn't offend him too much. The only one who could help her now was Li Fuqin. Ranked 60th in the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuqin's ability shouldn't be inferior to Qin Xiaoyu. Of course, if Li Fuqin wasn't willing to offend Qin Xiaoyu, she wouldn't blame him either. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was one of the outer sect's 10 prodigies and had great potential. Regular inner sect disciples wouldn't dare to offend him. Li Fuqin walked over. Zhu Hongxiu, long time no see. Li Fuqin, let me introduce you. This is one of the outer sect's 10 prodigies, Qin Xiaoyu. Finishing her introduction, Zhu Hongxiu moved to the right and gave Li Fuqin a seat. Li Fuqin was quick-witted. How could he not know that the relationship between the two wasn't what he thought it was? Zhu Hongxiu called him over, probably to use him as a shield. Had it been anyone else, Li Fuqin wouldn't have been used as a shield. But he had a good impression of Zhu Hongxiu. It wouldn't hurt to be a shield once. Putting down the tray, Li Fuqin sat down. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was extremely ugly. His lips were even trembling. In front of him, Zhu Hongxiu asked him to sit on the side with her, while he sat on the opposite side. Her intention was self-evident. Zhu Shimi, this is your friend. He doesn't seem like much, just a normal bone frame. Sooner or later, he will be eliminated. Right now, he is just the radiance before the sunset. Li Fuqin laughed and ignored Qin Xiaoyu. Facing Zhu Hongxiu, he said, looking at your qi presence, I reckon you aren't far from breaking through to the 8th level of the qi realm. Congratulations. Zhu Hongxiu was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Li Fuqin to be so ruthless. It was beyond her expectations. But Li Fuqin's domineering attitude of not putting Qin Xiaoyu in his eyes made her admire him. How can we be compared to you? It hasn't even been a year, and you have already left us in the dust. Even Guan, Shui, has been surpassed by you. I bet everyone in Yunwu City is dumbfounded. Zhu Hongxiu laughed. Li Fuqin shook his head and didn't say anything. Qin Xiaoyu tried his best to suppress his anger, but it couldn't be suppressed no matter what. Too infuriating. Standing up, Qin Xiaoyu said to Li Fuqin, you come out with me for a while. Li Fuqin replied indifferently, if you have anything to say, wait till I am free. Can't you see I am eating? I will say it one more time. Come out with me. Qin Xiaoyu increased his volume. He didn't care about his demeanor anymore. In this world, demeanor is important, but the fist is more important. As long as your fist is strong enough, everything will revolve around you. This Li Fuchen didn't know what was good for him. He will let him know what it means to humiliate yourself. Are you a housefly? Impatient, Li Fuchen put down his chopsticks, his eyes turning cold. Kiki, seems like I, Qin Xiaoyu, am too benevolent. Whether you go out or not is not up to you. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoyu reached out with his right hand and grabbed Li Fuchen's shoulder. Pa! With lightning speed, Li Fuchen slapped away Qin Xiaoyu's right hand. With a sinister expression, Qin Xiaoyu clenched his left fist and threw a punch at Li Fuchen's face. But this fist was easily caught by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen intended to teach his opponent a lesson. Exerting strength in his fingers, a violent qi and physical strength was infused into his palm. Qin Xiaoyu's expression was normal at first, but soon enough his face flushed red. Li Fuchen's palm was like a steel pincer. Not only did it have immense strength, it also contained a terrifying heat. Clang! With the qi clashing, the plates on the dining table bounced up and the soup spilled all over the table. Crunch, crunch! Qin Xiaoyu could almost hear his bones groaning in pain. His opponent's strength was too strong, simply unreasonable. His opponent's qi wasn't any inferior to his, and with the addition of that heat, it was extremely painful. With a burst of qi, Qin Xiaoyu forcefully shook off Li Fuchen's palm. Gritting his teeth, he said, Li Fuchen, very well. I will not haggle with you today, but you will regret it in the future. Chapter 62. Li Fuchen, is it okay to do this? Zhu Hongxiu was shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, but she was more concerned if Li Fuchen was acting on impulse. If he acted on impulse, the situation would be difficult to clean up in the future. If it was intentional, it meant that Li Fuchen knew what he was doing, and it wasn't an impulsive decision. Li Fuchen said, Isn't this what you want? He probably won't bother you anymore. I'm worried about you. Qin Xiaoyu is a vengeful person. He definitely won't let this matter rest, Zhu Hongxiu said. Li Fuchen said, Don't worry, I am already covered in lice. I am not afraid of a few more. No matter what, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Zhu Hongxiu apologized. No one can force me to do something I don't want to do. You don't have to blame yourself. Although the other party had used him as a shield, if he hadn't gone over, none of this would have happened. This was his own choice. Moreover, he did not take Qin Xiaoyu seriously. After dinner, the two went their separate ways and returned to their own courtyards. The interception form Dao was harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. After spending 3 days, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the first rank of the interception form Dao to the completion rank. The first rank of the interception form Dao didn't increase Li Fuchen's physical strength, but it increased Li Fuchen's reaction and mobility by a lot. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the resource hall, intending to redeem some yellow class, high-tier body tempering pills to complement his interception form Dao cultivation. Body tempering pills were more expensive. A mid-tier yellow class body tempering pill was worth 250 contribution points each. High-tier yellow grade dragon tiger pill was worth 1,500 contribution points each. Li Fuchen redeemed 6 dragon tiger pills. On the way back, Li Fuchen bumped into Gao Changtian. As one of the 10 heavens' favorites of the outer sect, Gao Changtian was not as arrogant as the other heavens' favorites. Li Fuchen, during this period of time, did Fang Laihai look for you? Gao Changtian asked. Li Fuchen shook his head. Thanks for the previous time. With his previous strength, it was unlikely that he would be able to suppress Fang Laihai, and he might even suffer a little. This man is stubborn and self-opinionated. I'm afraid he won't let us off easily. Of course, I, Gao Changtian, am not afraid of anyone. Gao Changtian looked at Li Fuchen. Even though Li Fuchen's perception was heaven-defying, but he had yet to reach their level. Li Fuchen said, During this period of time I have also improved. It is fine if he doesn't come. Now that he is here, I would like to meet him." "Oh." Gao Changtian's brows twitched. His intuition told him that Li Fuqin wasn't someone who spoke without thinking. Since he dared to say such words, he must have some confidence. Seems like Fong Lihai offended someone he shouldn't have. But don't be too careless. We, the outer sect's 10 prodigies, have special privileges. We can exchange for a mystic class martial art manual in advance. Fong Lihai has the Vajra bone frame, and a few months ago he exchanged for the Iron Dipper form body refinement technique. He didn't look for you during this period of time, probably because he plans to cultivate the Iron Dipper form to a certain level before settling the score with us. Hearing this, Li Fuqin was rather surprised. He thought that the outer sect's 10 prodigies was just a title. He didn't expect there to be special privileges. Come to think of it, first-grade outer sect disciples had special privileges, so did outer sect geniuses. As for the Iron Dipper form, he had read about it in the inner sect martial arts hall. This body refinement technique at the completion stage would allow the user to have 7,500 kilograms of physical strength and a steel-like body. The toughness of the body would far surpass the Crimson Battle form. But Li Fuqin didn't think that Fong Lihai could reach the completion stage of the Iron Dipper form in just a few months. A mystic class body refinement technique wasn't something a peak-tier, yellow class body refinement technique could compare to. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Why didn't he exchange for an advanced technique? Fong Lihai's entry technique was the Iron Shell technique, and the advanced technique was the Vajra Mystic technique. Gao Changtian laughed bitterly. The advanced technique is a mystic class, mid-tier technique. It is extremely difficult to cultivate. What's more, the outer sect competition is about to begin in half a year's time. When the time comes, the outer sect disciples can exchange for a mystic class martial art manual. It wouldn't be too late to exchange for an advanced technique then. Li Fuqin nodded. Indeed, to exchange for an advanced technique now, in half a year's time, it would be hard to advance one rank. It is a known fact that the higher the grade of the technique, the higher the requirement for the martial artist's cultivation. Even though a prodigy could break the rules, but not limitlessly. For example, if you were given an Earth class technique, would you be able to cultivate it? You probably wouldn't even understand it. Li Fuqin's perception was extremely high, but even he felt that cultivating the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was extremely difficult. It wasn't because of his perception, but because his qi wasn't strong enough. As for the outer sect competition, Li Fuqin had long heard of it. Every 3 years, the outer sect would hold an outer sect disciple competition to select the top 10 outer sect disciples. According to the rankings, first place would receive 100,000 contribution points, second and third place would receive 80,000, fourth and fifth place would receive 60,000, and sixth to 10th place would receive 30,000 contribution points. To an outer sect disciple, this was an opportunity to earn a large amount of contribution points. Fong Lihai gave up on redeeming an advanced technique and chose the Iron Dipper form. He probably wanted to increase his ability before the outer sect competition, so that he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. As Gao Changtian spoke, he suddenly got excited and stared blankly at a small path not too far away. Li Fuqin followed the gaze of the other party. On the small path, a young man and woman were walking side by side. The youth was 8 meters in height. His long black hair was bound by a golden crown. His face was like a jade crown, with a smile on his face that gave off an indescribable sense of nobility. Even Shanghai City's young city lord, Fong Lihai, couldn't compare to the youth with the golden crown. Beside the youth with the golden crown was a young lady with a face like a painting, skin as white as snow, long black hair like a waterfall, glossy and glossy. She was actually a beauty that wasn't inferior to Guan Shui. Gao Shixiang, who are these two? Li Fuqin asked. Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei. Gao Changtian sighed, and his expression turned gloomy. Shang Guanhong, Wu Qingmei. Li Fuchen suddenly understood. Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei were both part of the outer sect's 10 prodigies. Shang Guanhong was ranked second in the Tower of Tribulations, just below Yuan Tian. Wu Qingmei was ranked 15th in the Tower of Tribulations and was also one of the outer sect's 4 beauties. In the outer sect, other than the outer sect's 10 prodigies, there was also the 4 beauties. They were Wu Qingmei, Guan Shui, Zhu Hongxiu, and a female disciple named Zhao Mingyue. The 4 beauties had countless suitors. Wu Qingmei and Shang Guanhong had a rather close relationship, but no one dared to go against Shang Guanhong. As for the other 3, no one had been able to get close to them. Among them, Guan Shui and Zhao Mingyue were the most popular because they were also part of the outer sect's 10 prodigies. Zhu Hongxiu was slightly inferior, but she also attracted the pursuit of prodigies like Qin Shayu. Gao Shixiang, do you like Wu Qingmei? Li Fuchen asked. Gao Changtian laughed awkwardly and didn't deny it. Li Fuchen looked at Shang Guanhong and Wu Qingmei. I don't think they are a couple. Gao Shixiang still has a chance. Gao Changtian shook his head. A gentleman doesn't snatch what others like. Hearing this, Li Fuchen shook his head in his heart. Gao Changtian was a righteous person, but he was rather pedantic. Chapter 63. Gao Changtian, what a coincidence! Shang Guanhong also saw Gao Changtian and greeted him. Shang Guanxiong Wu Shimi. Gao Changtian cupped his fist, displaying a very courteous expression. Shang Guanhong smiled at Wu Qingmei. Wu Shimi, did you see? In the outer sect, no one is more genteel than Gao Changtian. He sure is adorable. Wu Qingmei giggled. This giggle was enough to stun both Shang Guanhong and Gao Changtian. As the saying goes, a glance and a smile can charm 100 people. Withdrawing his gaze, Shang Guanhong noticed Gao Changtian's expression and felt dissatisfied. He changed the topic. Gao Changtian, I wonder who this is? To be able to walk with you. Gao Changtian, he shouldn't be a normal person. Gao Changtian introduced. This shitty is the recently trending Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen? I have heard of this name before. You are not bad to let me hear your name. Shang Guanhong said. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. Wu Qingmei asked, I wonder what is the relationship between Li Shidi and Guan Shui Shimi. I heard that both of you are from Yunwu City. Li Fuchen replied, We aren't related. We are just from the same city. Oh, that might not be the case. I heard from an odd job disciple that you and Guan Shui had an engagement. I wonder if it is true? Wu Qingmei asked. Li Fuchen replied, That is all in the past. He guessed that the one who leaked this information was Shen Tuliang, who wanted to use this incident to attack him. After all, there were too many people in the outer sect that liked Guan Shui. You sure are lucky to have an engagement with Guan Shui, but it is not enough to just have luck without potential. The path of the martial Tao is long and arduous. If you can't support each other, what qualifications do you have to be together? Shang Guanhong had always been pursuing bone frame. In his eyes, only 4-star bone frames could speak on equal terms with him. Those below 4-star bone frames were all ants. Gao Changtian spoke for Li Fuchen. Li Shidi isn't a normal person. I think he has quite the potential. Kiki, Gao Changtian, you sure like to be a good person. Shang Guanhong sneered. Wu Qingmei asked, Juniorly, are you really just a normal bone frame? Do you have any secrets? She didn't believe that a normal bone frame could improve so quickly in just a year. She was quick-witted and determined that Li Fuchen had secrets. Li Fuchen didn't look at the trio. He looked up at the sky and said, It doesn't matter if I have potential. As long as I am strong enough and improve quickly enough, it will be fine. Seems like you are a rather optimistic person. I hope you can break through to the origin realm before the age of 20. This hurdle is a huge hurdle for normal bone frames. As she spoke, Shang Guanhong turned to Wu Qingmei and said, "Junior Wu, let's go." If he stayed with Li Fuchen any longer, he would feel disgusted. "Junior apprentice brotherly, don't mind him. This Shang Guanhong's character is a bit arrogant," Gao Changtian consoled. Li Fuchen shook his head and laughed. "Why would I care about what others think?" Of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, other than Gao Changtian, each was more arrogant than the other. Actually, Gao Changtian had his own pride. It was just that he didn't know it. As for Li Fuchen, he had his own pride and disdain to lower himself to the same level as these people. After separating from Gao Changtian, Li Fuchen immediately returned to his yard. He wanted to try out the effects of the Dragon Tiger Pill. Consuming a Dragon Tiger Pill, Li Fuchen sat in the yard, his body intent constantly performing some intense movements. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's body was steaming and his veins were popping out. No wonder it is a Dragon Tiger Pill. At this stage, its effects exceed 6 body tempering pills. After cultivating the Crimson Battle form to completion, Li Fuchen tried consuming a few body tempering pills, but the effects were negligible and were basically useless. But now that he consumed the Dragon Tiger Pill, it felt like he was back to when he first cultivated the Crimson Battle form and consumed the body tempering pills. After consuming 6 Dragon Tiger Pills, Li Fuchen's interception form Dao finally broke through to the 2nd rank. His physical strength also broke through to 5,000 kilograms. Earning sect contribution points is like a never-ending road. Even though he felt helpless, Li Fuchen still got up and headed to the ore mountain. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could find any high-grade ores. This time, Li Fuchen didn't go to Kengchang Mountain, but to Tonglu Mountain instead. Before Tonglu Mountain was abandoned, it produced low-tier, yellow-class ores, bronze ores. Among the bronze ores, there would occasionally be mid-tier, yellow-class ores, green copper ores, and high-tier, red copper ores. Just like Kengchang Mountain, Tonglu Mountain was massive. It was like a maze filled with valleys and mines. Every time he found a piece of bronze ore, Li Fuchen would carefully search the surroundings. Occasionally, he would use his hand to press on the ground or the mountain walls to permeate his qi and awareness. A pity he didn't find anything. Huang Shaoshan, hurry up and hand over the red copper ore, or else you will regret it. Dream on. You want the red copper ore? Step over my body. You think I don't dare? On this day, in front of inn or cave, 2 outer sect disciples were having a brawl. Not far from the 2 of them was a piece of red copper or the size of a wash basin. Red copper ore was worth 30 points per kg, and there was at least 100 kg here. You guys continue. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. If red copper ore could be found in the ore caves, then there might be more that have yet to be discovered or within the mountains. Swish! Li Fuchen skimmed into the ore cave. The 2 outer sect disciples broke out in cold sweat. They knew who Li Fuchen was, and if Li Fuchen wanted to steal their red copper ore, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The ore cave was deep and gloomy. The outside world was slowly getting further and further away from Li Fuchen. Searching for ores was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Fuchen raised his torch and slowly searched. Every time he found a clue, he would immediately permeate his qi and awareness into the ore walls. After his soul spirit metamorphosis, he could release his awareness for a longer period of time. Initially, it was 15 minutes, but now it was 15 minutes. Every time it took a few breaths, he could release it multiple times a day. On the 3rd day, Li Fuchen finally found something. Deep within the ore walls, he found a green copper or the size of a skull. Too small, it isn't worth digging. A few dozen kg of green copper or was only worth a few hundred contribution points. Li Fuchen used to care about it, but now he didn't. On the 10th day, Li Fuchen finally found a large piece of red copper ore. This piece of red copper ore was a few meters deep within the ore walls. With his awareness, It was about the size of a water tank, with the density of the red copper, or this piece of red copper, or was at least 3,000 kilograms. But this was worth 100,000 contribution points. Without any hesitation, Li Fuqin poured his scarlet fire qi into the iron shovel and began to excavate the red copper ore. 1 hour later, Li Fuqin dug out the red copper, or that was the size of a water tank. 3,800 kilograms. The margin of error is less than 10 kilograms. Chapter 64. Using a special rope to tie up the red copper ore, Li Fuqin carried it and walked out of the ore cave. Seeing the sun again, Li Fuqin was not used to it. After a while, he found the right direction and prepared to leave Tonglu Mountain. Isn't that person Li Fuqin? What kind of, or is behind him? It's so big. On top of a small hill, a figure stood there. Whoosh! Like a leopard cat, the figure quickly went down the mountain and blocked Li Fuqin's path. Li Fuqin, show me the oars on your back. The youth was about 18 or 19 years old and was tall and burly. His arms were thicker than a normal person's thighs. Li Fuqin stopped. Who are you? I am Cui Tai. If you know what's good for you, hand over the oars. No matter what kind of, or was wrapped in the cloth, it was worth a lot of contribution points. Cui Tai. Li Fuqin thought for a moment and quickly found out who Cui Tai was. Cui Tai was the leader of the 7 experts under Fong Lihai. He was ranked 48th in the Tower of Tribulations, and it was rumored that his bone frame was the same as Fong Lihai, a Vajra bone frame. However, Fong Lihai was a 4-star Vajra bone frame, while Cui Tai was a 3-star Vajra bone frame. You aren't worthy. If it is your master, he might be qualified to make a move against me. Li Fuqin said coldly. Arrogant. You think you are worthy of fighting against Senior Brother Fong? I, Cui Tai, can deal with you. Cui Tai was like a raging bull as he shot towards Li Fuqin. Bang! Their fists collided, and Cui Tai was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back, his fist dripping with blood. Li Fuqin didn't even take a step back. Hiss! Cui Tai was in so much pain that he inhaled a breath of cold air. He felt as though the bones in his fist were shattered. He lifted his head in disbelief and stared at Li Fuqin in a daze. Li Fuqin was ranked 60 in the Tower of Tribulations while he was ranked 48. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to be his match. With the 3-star Vajra bone frame, he was naturally suited to cultivate body refinement techniques. Moreover, he had indeed cultivated both iron skin and golden bell shield to the perfected realm. The iron mantle and the golden bell shield complemented each other. If one were to train in one of them alone, he would at most have a strength of over 2,000 pounds. If the two were to be cultivated together, he would be able to achieve a strength of 3,500 jin. Apart from that, when the golden bell canopy and iron mantle were combined, the defense was extremely strong. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the skin was made of copper and the bones of iron, but it was actually broken by a single punch from Li Fuqin. Could he be cultivating the crimson battle form? A thought flashed through Cui Tai's mind. Amongst the outer sect disciples, Yuan Tian was the undisputed number 1. Even Fong Lihai had to restrain his arrogance when facing Yuan Tian, not daring to show the slightest bit of arrogance. As for Yuan Tian, he was the only one among the 30,000 outer sect disciples who had mastered the crimson battle form to perfection and had a strength of 2,500 pounds. 1 year ago, among the top 10 rankers of the Trial Tower, 2 of them had joined hands to fight Yuan Tian. However, they were easily suppressed by Yuan Tian. When their attacks landed on Yuan Tian, they could only cause him some superficial wounds. His astonishing defense left everyone dumbfounded. A year had passed, and it was said that Yuan Tian had already mastered the tiger crane, flying cloud force. His strength had broken through the limit of 5,000 jin, but no one knew how much he had actually achieved. It must be the crimson battle form. Otherwise, None of the yellow class peak tier body tempering techniques would be able to break through my golden bell canopy and iron mantle. Chui Tai roared in his heart. Rumble. Throwing the red copper or behind him, Li Fuchin walked towards Chui Tai step by step. You threw a punch just now it's my turn. Hearing this, Chui Tai drew his steel sword without any hesitation. Yes, not a wooden sword, but a steel sword. To deal with someone who cultivated the crimson battle form, a steel sword was required. If not, a wooden sword would only be able to break the skin. Li Fuchin, in a fight between martial artists, it isn't about who has the strongest defense. With a flick of his wrist, Chui Tai used a sword move from the raging wave sword style to attack Li Fuchin. Too slow. With a sway of his body, Li Fuchin easily dodged Chui Tai's sword move and landed a punch on Chui Tai's chest. PFFF, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chui Tai felt that at least 2 of his ribs were broken. How could he have known that after cultivating the interception form Dao, Li Fuchin's speed and reflexes didn't increase by much? Turning around, Li Fuchin prepared to carry the red copper ore and leave. Li Fuchin, you beat up my men, and you're going to leave just like that? Aren't you looking down on me, Fong Lai Hai? A voice echoed from a nearby ore cave. Soon enough, Fong Lai Hai walked out from the ore cave. Originally, Fong Lai Hai and Chui Tai came to MT Tonglu to look for ores, but separated for a few days. Fong Lai Hai. Li Fuchin put down the red copper ore, his eyes filled with battle intent. Ever since he had a chat with Gao Changtian, he knew he underestimated Fong Lai Hai. Fong Lai Hai cultivated the golden bell canopy, iron-clothed shirt, and even cultivated the iron dipper form. His ability was unfathomable. It wasn't wrong to treat him as Chui Tai's evolved form. Sweeping a glance at Chui Tai, Fong Lai Hai frowned. His opponent's injuries were more severe than he imagined. To be able to break Chui Tai's golden bell canopy and iron-clothed shirt, I have underestimated you. A pity no one is here to help you this time. Had it not been for Gao Changtian, Li Fuchin would have been bedridden for a few weeks. Li Fuchin said, I, Li Fuchin, do not need anyone's help. Fong Lai Hai, make your move. I know you cultivate the iron dipper form. Let me see what stage your iron dipper form is at. What? You know I cultivate the iron dipper form? Fong Lai Hai's pupils shrank. That's right, it should be Gao Changtian who told you. But all this is meaningless now. You broke 2 of Chui Tai's ribs. I will break 4 of yours. Fong Lai Hai walked towards Li Fuchin step by step. Li Fuchin smiled and walked towards Fong Lai Hai as well. The 2 of them walked faster and faster until they finally collided. Dong! In a split second, the 2 fists collided. Fong Lai Hai's fist had traces of gold and black. It didn't look like it was made of flesh and blood, but more like it was forged from steel. On the outside of the fist, there was a layer of pale black qi that was surging with qi. Li Fuchin's fist had a glossy and tough skin with a hint of scarlet red. It still looked like a fist made of flesh, but it was no longer a human's. The skin was as tough as a demonic beast skin. On the outside of the fist, there was a layer of pale, red, blazing qi. When the 2 fists collided, a valiant qi burst out and formed a sphere that engulfed the both of them. Immediately after, the ground beneath their feet trembled. In the next moment, a massive force sent the both of them flying. Crimson battle form, completion, rank. Fong Lai Hai was enraged. His qi was stronger than Li Fuchin, but his fist wasn't as hard as Li Fuchin's, neither was his physical strength. One must know that after practicing the iron dipper body, his physical strength had reached over 2,000 kilograms. Strong indeed. Li Fuchin didn't know before exchanging blows, but after exchanging blows, he realized that he still underestimated Fong Lai Hai. He can actually fight evenly with Fong Shixiao. The severely injured Chui Tai was flabbergasted. No one knew Fong Lai Hai's ability better than him. Chapter 65. I don't believe it. Watch as I break your crimson battle form. Fong Lai Hai stomped on the ground and shot towards Li Fuchen like an arrow. Li Fuchen had the intention to break Fong Lia Hai's golden bell canopy, steel-clothed shirt, and iron dipper form. He didn't retreat nor give way. Concentrating a powerful force on his right fist, he tore through the air and punched. Dong! The deep sound was like thunder, causing one's heart to palpitate. Dong, 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 dong. Next, the two of them disregarded defense and went all out on offense. As one of the 10 prodigies, Fong Lia Hai's combat ability was exceptional. Be it his reaction speed or attack speed, they were all top-notch. But Li Fuchen's combat ability was even more insane. His reaction speed and attack speed were obviously above Fong Lia Hai's. Out of 10 punches from Fong Lai Hai, only 2 would hit Li Fuchen. And out of 10 punches from Li Fuchen, at least 3 would hit Fong Lai Hai. As time dragged on, Fong Lai Hai found it hard to endure. His defense was strong, but it wasn't at the stage where he could ignore attacks. Normally, a punch with 10,000 kilograms of force would cause his blood to boil. But if he was hit too many times, his blood would definitely dissipate. Torrential storm hit. Taking a deep breath, Fong Lai Hai executed a peak tier, yellow class fist art, torrential storm fist style. The dense fist shadows were like a storm, dense and unstoppable. In an instant, Li Fuchen suffered 3 to 4 punches. But with the increase of fist shadows, the force was dispersed. Each fist shadow only had the strength of 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms, which wasn't even enough to push Li Fuchen back. But Li Fuchen didn't have any intention of dodging. He directly struck at Fong Lia Hai's chest. This palm was the mountain-splitting palm. The mountain-splitting palm was only a mid-tier, yellow-class palm art. But do not underestimate the power of the mountain-splitting palm. After cultivating the mountain-splitting palm to the trance realm, the mountain-splitting palm had already broken away from its original limitations. With a single palm strike, the force resonated and injured Fong Lia Hai's lungs. PFFF. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Fong Lai Hai was shocked. Desperately trying to increase the distance between them, Fong Lai Hai drew his steel sword. Against others, Fong Lai Hai wouldn't use his real sword. If he made a mistake, he might kill his foe. According to the Tsanglan sect's rules, murderers must pay with their lives. Even prodigies were no exception. But against Li Fuchen, it was different. No matter what, the steel sword wouldn't be able to kill him in a single slash. It would at most injure him. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant and drew his steel sword as well. Ding ding dang dang. Sparks flew as the two swords clashed. Fong Lia Hai's sword art was a peak-tier, yellow-class sword art, the Raging Waves sword art. Fong Lia Hai, who had already trained the Raging Wave sword art to the great completion realm, was like a raging wave, layer upon layer, the sword energy surging. It was invulnerable. Li Fuchen didn't execute the red jade sword style or the scarlet fire sword style. Instead, he executed the Shaoshang sword style. The Little Shang sword technique. S movements were large and bold. The power of the sword was majestic. Every sword strike had an earth-shattering power. As Li Fuchen cultivated the Shaoshang sword style to the trance stage, the might of the Shaoshang sword style reached the next level. In terms of pure power, even the Scarlet Jade sword art could not compare to it. Only the Scarlet Fire sword art could. Gathering his chi, Li Fuchen cleaved at Fong Lia Hai with the mountain river split. The battle between the two was like a needle against an awl. It was extremely thrilling. Li Fuchen's combat ability was slightly more outstanding, and his attack speed was slightly faster. But Fong Lia Hai wasn't a mediocre person. With a 4-star Vajrabone frame, he was at the peak in all aspects. In such a short period of time, it wouldn't be easy for Li Fuchen to defeat his opponent. Raging Waves. After a long battle, Fong Lia Hai got anxious and executed the strongest move of the Raging Waves sword style, Even the moist energy in the air was attracted over to amplify the sword style's prowess. Clear Breeze Sword. Once a person was anxious, they would lose their sense of propriety and reveal a slight flaw. Li Fuqin changed his sword stance and executed the final move of the Clear Breeze sword style. This sword was too fast, so fast that Fong Lihai couldn't even see it. He only felt the clear breeze and couldn't see the sword. PFFF. Fong Lihai's left shoulder went numb, as though he was bitten by a venomous bug. The raging wave's sword style ended without a trace. Fong Lihai lowered his head to take a look. Only now did his left shoulder start to bleed, due to his golden bell canopy, steel-clothed shirt, and the even stronger iron dipper form. The bleeding stopped quickly. "Are you trying to tickle me?" Fong Lihai roared and used another raging wave's sword style move at Li Fuqin. Li Fuqin's side, the Clear Breeze sword style was fast, but it was lacking in firepower. Against someone who didn't have a strong defense, it was enough to deal a fatal blow. But against Fong Lihai, it only scratched his skin. But the Xiao Shang sword style was big and wide, which meant that it could only go head-on against Fong Lihai and couldn't hit his opponent with tricks. Since that is the case, receive this blade of mine. Li Fuqin thrusted with his steel sword and instantly accelerated, as though he entered into another world. The next moment, sparks flew. Li Fuqin's sword grazed past Fong Lihai's sword and pierced deeply into his right shoulder. Clang! Fong Lihai's steel sword flew out of his right hand and smashed onto the rocky ground. Red Jade sword style's ultimate move. Death of the Red Jade. This move pushed the burst power to the limit. With a second acceleration, it was enough to penetrate the opponent's defenses. Fong Lihai, you should be glad that I am also an outer sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect. If I was your enemy, you would be dead by now. Carrying the red copper ore, Li Fuqin spoke coldly. Fong Lihai still couldn't believe that he lost to Li Fuqin, lost to a normal bone frame. The arrogant and domineering Fong Lihai couldn't accept this fact. He was one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect, a genius that only appears once in a century in Shanghai City. His father and family had high hopes for him. This is impossible. Fong Lihai stood there motionless. Glancing at Fong Lihai, Li Fuqin turned and left, gradually getting further away. After a long while, Fong Lihai finally regained his senses. Looking at Li Fuqin's departing figure, he growled, "Li Fuqin, this isn't over yet. At the Outer Sect tournament, I will definitely defeat you." Back at the Zhonglan sect's mission hall, the red copper ore that Li Fuqin carried back brought him 114,000 contribution points. The mission elder was already used to it and didn't want to provoke Li Fuqin anymore. For such a person, even if he had a normal bone frame, his future achievements would definitely surpass the mission elder. Outer sect elders weren't like inner sect elders. They were all at the Earth realm. With over 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuqin was once again wealthy. He redeemed 60 Dragon Tiger elixirs and spent 90,000 contribution points. Days passed by. The news of Li Fuqin defeating Fong Lihai didn't spread out. In the entire outer sect, only the 3 of them knew of this incident. Li Fuqin couldn't possibly flaunt it. Fong Lihai couldn't possibly expose his own scars. Chui Tai was Fong Lihai's right-hand man and wouldn't publicize this incident. After all, he lost to Li Fuqin too. Chapter 66. 3,000 Gene. 7,000 Gene. 8,000 Gene. 60 Dragon Tiger pills forcefully increased Li Fuqin's physical strength from 5,000 kg to 8,000 kilograms. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that even without qi, Li Fuqin's physical strength was enough to crush any outer sect disciple that wasn't in the top 500. As for regular 9th level qi realm martial artists, Li Fuqin killed them instantly. Of course, while Li Fuqin was progressing, everyone was progressing as well. In the Tower of Tribulations, Guan Shui's ranking finally surpassed Li Fuchen and reached an astonishing rank of 16. That's right, Guan Shui had shot up from 98 to 16. After being in the Azure Water sect for a year and a half, she had reached the pinnacle in all aspects. He was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. The White Wave incantation had reached the highest realm, the 9th level. After cultivating the 7-star body, forging to perfection, one would have the strength of 3,000 kilograms. At the same time, she'd also redeemed a low-grade, profound, rank body refinement technique, the Sky Cloud battle physique. At this point, the Outer Sect's top 10 prodigies had all entered the top 20 of the Tower of Trials. Guan Shui was the youngest, only 15 years old. But among the Outer Sect's 10 prodigies, the oldest was only 17 years old. Most of them were 16. There were only 2 months left until the Outer Sect competition. There was a huge change in the Tower of Trials rankings. The first place was still Yuan Tian, but the time had changed from 15 to 10. The second was Shang Guanhong, 15 scales. 5th, Zhao Mingyue, 18 scales. The 8th highest Sky, 20 scales. 9th, Feng Laihai, 20 scales. The 12th, Wu Qingmei, 22nd scale. The 16th Pass of Snow, 24 scales. 18th, Qin Xiaoyu, 25 scales. As for Li Fuchen, he dropped from 60th to 68th. Ever since the last time he challenged the Tower of Trials, he had never come here again. He didn't care much about the Tower of Trials ranking, but others didn't think so. A normal bone frame is still a normal bone frame. It is far inferior to a prodigy. Heaven's prodigies are able to grow at high speed, while ordinary bone frames can only rely on perception. Perception is something that is too illusory and not too reliable. There is still 2 more months before the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. From what I see, Li Fuchen's ranking will continue to drop. In the Outer Sect Disciple Zone, everyone was discussing fervently. In the middle of the courtyard, Li Fuchen was facing a human-sized boulder. The boulder seemed to have experienced the passage of time. Its edges and corners had long been worn flat. Occasionally, when the wind blew, there would be dust flying. A few meters away, Zhu Hongxiu watched, without blinking. She, who possessed the 3-star blazing flame bone frame, finally passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations a few months ago and became a first-grade Outer Sect disciple. It just so happened that there was an empty courtyard beside Li Fuchen's, so she moved over. Facing the giant boulder, Li Fuchen punched again and again at the giant boulder. The cold fist wind was like a bone-scraping steel knife, scraping off layers of powder on the giant boulder. When the wind blew, the powder filled the sky. The release of Qi was something only Earth realm martial artists could do. Those below the Earth realm might not be able to release their Qi externally, but it was still easy for them to create fist wind. Even an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts would be able to create a gust of wind with a single punch. However, most people's punches did not carry any killing power, even mortal realm warriors. But Li Fuchen's physical strength was too overwhelming. His cultivation had advanced from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. With his Qi and physical strength complementing each other, the fist wind carried lethal power. Don't even mention a normal person who didn't have the means to cultivate. Even a low-leveled mortal realm martial artist would die on the spot if he got hit by the fist wind. If they knew your current ability, they wouldn't be talking about you like that. Zhu Hongxiu praised. Withdrawing his fist, Li Fuchen shook off the dust on his body. What I pursue is the pinnacle of the martial Tao, not their flattery. This world is very realistic. If your fist is hard enough, whatever you say will be the truth. If your fist isn't hard enough, everything is just an illusion and can be destroyed at any moment. Rather than wasting time on fighting for fame and fortune, why not work hard to strengthen yourself? His father was the patriarch of the Li clan, but he was dismissed just like that and demoted to a branch family. Why? Because the Li clan's strongest expert was the founder, not his father. If his father was the Li clan's strongest expert, no one would dare to defy him, which is why it was useless to say more. One's own ability would never change. As for other things, they could change at will. No wonder you can reach this stage. In terms of temperament, I have never seen anyone more determined than you. Zhu Hongxiu had to admit that Li Fuqin gave her a good impression, but she didn't know if it was because she liked him. Of course, at this stage, she couldn't be thinking about relationships, as the Zhu clan still needed her to carry the burden. Has Qin Xiaoyu been bothering you for the past few months? Li Fuqin asked. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head. Nope, but I have a premonition that he will be coming to find trouble with you soon. Qin Xiaoyu and Guan Shui both fought their way into the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. Under such circumstances, it was easy to get overconfident. What's more, Li Fuqin was too low profile. So low profile that everyone thought he was out of ideas. Li Fuqin laughed. If he dares to come, I will give him an unforgettable memory. Li Fuqin, get your ass out here. Just as Li Fuqin finished his sentence, a thunderous voice came from outside the courtyard. Who else could it be but Qin Xiaoyu? Outside the courtyard, Qin Xiaoyu's expression was cold and murderous. Qin Xiaoyu could allow himself to fail, but he would never allow himself to fail in front of a woman. The last time Li Fuqin humiliated him in front of Zhu Hongxiu, he had always kept this grudge in his heart. Now he wanted Li Fuqin to return it tenfold. What a coincidence! Li Fuqin raised his brows. Zhu Hongxiu frowned. Li Fuqin, be careful. Even though she knew Li Fuqin's ability was exceptional, but she didn't know anything about Qin Xiaoyu's background and couldn't help but worry. It's nothing. Li Fuqin walked forward and opened the courtyard door. As the courtyard door opened, Li Fuqin appeared in front of Qin Xiaoyu's eyes. But soon enough, Zhu Hongxiu appeared too, which made him burn with anger. He thought Zhu Hongxiu was already together with Li Fuqin. If not, why would she come to his courtyard in broad daylight? Good, very good. Zhu Hongxiu, you slut. I thought you were pure and innocent. Who would have thought you are just a little slut? Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. Hearing this, Zhu Hongxiu's face turned ashen and her almond eyes were spitting fire. Li Fuqin coldly said, Watch your words. Li Fuqin, today I want you to lick my shoe. The more Qin Xiaoyu thought about it, the angrier he got. The woman he chased for so long ended up with someone else without a word. As a self-proclaimed romantic, he couldn't wait to kill the both of them. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was too loud. Unknowingly, a circle of first-grade outer sect disciples surrounded them. This Li Fuqin sure knows how to stir up trouble. Wasn't it enough to provoke Feng Lai Hai? Now he provoked Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu is ranked 18 in the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuqin is out of luck. It isn't as simple as being out of luck. Didn't you hear? Qin Xiaoyu's female disciple, Zhu Hongxiu, seems to have been snatched away by Li Fuqin. Damn, snatching a prodigy's woman. No wonder Qin Xiaoyu is so angry. If it was me, I would kill them. Chapter 67. There are more and more onlookers, and everyone started talking at once. However, most of them sided with Qin Xiaoyu. First-grade outer sect disciples were basically all 3 starbone frames, or even 4 starbone frames. They had always looked down on those below the 3 starbone frame. Li Fuqin, who was a normal bone frame, was naturally a target that they looked down on. However, Li Fuqin's progress was too terrifying. Even if they looked down on him, they didn't dare to provoke Li Fuqin. Now that they knew that Li Fuqin stole Qin Xiaoyu's woman, they were all filled with righteous indignation, as though they were the ones who had their women stolen. Especially since Zhu Hongxiu was one of the 4 beauties of the outer sect. She had countless admirers. If she were to walk together with Qin Xiaoyu, they wouldn't say anything. A beauty paired with a prodigy, it was only natural. What they couldn't understand was why Zhu Hongxiu chose Li Fuqin. Was it just because of Li Fuchen's valiant performance? Did she not value potential? It was like seeing a beautiful woman in the arms of an ugly man on the street. His heart ached. Junior's sister Guan Shui. This fiancé of yours is truly a troublemaker. If he was a 3-star bone frame, no, even a 2-star bone frame, how good would it be? On a small path not far away, 3 graceful female disciples stood side by side. The peerlessly beautiful female disciple in the middle was Guan Shui. On her left was a tall female disciple with phoenix eyes, and on her right was a petite female disciple who was shorter than 2 people by half a head. The female disciple with phoenix eyes was called Tong Yueming. She shook her head and said to Guan Shui. Guan Shui didn't like Tong Yueming's joke. Senior Sister Tong, I've already told you that I have nothing to do with him. This joke isn't funny at all. Senior Tong, why are you so concerned about Li Fuchen? Could it be? The delicate female disciple called Guan Xiaoye giggled. Tong Yueming raged. You little girl, how dare you tease your senior sister Tong? Sweeping a stern glance at Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen walked out of the courtyard and said slowly, one fist. What did you say? The 9th level of the Purple Qi manual circulated to its limit. Qin Xiaoyu's body emitted an incomparably domineering aura. Even his eyes were purple. After enduring for a few months, the current him was no longer the same as before. So he didn't understand the meaning of Li Fuchen's fist? 1 punch to decide the outcome? Or defeat him with 1 punch? Either way, he could not bear it. I only need 1 punch to deal with you. 5 steps away from Qin Xiaoyu, Li Fuchen stopped. Clenching his right fist, a pale red qi was produced like a blazing flame. Arrogant. It wasn't just Qin Xiaoyu. Everyone else felt that Li Fuchen was too arrogant. Who does he think he is? Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in 1 punch? Even Fang Laihai and Gao Changtian might not be able to do that. Of the outer sect's 10 prodigies, there are no more than 4 who can do this. I finally know why he's so good at stirring up trouble. He's simply too arrogant. He doesn't even care about the geniuses. Just you wait. Qin Xiaoyu will humiliate him. The indignant crowd couldn't wait to see Qin Xiaoyu defeat Li Fuchen. You don't have absolute strength, yet you dare to speak with such an absolute tone. There's nothing else to see. Let's go. Guan Shui frowned. Tong Yueming said, What's the rush? There might really be a miracle. It won't take much time anyway. Yeah. Senior Sister Guan Shui, let's wait and see. Guan Xiaoye was also very curious. How can a miracle happen so easily? You two are too naive. Even though she said so, Guan Shui still stayed behind. Unforgivable. Li Fuchen, just because of those words, I will break 3 of your ribs. Qi and blood surged from the 7 acupoints within his body. Qin Xiaoyu's qi presence increased once again, just like a demon god. With a flash of his body, he turned into a blurry shadow that skimmed towards Li Fuchen. In the blink of an eye, a purple fist was thrown out. 9th rank purple qi technique. Completion rank of 7-star forged body. Peak tier yellow class fist art. Purple qi from the east. The combination of these 3 skills resulted in Qin Xiaoyu's 18th rank in the Tower of Tribulations. Huff, huff, huff. Li Fuchen's hair was blown backwards, as though a whirlwind was blowing. Just as the fist was about to hit Li Fuchen's chest, Li Fuchen punched. It was impossible to describe the speed of this punch. Wrapped in light red true qi, his fist punched out in a simple manner. Due to the extreme speed, even the air seemed to tremble for a moment. But it was actually the distortion of the air caused by the fist. Just as Qin Xiaoyu's fist was 3 inches away from Li Fuchen's chest, Li Fuchen's fist arrived first and landed on Qin Xiaoyu's chest. PFFF, spurting fresh blood. Qin Xiaoyu flew backwards in fear. 3 crisp sounds could be heard from within his chest. It was obviously the sound of 3 ribs being broken. Ironic. He said he wanted to break 3 of Li Fuchen's ribs, but Li Fuchen broke 3 of his ribs instead. There was nothing more ironic than this. The extreme contrast almost caused him to collapse. He screamed in his heart, why was this happening? Why was Li Fuchen so strong? Why did he always lose face in front of Zhu Hongxiu? Why was the result of his hard work like this? How is this possible? The spectators were flabbergasted and couldn't believe their eyes. He really defeated Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch, without any suspense. Could this all be a dream, an illusion? Does this even make sense? To defeat a prodigy in a single punch? Does he want to break the definition of a prodigy? Devil, he must be a devil. Everyone had the same reaction as Qin Xiaoyu. They couldn't accept this fact and felt their worldview crumbling. The moment Li Fuchen executed his punch, Guan Shui's heart trembled. She had never imagined that something like this would actually happen. Defeating Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch meant he could defeat her in a single punch too. Why was this happening? Guan Shui's worldview was crumbling too. Tong Yuemeng and Guan Xiaoya opened their red lips and couldn't speak for a long time. I feel that I am starting to like him. After a while, Tong Yuemeng muttered, Too domineering. Too domineering. This was her ideal partner. At this moment in her mind, Li Fuchen's figure overlapped with Yuan Tian's figure. Equally domineering. Similarly, he was shockingly talented. The only difference was that one was a 5-star bone frame, while the other was a normal bone frame. As for Guan Xiaoya, she let out a kitten-like soft moan. She couldn't control her vocal cords at all. Sweeping a glance at the crowd, Li Fuchen acted as though he did something insignificant. He turned back to the courtyard and closed the door. Outside the courtyard, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were filled with bitter smiles and shock. They had a faint premonition that 2 months later at the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, there would be an earth-shattering event. Li Fuchen might become a taboo existence, like Yuan Tian, a different taboo existence. Chapter 68. The news of Li Fuchen severely injuring Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch was like a wildfire on the plains, spreading without restraint. Wherever the news spread, it was followed by the gasps of the crowd. They originally thought that prodigies improved at a fast pace and that Li Fuchen was already at his wit's end. Who would have thought that Li Fuchen's improvement was even faster? To be able to severely injure Qin Xiaoyu in a single punch, his ability was at least in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations. Li Fuchen didn't care about any of the commotion in the outside world. Whenever he was free, he would go fishing for treasure fish at Songlan Lake. In the past few months, after purchasing 60 dragon tiger pills, he was left with 29,500 contribution points. During the process of cultivating the interception form Dao, due to his frequent trips to Songlan Lake, his contribution points once again reached a staggering 90,000. But after redeeming the second batch of 60 dragon tiger pills, Li Fuchen's contribution points were instantly emptied. So for the next 2 months, he decided to spend his time at Songlan Lake, cultivating and fishing at the same time. 8,500 kilograms, 9,500 kilograms, 9,500 kilograms, 10,000 kilograms. With only a week left until the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the interception form Dao to the completion stage of the second rank. His physical strength reached the 10,000 kilograms class. Originally, with just 60 dragon tiger pills, it was impossible to cultivate the interception form Dao to the completion stage. And Li Fuchen didn't have any more contribution points to redeem dragon tiger pills. Fortunately, Songlan Lake had nothing but treasure fish. For the past few days, Li Fuchen would eat a few first-tier or second-tier treasure fish every few days. A level 1 treasure fish was worth 100 contribution points per gene. 10 gene would be worth 1,000 contribution points. Eating one was already comparable to a dragon tiger pill. A second-tier treasure fish was worth 1,000 points per kg. Eating one was equivalent to a few dragon tiger pills. As his physical strength reached 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen's body weight soared to 60 kilograms. Every inch of his body was unimaginably tough. But at 175 he didn't look too muscular. He still had that lean appearance. With a quick glance, he would at most weigh around 130 kilograms, giving off a tough vibe. Body refinement techniques aren't something anyone can cultivate. This body of strength, if converted into gold coins, would be at least 600,000 gold coins. Li Fuchen lamented. From a few hundred kg of physical strength to 10,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen consumed a total of 500 body-tempering pills, 120 dragon tiger pills, and a number of treasure fishes. If converted into contribution points, it would be 300,000 plus or 600,000 plus gold coins. In fact, 600,000 was a fair price. In the outside world, rare elixirs like the body-tempering elixir were easily fought over. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that raising a martial artist with the strength of 10,000 jin was enough to bankrupt a clan. Even the Li clan would suffer a great loss and suffer a great loss. And this was only the strength of 10,000 jin. If it was 20,000 jin, 50,000 jin, or 100,000 jin, who knew how many resources it would consume? Most importantly, as his power increased, ordinary resources were no longer of any use. Right now, Li Fuchen needed the high-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill, Dragon Tiger Pill. Once the interception form Dao reached the completion rank, he would probably need peak-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pills. A peak-tier, yellow-class body-tempering pill was worth 10,000 contribution points, which was about 20,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it gave Li Fuchen a headache. I wonder what the highest grade of elixir in the sect is. Even though the path of body refinement was difficult, out of 10,000 people, perhaps only one could persevere till the end. But Li Fuchen wouldn't give up on this path. He believed that with his own ability, he would definitely be able to obtain sufficient resources. And with sufficient resources, the path of body refinement would continue to progress. Due to eating too many first-tier and second-tier treasure fishes, Li Fuchen didn't eat much in these 2 months. When he arrived at the mission hall, all the treasure fishes added up to only 4,000 contribution points, which was better than nothing. This was the first time the mission elder saw Li Fuchen reaping so little rewards. He felt much better and thought to himself, so this kid has times of failure too. On the way back to his courtyard, Li Fuchen saw a shocking scene. Wu Qingmei, who was closer to Shang Guanhong, was actually walking together with a youth with a tiger's back. If he didn't guess wrongly, this youth should be the outer sect's top 10 prodigies. Tower of Tribulations rank 1, Yuan Tian. The outer sect's only 5-star bone frame. This Wu Qingmei isn't simple. Li Fuchen thought to himself. He couldn't be bothered with other people's matters. Withdrawing his gaze, he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Yuan Tian saw Li Fuchen and called out to him, "Li Fuchen, wait up!" "What's the matter?" Li Fuchen asked. Yuan Tian replied, "My name is Yuan Tian. You should know my name. How about it? Are you interested in becoming my follower? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. It's purely because I admire you." Li Fuchen replied with a question. "I am just a normal bone frame. I shouldn't have any value to you." Yuan Tian laughed. "Potential is important, but the current situation is just as important. Placing your hopes on potential, in my opinion, is just a cowardly act. To be able to burst out with prodigy class ability, it proves that you aren't a normal person. I am glad to hear your evaluation of me, but I will not be anyone's follower." Li Fuchen shook his head. Wu Qingmei, who was beside Yuan Tian, advised, "Li Fuchen, you better reconsider. Yuan Shixiang is a 5-star bone frame. If he were to redeem anything in the sect, he would get a 30% discount. If you were to become his follower, there would be plenty of benefits in the future. In the Tsanglan sect, the hierarchy was extremely strict. Outer sect disciples were separated into third grade, second grade, and first grade. Above the first grade were the prodigies. Prodigies may be first grade outer sect disciples, but when they redeemed anything in the sect, they were all at half price. As the leader of the prodigies and the only 5-star bone frame, Yuan Tian only required a 30% discount. Li Fuchen was naturally envious, but he couldn't become anyone's follower. Hence, he rejected Yuan Tian. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei said, "He sure doesn't know what's good for him." Yuan Tian didn't mind. "It doesn't matter. I am just curious about him and want to understand him better." As a king amongst the outer sect disciples, he didn't put anyone in his eyes, which was why he wouldn't get angry. From afar, a figure hurriedly ran over. "Wu Shimi, now that you have changed your mind, I will forgive you." "Oh." The person who came was Shang Guanhong with a mournful expression. Wu Qingmei's expression turned cold. "Shang Guanxixiang, I have never liked you." "What do you mean by changing my mind?" "Wu Shimi, don't lie to me. If you don't like me, why did you get so close to me in the first place?" Shang Guanhong shook his head with a face of heartache. Wu Qingmei replied, "I only treated you as a friend. Please don't overthink it." "Wu Shimi, you sure are heartless. Didn't you abandon me because he is stronger than me?" Shang Guanhong pointed at Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian replied indifferently, "Shang Guanhong, clinging on to others is a foolish action. Since Wu Shimi said she doesn't like you, you better give up." "Yuan Tian, just you wait. One day I will defeat you." Shang Guanhong took a look at Yuan Tian and Wu Qingmei before leaving in anger. Chapter 69. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the outer sect competition began. The outer sect competition was split into 2 parts. The first part was the challenge competition, and the second part was the ranking competition. All outer sect disciples above the 8th level of the Qi realm would enter the 100 Beasts forest together. Only the first 20 disciples to pass through the forest would have the chance to participate in the actual outer sect disciple ranking competition. On the empty ground in front of the 100 Beasts forest, more than 10,000 outer sect disciples gathered together. In front of them, the outer sect Grand Elder Xiao Changfeng had his back facing the 100 Beasts forest as he shouted, "In the 100 Beasts forest, other than killing, there are no other rules. Only the first 20 people to pass through the 100 Beasts forest will have the right to compete in the ranking competition. The rest will be eliminated. Also, I have to remind you that the 100 Beasts forest is very big. The sect has bred over 100 types of Class 1 demonic beasts. Some of the demonic beasts have even mutated and become extremely powerful. Therefore, among you, there might be some who can't walk out of the 100 Beasts forest alive." He was actually just scaring the crowd. Just in case, other than the 10,000 plus outer sect disciples, dozens of outer sect elders and thousands of outer sect deacons would also be entering. Of course, in every outer sect disciple tournament, deaths were very common. After all, accidents were bound to happen, and the sect could only try their best to reduce these accidents. Within the crowd, there were 5 individuals from Yunwu City. They were Li Fuchen, Guan Shui, Zhu Hongxiu, Yang Kai, and Xin Tuju. Li Fuchen and Guan Shui were at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Zhu Hongxiu, Kai Yang, and Xin Tuju were all at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Among them, Zhu Hongxiu was at the mid-8th Qi realm, Yang Kai was at the peak 8th Qi realm, and Xin Tuju was at the early 8th Qi realm. Sneaking glances at Li Fuchen, Yang Kai, and Shen Tuju had complicated and gloomy expressions. In Yunwu City, they were the pride of the heavens. They got whatever they wanted. Even the leaders of the smaller forces had to be polite to them. But when they came to the Azure Water sect, they were nothing. When they first arrived, because they weren't used to the sect's atmosphere, They were beaten up a few times for putting on airs. But compared to them, Li Fuchen, who was just a normal bone frame, was doing well in the outer sect. Not only did he not get beaten up, he went around beating people up instead. There was no lack of geniuses among them. This made them shocked and jealous. "All right, everyone enter the 100 Beasts Forest." Outer Sect Great Elder Xiao Chongfeng waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, the 10,000-plus Outer Sect disciples were like countless little fishes, entering the 100 Beasts Forest in a single line. "Elder Xiao, it seems like there are quite a few good seedlings in this year's Outer Sect disciple competition." The Outer Sect elder at the side turned his head and said to Xiao Chongfeng. Xiao Chongfeng nodded. Based on this old man's many years of experience, this year's Outer Sect disciple competition is catching up to the previous one. 2 years ago, Sword Maniac's generation? An Outer Sect elder was shocked. Sword Maniac's batch could be said to be a gathering of heroes. Not only was there Sword Maniac, but there was also Sword Tiger and a Motionless Sword. The 3 of them were now direct disciples, and their cultivation had reached the Disha realm. There was a saying in the sect that Sword Maniac's batch was the strongest batch in the past century. Elder Xiao said, "This year's top 10 geniuses, Yuan Tian, is comparable to Sword Tiger from back then. Shang Guanhong is slightly weaker than Heartless Sword. In addition, there are 10 geniuses this year, while there were only 8 geniuses the year before that. Therefore, they are still slightly comparable." That's true. All the Outer Sect elders nodded their heads. Within the 100 Beasts Forest, it was gloomy and gloomy, with demonic qi pervading the air. Over 10,000 Outer Sect disciples entered the forest, but like a clay ox entering the sea, there wasn't any commotion. On the treetops, on the canopy, or in the bushes, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of the Outer Sect deacons. The Tsanglan sect had a strict hierarchy. From the lowest to the highest, they were Outer Sect Deacon Apprentice, Inner Sect Deacon Apprentice, Outer Sect Deacon, Inner Sect Deacon, Outer Sect Elder, and Inner Sect Elder. Outer Sect Deacon Apprentices were naturally at the Qi realm. Inner Sect Deacon Apprentices and Outer Sect Deacons were at the Origin realm. Inner Sect Deacon Apprentices and Outer Sect Deacons were at the Earth realm, and Inner Sect Elders were at the Heaven realm. Thousands of Outer Sect Deacons were equivalent to thousands of Origin realm martial artists. As long as there weren't any accidents, it would be hard for these Outer Sect disciples to die. Other than that, there were a few dozen Outer Sect Elders that entered the forest. Outer Sect Elders were at the Earth realm. Once they wanted to conceal themselves, even Origin realm martial artists wouldn't be able to detect them. Swish, 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 swish. In the gloomy forest, shadows were shuttling back and forth at different speeds. Li Fuchen was glad that he cultivated the cyclone kick style. Even though this kick style wasn't very useful in battle, it was still very convenient for traveling. Stepping on a large tree branch, Li Fuchen glanced behind him. If his senses weren't wrong, there should be an Outer Sect Deacon following behind him. Outer Sect Deacons were at the Origin realm, and at the Origin realm, one could cultivate light body techniques. Body refinement techniques were at least peak tier, yellow class. Light body techniques were at least mystic class, low tier. After cultivating light body techniques, one's body would be as light as a swallow and wouldn't make a sound while traveling. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's strong soul spirit and acute senses, he wouldn't have been able to detect the presence of an Outer Sect Deacon. Did this kid discover me? On the big tree behind him, a 40-year-old Outer Sect Deacon had a surprised expression. He cultivated the mystic class, low-tier light body technique, cloud goose technique. When he revolved his qi, there wouldn't be any sound of air being pierced. Of course, the prerequisite was that his speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sound of air being pierced. After all, his cloud goose technique wasn't at the completion stage yet. Only the completion stage of the cloud goose technique could allow one to move at extreme speeds without making any sound. With the cyclone kick style at the trance stage, Li Fuchen's speed was as fast as the wind. Like a shooting star, he overtook one outer sect disciple after another, who, all of a sudden, a blue patterned python as thick as a thigh struck at Li Fuchen. Class 1 high-tier demonic beast, blue patterned python. One of the fastest Class 1 high-tier demonic beasts. With a concealed weapon in his hand, the outer sect deacon behind Li Fuchen was ready to lend a hand at any moment. Actually, Li Fuchen had already seen the blue patterned python, but he was too lazy to change his route. Raising his right fist, Li Fuchen's fist struck the head of the blue patterned python ruthlessly. Pum! Blood splattered as the blue patterned python turned into a headless python. Such a fast strike speed and such a ferocious force. The outer sect deacon was in awe. Li Fuchen's strike speed wasn't inferior to a low-level origin realm martial artist, and his force was even more ferocious. It was easy to send the blue patterned python flying with a single punch, but to burst the head of the blue patterned python with a single punch, this wasn't something anyone could do, be it humans or demonic beasts. The skull was the toughest part of their body. This kid is terrifyingly strong. There is no point in following him. It is better to follow the weaker outer sect disciples. The outer sect deacon's duty was to protect the safety of the outer sect disciples. But Li Fuchen was too strong and didn't require his protection. After all, it was impossible for a Class 2 demonic beast to appear in the 100 Beasts forest. Is he gone? Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he felt uncomfortable being followed. Bursting the blue patterned python's head with a single punch was mainly to test the waters. Chapter 70. The 100 Beasts forest was very, very big. It was located in the middle of a mountain range, extending all the way into the depths of the mountain range. It would take at least 3 days to pass through the 100 Beasts forest. They set off in the morning, and it was already noon. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to continue on his journey. Instead, he took a short break and ate some rations. No one would be able to endure 3 days of nonstop travel. Rather than that, they would naturally rest when it was time to do so and try their best to maintain their peak condition. After resting for 1 hour, Li Fuchen continued his journey. If a peerless expert were to float above the 100 Beast forest and use his powerful consciousness to scan the area, he would discover that the 10,000-plus outer sect disciples were divided into a dozen or so groups. The first batch consisted of Yuan Tian and the rest. They had left the second batch far behind. As Li Fuchen had rested for 1 hour, he was in the 10th batch. As for the 10th batch and beyond, they were just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. They were completely there to make up the numbers, and they also realized that their strength was low, so they didn't go all out. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen passed the 9th batch. Another 1 hour later, Li Fuchen surpassed the 8th batch of people. Just as Li Fuchen was about to catch up to the 7th group, over 100 people surrounded Li Fuchen. The people in the lead were the 7 experts under Fong Lai. Nian Ming spoke slowly. Li Fuchen, I know you are very strong. Among us, none of us can withstand a single move from you. But with the strength of 100 of us, even if you are an immortal, you will not be able to pass through. Li Fuchen stood on a tree branch that was a few meters above the ground, looking down at them. Seems like all of you have given up on the stage. That's right. Only 20 people can pass the trial. In any case, we have no hope, Cui Tai said calmly. Li Fuchen replied, I don't understand. What benefits did Fong Lai give you to make you work so hard? If Li Fuchen didn't have the strength, it wasn't a big deal to offend him. But Li Fuchen had already displayed horrific strength, and these people still dared to do this. There must be a reason. Mei Rualong said, You don't need to know this. Actually, the reason they followed Fong Lai was for the future. As one of the heaven's chosen, Fong Lihai would definitely be able to reach the Heaven Star Border Realm in the future. Following a Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator would bring great benefits to both his family and himself. As for Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if they offended him. Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame and could at most reach the Earth Realm. He couldn't be compared to prodigies. Li Fuchen, I advise you to stay here and not force us to make a move. That's right. With the strength of more than 100 of us, even if you were made of iron, you would still be severely injured on the spot. You are a wise man. You know how to choose. Fong Lihai's underlings shouted. Li Fuchen chuckled. No matter how many wolves there are, how can they compare with a divine dragon? All of you aren't qualified. Finished speaking, Li Fuchen jumped down from the tree, flashed, and rushed forward. Stop him. Beat him to death one by one. His body's defense is very strong anyway. Don't worry about killing him. Shui Tai shouted. So, more than 100 outer sect disciples of the 8th and 9th level of the Qi realm intercepted a single person. It was a grand sight like a tidal wave. A mantis trying to block a chariot. Li Fuchen let out a disdainful laugh and opened up his arms. Like an eagle spreading its wings, he dived towards the oncoming crowd. Pung, 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 a horrifying scene happened. The tidal wave of disciples couldn't stop Li Fuchen's momentum. They were all knocked away and sent flying, spitting out fresh blood and broken bones. Since you have decided to offend me, then be prepared to offend me. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast. Wherever there were more people, he would rush. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet and blood would mix together. Li Fuchen, don't you dare be presumptuous. With Shui Tai as the leader, the 7 experts worked together to attack Li Fuchen. Their sword shadows were like an inescapable net, impenetrable. Get lost! With a spin, Li Fuchen executed the Cyclone Kick Style's Tornado Cloud Remnant. Dense shadows of his kicks shot out in all directions. PFFF, 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 PFFF. The 7 experts spat out blood as they retreated, overwhelmed with shock. Too strong. Li Fuchen's ability could no longer be described as the Qi realm. Even a low-level origin realm martial artist wouldn't be this insane. It wasn't that low-level origin realm martial artists weren't strong enough. It was mainly because the physical defense of a low-level origin realm martial artist was far inferior to Li Fuchen. In that instant, Li Fuchen executed a dozen kicks, but also suffered a dozen swords. Li Fuchen was unscathed, but they spat out blood and retreated. His defense is even stronger, almost twice as strong. Shui Tai took in a deep, cold breath. I don't believe he can withstand so many attacks. The one who spoke was Mei Ruolong. He was shocked and angry at the same time. No matter what body refinement technique, after receiving countless attacks, one's blood would boil. Just like a rock, a hammer might not be able to smash it, but after being smashed many times, even the hardest rock would shatter. Those who can still stand attack. Mei Ruolong bellowed. With the sound of the wind, a dense group of figures rushed at Li Fuchen in waves. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A domineering and blazing Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's figure flashed, and his kicks poured down like a torrential rain. His kicks were as fierce as a violent gale. Those who got hit had their bones shattered and fainted on the spot. Previously, Li Fuchen was still controlling his strength, even though he didn't use his full strength, but he increased his strength to the point where it could instantly inflict serious injuries. It was normal for him to accidentally kill someone, but he couldn't be blamed. Anyone else would be enraged after being surrounded by hundreds of people. He believed that even if he killed someone, the sect wouldn't blame him. In a chaotic battle, who could hold back? Pung! With a kick on Mei Ruolong's shoulder immediately collapsed. With a flash, Li Fuchen kicked Nieming's waist, causing him to fall to the ground and bleeding from his 7 orifices. Enough! Everyone stop! The outer sect deacons who were hiding in the shadows couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed out. They were worried that if this carried on, Li Fuchin would kill a few of them. Chui Tai saw his men getting beaten up so badly, his eyes turned red and rushed at Li Fuchin without a care in the world. Courting death. An outer sect deacon's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a palm strike, he sent Chui Tai flying while vomiting blood. Chui Tai's body slid down a tree. Go. Leave this to us, the leader of the outer sect deacons said to Li Fuchin. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchin tried his best to suppress his growing killing intent and said in a low voice, "Many thanks." Finishing his sentence, he turned and left. What a fiend! A shadow flashed, and an outer sect elder appeared. Elder. All the outer sect deacons bowed their heads. The outer sect elder waved his hand and said, "This child's ability is outstanding and ruthless. Luckily, this is the sect. Had it been outside, not more than half of these people would still be alive. 1 against 100. Within the outer sect, there aren't many who can do it." Chapter 71. After a while, Li Fuchin's murderous aura completely dissipated. If my defense wasn't strong enough, even if my strength was twice as strong, I'm afraid I would still be lying there. This encounter had strengthened Li Fuchin's determination to walk on the path of body refinement. The path of martial arts was extremely dangerous. Now that Li Fuchin was an outer sect disciple, he didn't have to go out for missions. After becoming an inner sect disciple, they would need to complete at least 1 sect mission every year. During the mission, it would be fine if everything went smoothly, but if it didn't, it would be very easy to encounter danger. There were many kinds of dangers, and some of them couldn't be dealt with just because you were strong. For example, in the situation just now, it was impossible to not have any defense. No matter how powerful one was, as long as one was hit, one would still be injured. Once one was injured, one's condition would decline, and the further one went, the harder it would be for one to hold on. The 6th batch. The 5th batch. When evening came, Li Fuchin overtook the 5th group and was now in the same camp as the 4th group. Of course, Li Fuchin didn't know. Running in the increasingly gloomy forest, Li Fuchin's ears suddenly twitched and heard a voice that didn't belong to him. Walala! The bushes on the side parted, and an exceptionally ferocious, blood-red demon beast rushed out. It was a blood-boned leopard. No, the blood-boned leopard wasn't that ferocious, and its eyes weren't purplish-red but red. Could it be a mutated demon beast? Li Fuchin thought to himself. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Their bloodlines were very heterogeneous. For example, a leopard demonic beast might contain the bloodlines of dozens of different demonic beasts. Therefore, if a demonic beast wanted to become stronger, there were only 2 paths. One was mutation, and the other was evolution. Mutation was the fusion of bloodlines, producing a new bloodline. Evolution, on the other hand, was to choose a stronger bloodline and purify one's own bloodline. It was obvious that this was a mutated blood-boned leopard, and its strength was several times stronger than an ordinary blood-boned leopard. Roar! The mutated blood-boned leopard arched its back and shot towards Li Fuchin. With a flash, Li Fuchin dodged the attack of the mutated blood-boned leopard. The blood-boned leopard was a Class 1 high-tier demonic beast, and its speed was already extremely fast. The mutated blood-boned leopard's speed increased by at least 2 folds. Even Li Fuchin would find it hard to dodge. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed instantly. It could be said that this was an accident, and accidents could easily lead to death. Missing its first strike, the mutated blood-boned leopard used its front limbs to support itself on the ground. Raising its long tail, it swept at Li Fuchin like a rod. Bang! Finally, Li Fuchin couldn't dodge and could only use his left arm to block. The body flew out horizontally and Li Fuchin was shocked. Even with his current strength, he still suffered a loss at the hands of the mutated blood skeletal leopard. Fortunately, the mutated blood-boned leopard's forte was its speed, but it lacked in strength. Li Fuchen's left arm merely felt numb and didn't suffer any damage. While in mid-air, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword. The moment he landed, he cleaved at the mutated blood-boned leopard. Clang! The mutated skeletal blood leopard was the same as the skeletal blood leopard. However, the blood-boned leopard's bones were blood-red in color, while the mutated blood-boned leopard's bones were purplish-red in color. The wooden sword struck the purplish-red blood bone, instantly shattering the blood bone. Streams of purplish-red blood sputtered out. Die. Cleaving apart the mutated blood-boned leopard, Li Fuchen gripped his sword with both hands, and with a burst of speed, he thrust it into the throat of the mutated blood-boned leopard. Death of the Red Jade. Withdrawing the sword, the mutated blood-boned leopard slumped to the ground without any signs of life. Even if the mutated blood-boned leopard's ability isn't that far off from a Class 1 demon. Among the mutated life forms, demons were the rulers. A Class 1 demon's physical strength was around 10,000 kilograms. Complemented with the demonic chi that reeked of blood, it was an invincible existence amongst Class 1 demons. There was once a Class 1 demon that appeared in the vicinity of Yunwu City. It took a dozen Origin realm martial artists to kill it. The materials from the mutated blood-boned leopard were valuable, but the most valuable was the demon core within its body. Most mutated demonic beasts had a demon core within their bodies. Slicing open the mutated blood-boned leopard's body, Li Fuchen searched carefully and found a purplish-red crystal within. A Class 1 high-tier demon core was worth around 1,000 gold coins. A Class 1 high-tier mutated demon core was worth around 5,000 gold coins. In the sect, I don't lack contribution points, but I do lack gold coins. Wiping off the bloodstains on the demon core, Li Fuchen kept it in his pocket. The sky gradually darkened. Within the 100 Beasts forest, the demonic chi was getting more and more horrifying. Strange noises could be heard from all directions. Many of the outer sect disciples who wanted to rest were frightened and didn't dare to do so. Just like that, the night passed. After a day and night of traveling, everyone was exhausted. While others were exhausted, Li Fuchen was full of energy and maintained a high speed on his journey. In the morning, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the front lines. Fong Lai Hai, I hope you don't meet me. As Li Fuchen traveled, he scanned his surroundings. Fong Lai Hai sent men to obstruct his path. If he didn't take revenge, he would be too useless. Swish! Passing through a relatively dense forest, Li Fuchen saw a graceful figure. It was Wu Qingmei. Li Fuchen. Wu Qingmei approached. Li Fuchen asked, "Have you seen Fong Lai Hai?" Wu Qingmei shook her head. "Nope." "Many thanks. I shall make a move first." Li Fuchen increased his speed and soon left behind Wu Qingmei, whose mental state was on the decline. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Wu Qingmei had a strange look in her eyes. The Li Fuchen that she didn't think much of at first was now one of the outer sect's most influential figures. Some even compared him to Yuan Tian. With his valiant physical strength, Li Fuchen was full of energy. At noon, Li Fuchen didn't rest and continued on his journey. But other than Wu Qingmei, he didn't see anyone else in the top 20 of the Tower of Tribulations. He reckoned that the others didn't take the same route as him. Since the 100 Beasts forest was huge, it was impossible for everyone to take the same route. On the evening of the second day, Li Fuchen coincidentally met Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian was surprised. "I thought you were ahead of me?" Towards Li Fuchen, his heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that a normal bone frame disciple could explode with such strength? Even he couldn't injure Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch. "Have you seen Fong Lai Hai?" Li Fuchen asked. He should have chosen another route. Why are you looking for him? To settle a personal grudge with him. Li Fuchen didn't elaborate further. Gao Changtian thought for a moment and said, "The deeper you go into the 100 Beasts forest, the narrower the entrance. You might just meet him up ahead." "Is that so? Many thanks." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen gradually pulled away from Gao Changtian. Gao Changtian let out a bitter laugh. For this type of long-distance running, those with a strong physique would have the absolute advantage. His physical strength wasn't weak. After cultivating the 7-star forged body to completion, he chose a low-tier, mystic-class body refinement technique, the Celestial Cloud Battle Body. Chapter 72. On the third morning, Li Fuchen found Fong Lihai in front of a small stream. Fong Lihai. Li Fuchen. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Under the influence of their qi, a gust of wind blew over and blew up dozens of fallen leaves. "They actually caught up to me. Seems like they failed." Fong Lihai spoke with some regret. Li Fuchen replied coldly, "You are a prodigy, yet you resort to such underhanded methods. You have really opened my eyes." Fong Lihai grinned. "In the 100 Beast Forest, there are no other rules except killing. I am just using my advantages to my advantage." Li Fuchen didn't intend to reason with his opponent. He revolved his qi and spoke slowly. "I wonder if the heavily injured you can still be in the top 20. Li Fuchen, do you think I am still the same as I was half a year ago? Now, I'll let you see what level my strength has reached." Fong Lihai's qi presence exploded as the fallen leaves flew into the sky. With a loud roar, Fong Lihai rushed at Li Fuchen like an arrow and sent a punch over. After half a year of cultivation, Fong Lihai's iron armor art had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. Circulating his jinqi, he was able to cover his entire body in an instant, especially the jinqi on his fists. It was a level denser than before. Apart from that, his iron dipper form was also at the 3rd rank, giving him a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms. There is an improvement, but it is still too little. Fong Lihai had a huge improvement, but Li Fuchen had an even bigger improvement. Stepping forward with his left leg, Li Fuchen's fist collided with Fong Lihai's. Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Fong Lihai was sent flying as though he was struck by lightning. He fell into the stream like a drowned rat. "Fong Lihai, we originally didn't have any grudges between us, but you didn't know when to back off. This is your outcome." Li Fuchen didn't intend to let Fong Lihai off so easily and walked over step by step. "Impossible, this is impossible." The stinging pain on his fist caused Fong Lihai's face to turn pale. He looked at the approaching Li Fuchen with fear and screamed out. He couldn't be blamed for panicking. Li Fuchen's performance was just too bizarre. Half a year ago, he was still able to fight with Li Fuchen for a long time. Half a year later, he actually couldn't even withstand a single fist from Li Fuchen. How could he accept this? It was as if you were originally only slightly weaker than your opponent, but after a period of time your strength had greatly improved and you wanted to take revenge, but you were instantly killed by your opponent. No one could stand the sharp contrast. Seeing that Li Fuchen was right in front of him, Fong Lihai was frightened. He leapt up and frantically escaped, splashing water everywhere. But Li Fuchen's speed was even faster than him. An afterimage appeared as Li Fuchen caught up to Fong Lihai. "No." Fong Lihai roared with rage. His uninjured left hand drew his wooden sword and turned around to face Li Fuchen. Bang! With a kick, Li Fuchen sent Fong Lihai flying a dozen meters away. Then he once again walked towards Fong Lihai. Fong Lihai was on the verge of collapse. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. "Little bastard, scram!" All of a sudden, a figure assaulted Li Fuchen with ghostly speed. Li Fuchen quickly countered with a punch. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying and crashed into a tree, splitting it into two. Origin Realm Martial Artist. The attacker was an Origin Realm Martial Artist. If not, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to withstand a single blow. Looking up, Li Fuchen saw a buff-looking man wearing an outer sect deacon attire standing at the side of the stream, staring at him with a cold gaze. With 10,000 kilograms of physical strength, Li Fuchen's physical defense was extremely tough. Complemented with his scarlet fire chi, he could withstand close to 20,000 kilograms of force. What's more, he didn't take the blow head-on, but used his fist to receive the blow, which was why he only suffered some light injuries. As an outer sect deacon, to interfere in the competition, isn't that too much? Suppressing his boiling blood, Li Fuchen stood up and spoke in a low voice. The buff-looking man replied, "So vicious at such a young age. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Don't change the topic. I want to ask, did you get the approval of the outer sect Grand Elder for interfering in the competition?" Li Fuchen continued to question. After helping Fong Lai high up, the muscular man still didn't answer his question. He said indifferently, "If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have used 10% of my strength. I would have used 100% of my strength. You should be glad that I showed mercy." He was a member of the Fong clan, and in terms of seniority, he was Fong Liahai's uncle. Since the start of the competition, he followed behind Fong Liahai to ensure his safety. When Fong Liahai fought with Li Fuchen, he thought Fong Liahai would be able to handle it with his ability. He didn't expect Fong Liahai to be defeated in a single punch. If Li Fuchen had stopped, he wouldn't have made a move. But Li Fuchen was too vicious, and he had no choice but to teach Li Fuchen a lesson. What a show of mercy! I will report this matter to the outer sect, First Elder. Li Fuchen spoke in a gloomy tone. "Kid, don't go overboard. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences." The buff-looking man had a murderous intent. "Why? Do you want to silence me?" Li Fuchen seemed to have sensed something and replied calmly, "If you want to die, I can grant your wish." Circulating his chi, the buff-looking man bent his knees, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. "Fong Dai, what are you trying to do?" A loud shout caused the water in the stream to jump up and the dancing leaves to dust. "Elder Chiu." The buff-looking man turned around with an unpleasant expression and looked at the elder on the tree branch. The elder was wearing an outer sect elder attire and spoke coldly. "During the outer sect disciple competition, you openly interfered with the competition. What punishment do you deserve?" Fong Dai quickly replied, "Elder Chiu, Fong Dai was just joking. I hope Elder Chiu can forgive me." "Joking? Is there a need to joke like this?" Elder Chiu's expression calmed down. "When you return, apologize to Elder Xiao yourself." "Yes." Fong Dai lowered his head and replied. Shifting his gaze to Li Fuchen, Elder Chiu said, "Li Fuchen, don't worry. The outer sect Grand Elder will handle this matter." "Many thanks, Elder Chiu." Li Fuchen's expression was respectful, but his heart was ice cold. Seeing Elder Chiu's attitude, it seemed like he didn't want to pursue Fong Dai's crime. Thinking back to the fact that Fong Dai and Fong Liahai were backed by the Shanghai City's city lord, and that the Shanghai City lord wasn't just any city lord, but one of the main cities. His status was comparable to an inner sect elder. Li Fuchen knew that this matter would most likely be left unsettled. Waiting for Li Fuchen to leave, Elder Chiu threw a pill to Fong Dai. This bone-altering pill can speed up the healing of his bones. Finishing his statement, Elder Chiu's figure flashed and vanished without a trace. "Uncle Dai, how will the outer sect Grand Elder punish you?" Fong Liahai asked with concern. Fong Dai laughed. "Don't worry, the punishment won't be too severe. After all, your father is the Shanghai City's city lord and is on good terms with many of the inner sect elders. If not, Elder Chiu wouldn't have given you the bone-altering pill." "That's good." Fong Liahai let out a breath of relief and felt a sense of pride in his heart. Chapter 73. With the Fong family status, the outer sect Grand Elder, probably won't do anything to Fong Day. At most, he will punish him. Li Fuqin wasn't happy, but he wasn't too agitated. This was how the world worked. You either had strength or background. There were countless cities in the Tsanglan region, but there weren't many main cities. If a regular city lord was equivalent to an outer sect elder, then a main city lord would be equivalent to an inner sect elder. Their status and prestige were definitely top-notch in the Tsanglan region. If I want to establish myself in the Azure Water sect, I need to display my worth and not be too low profile. At this moment, Li Fuqin decided that in the following years he would burst out with his own brilliance and become the focus of the sect's nurturing. As such, anyone who wanted to deal with him would have to think twice before acting. Take Yuan Tian, for example. If Fong Day dared to do anything to him, he would most likely be sentenced to death by the sect. Even the city lord of the main city would not dare to plead on his behalf. Anyone who faced a sect was extremely weak. Above the inner sect elders were the protectors and grand elders, as well as the supreme sect leader. In the gloomy forest, Li Fuqin was bouncing like a star. His speed was even faster than 2 days ago. Puff! A bat-like, demonic beast attacked and was split in half by Li Fuqin's sword. A silver-patterned tiger that was hiding in the bushes scurried out and was trampled into the mud by Li Fuqin, crushing all its bones. An iron rhinoceros with a strong defense came at him. After getting kicked by Li Fuqin 3 to 4 times, half of its body collapsed. After a bloody journey, Li Fuqin finally saw the end of the 100 Beasts forest. Someone was already waiting at the end. As expected by Li Fuqin, it was Yuan Tian. Seeing Li Fuqin, Yuan Tian was a little surprised, but just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. Not bad, this kid is actually the second person to pass through the 100 Beasts forest, even faster than Shang Guanhong. The outer sect elders nodded their heads in approval. It seems like I have underestimated him. Chun Zongming was also in the crowd. When he saw Li Fuqin, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Being the second person to clear the 100 Beasts forest did not mean that he was the second strongest, but his strength was at least in the top 10 or 20, not to mention a normal bone frame. Even a 3-star bone frame couldn't do it, but Li Fuqin did it. An hour later, Shang Guanhong came out. Looking at Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a look of hatred, but when he saw Li Fuqin, his expression completely changed. He could understand why Yuan Tian could get first place. Whether he admitted it or not, Yuan Tian was stronger than him. But who was Li Fuqin to actually be the second to pass the 100 Beasts forest? Damn it, how can I be ranked third? He must have been lucky and didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Shang Guanhong concluded that Li Fuqin relied on his luck to be ranked ahead of him. Brushing past Li Fuqin, Shang Guanhong snorted with a look of disdain. The fourth to arrive was a slightly plump youth called Hongfeng. Even though he wasn't one of the outer sect's top 10 geniuses, he was 1 or 2 years older. He was 18 years old this year and was ranked third in the Tower of Trials. The fifth was Gao Changtian. He was supposed to be behind Fong Lai Hai, but Fong Lai Hai was beaten up by Li Fuqin and needed some time to recuperate. The sixth was Sun Jun, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies. The seventh was one of the outer sect's 4 great beauties, Zhao Mingyue. If Guan Shui was cold, Wu Qingmei was bright, Zhu Hongxue was beautiful, and Zhao Mingyue was stunning. In terms of aura, Zhao Mingyue was a notch above the other 3. No wonder she is the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Li Fuqin praised in his heart. Zhao Mingyue had an esteemed status and was the granddaughter of the inner sect Grand Elder. Compared to Zhao Mingyue, Fong Lai Hai, who was the young city, lord of Shanhai City, paled in comparison. Seeing Zhao Mingyue, be it Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong, Hongfeng, or Sun Jun, their eyes lit up with a faint desire. Not only was Zhao Mingyue beautiful, her talent and background were also top-notch. Who wouldn't want to be her partner? A pity that Zhao Mingyue had high standards. There were rumors that Yuan Tian pursued Zhao Mingyue, but was rejected by her. The eighth to pass the 100 Beasts forest was Guan Shui, like an elegant shadow. Guan Shui's appearance made the end of the 100 Beasts forest a beautiful sight. She and Zhao Mingyue each had their own beauty. The ninth was another one of the 10 prodigies. The 10th was Wu Qingmei. The slightly fatigued Wu Qingmei didn't lose any of her charm, but instead became even more alluring, causing Yuan Tian's heart to burn with passion. In contrast to Yuan Tian, Shang Guanhong had a face of unwillingness and anger. Only after the 14th person did Fang Laihai appear. He viciously stared at Li Fuchen. If looks could kill, Li Fuchen would have died dozens of times over. Among the crowd, which one of them wasn't a shrewd person with sharp eyes, they could feel that Fang Laihai seemed to hate Li Fuchen. But they didn't know what happened between the two in the 100 Beasts forest. The 16th, the 18th, the 20th. Finally, there were 20 people who passed the 100 Beasts forest. Very good. To be able to pass the 100 Beasts forest so quickly, it means that your abilities are not bad. The tournament will start in 3 days. During this period of time, prepare well and be in peak condition for the tournament. Xiao Changfeng had a face of anticipation. 3 days later, Songlan Sect Outer Sect Disciple Region. There was a giant martial arts stage here with enough spectator stands to hold tens of thousands of people. I heard that this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament is extremely strong, almost on par with Sword Maniac Shixiang's batch. I wonder if it is true. It must be an exaggeration. This year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament has Yuan Tian, who is a 5-star bone frame. But the previous tournament also had Dominion, Sword Shixiang. Whether it is true or not, we will know once we see it. The 100 Beasts forest stage should be over, right? In the spectator stands, there were plenty of inner sect disciples who came to spectate. They were all promoted to inner sect disciples in the recent years and paid more attention to the outer sect. Apart from them, a majority of the outer sect disciples came too and sat at the back. Look, Yun Jian Shixiang is here. He became an inner sect disciple 2 years ago and reached the 3rd level of the origin realm in just 2 short years. That's normal. Yun Jian Shixiang was an outer sect prodigy. How can we compare? Mei Jian Shiji is here too. Strange. She is only at the 5th level of the origin realm. Why would she be interested in the outer sect disciple tournament? Maybe she has a relative in this year's outer sect disciple tournament. The inner sect disciples in the front row would glance at the spectator stands from time to time. Once they spotted a famous person, they would immediately start a discussion. As for Yun Jian Shixiang and Mei Jian Shixiang, Yun Jian and Mei Jian were just titles. Only outstanding individuals would have titles. Those who made a name for themselves in the outside world would also have their own titles. Just as the crowd was in a heated discussion, a 9-meter-tall, muscular youth walked in from the entrance. He was rather tall and had an imposing aura. He was obviously at the bottom, but he was like a mountain towering in front of the inner sect disciples, unreachable. It's Dominion, Sword Shixiang. Chapter 74. So many people. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the martial stage, he was shocked by the dense crowd of spectators. Yunwu City's stage could only hold a few thousand people, but the Songlan Sect's outer sect stage could hold tens of thousands of people. As the saying goes, if there were tens of thousands of people, it would be a spectacular sight. All of you go up and draw your lots. Xiao Changfeng said to the 20 participants of the tournament. Yes. Li Fuchen and the rest walked up the stage and reached into the box to draw a lot. Li Fuchen got lot 3. Even though the outer sect disciple tournament was a grand event, there wasn't any complicated procedures. No one went up on stage to speak either. The inner sect elders and other upper echelons sat on the rostrum and nodded at Xiao Changfeng. indicating the start of the tournament. When the tournament started, the first two contestants who drew Lot 1 went up on stage. They were Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei. Boom! Once the two of them went up on stage, the spectators were in an uproar, especially those inner sect disciples. Many of the male disciples even whistled. Guan Shui shimmy, I will not go easy on you. Wu Qingmei drew her wooden sword and gave a sweet smile. Guan Shui replied with an emotionless face, I don't need you to go easy. Be careful. Carrying her wooden sword, Wu Qingmei's body floated. Layers of sword shadows fell on Guan Shui with increasing speed. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, violent wind, quick sword. Guan Shui raised her arm and with a flick, layers of sword flowers resembled plum blossoms, blocking Wu Qingmei's violent wind, quick sword. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, plum blossom sword style dang, 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 dang. Their movements were graceful, like butterflies flying through flowers, pleasing to the eye. But their attacks were merciless. Each sword was filled with killing intent, merciless and swift. Wu Qingmei's cultivation level and technique rank are slightly higher, but Guan Shui's physical fitness is superior. Below the stage, Li Fuqin observed the battle between the two. He could see that Wu Qingmei's physical strength was weaker than Guan Shui's and was at a disadvantage in this aspect. But in other words, Wu Qingmei entered the Canglan sect earlier than Guan Shui and cultivated longer than Guan Shui. This was Guan Shui's disadvantage. After 100 moves, Wu Qingmei was the first to execute her killer move. 100 changes of gale. Wu Qingmei's frenzied wind fast sword was already at great accomplishment realm. Once the killer move was used, the dense sword force was like 100 arrows shooting out at the same time. Those with weaker sword path cultivation would be full of openings when facing this move. 1,000 plum blossoms. Unfortunately, Guan Shui's talent in the way of the sword seemed to be above Wu Qingmei's. As soon as she displayed her sword technique, sword flowers blossomed like plum blossoms, instantly spreading out and dispersing Wu Qingmei's killer move. He outshines others. Without waiting for Wu Qingmei to change her move, Guan Shui's sword momentum changed, from the last move to the first move of the plum blossom sword style. The plum blossoms vanished, and Guan Shui's sword pressed against Wu Qingmei's throat. You lost, Guan Shui said lightly. Wu Qingmei was a little disappointed. Junior apprentice sister Guan Shui has good sword skills. If it wasn't for the fact that her physical strength was slightly weaker than Guan Shui's and her agility wasn't as great as Guan Shui's, she might not have lost to Guan Shui. However, she had to admit that Guan Shui's talent in the way of the sword was higher than hers, and Guan Shui's comprehension of the way of the sword was deeper than hers. What a good plum blossom sword art! In the spectator stands a snow-white female inner sect disciple raised an eyebrow. She was the plum sword that everyone was talking about, plum sword Chen Fanghua. She was given the title of plum sword because her sword style was related to the plum blossom. When she was an outer sect disciple, she cultivated the plum blossom sword style. After becoming an inner sect disciple, she cultivated the myriad blossom sword style, which was why she paid extra attention to Guan Shui, who cultivated the plum blossom sword style. The violent wind quick sword isn't bad, but it is a pity that her adaptability is lacking. Cloud sword, Lu Qianhe commented on Wu Qingmei's sword style. As the match between Guan Shui and Wu Qingmei ended, the contestants who drew lot number 2 went on stage. They were Hong Feng and Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong won. Lot number 3, come on stage. The referee announced, loudly, It's my turn. Li Fuqin's body flashed and jumped onto the stage. On the opposite side, a figure instantly went on stage. Taking a closer look, it was one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect. Sun Jun heard of Li Fuqin's infamous name and was cursing his bad luck. Among the 19 contestants, There were only 3 or 4 that he didn't want to meet. But Li Fuchen was one of them. Severely injuring Qing Xiaoyu with a single punch, Sun Jun didn't think he could do it. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. He was very confident in his own sword Dao cultivation. Li Fuchen, take this. Sun Jun made the first move. With a flash of his sword, like a venomous snake, the speed of his sword was extremely fast. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, snake eye sword style, cool breeze sword style. The trance stage cool breeze sword style in the hands of Li Fuchen had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. It was just a single blade, but Sun Jun felt as though Li Fuchen executed at least 20 blades. Every blade could be real, and every blade could be fatal. Dang, 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 dang. Sun Jun made the first move, but he was the first to retreat. He had no choice but to retreat. If he didn't, he would be instantly defeated. I have to defeat my opponent in terms of sword skills. Li Fuchen didn't use his physical strength to his advantage. Since he wanted to burst forth with his own brilliance, he had to first let others see his sword Dao cultivation. After a dozen moves, Li Fuchen broke Sun Jun's snake eye sword style. You are strong, I concede defeat. Sun Jun laughed bitterly. He thought his sword skills were strong, but Li Fuchen's sword skills were even stronger. Every move and stance was executed according to Li Fuchen's will, like a heavenly steed soaring through the sky. Sun Jun couldn't even keep up with Li Fuchen's rhythm. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. The one who drew the number 4 lot was Yuan Tian. With just a single blade, he defeated his opponent. With his dominating ability, he had a lot of support. Everyone had already determined that he would be the champion of this year's Outer Sect Disciple Tournament, and no one could stop him. The 5th to go up was Zhao Mingyue and Fang Lihai. Fang Lihai's ability was strong, but Zhao Mingyue was even stronger. When the Raging Wave sword style met the Bright Moon sword style, it was as though it met its nemesis. Once the killer move, Bright Moon over the Sea, was executed, Fang Lihai vomited blood and fell off the stage. Mingyue Shimi is indeed the Grand Elder's granddaughter. Her talent is incredible. In the Outer Sect, other than Yuan Tian, the only one who can match up to Mingyue Shimi is probably Shang Guanhong. Shang Guanhong is Elder Shangguan's grandson. His talent is also incredible. Next up, Gao Changtian went up against Qing Xiaoyu. Gao Changtian won. Soon enough, after the first round of matches, the top 10 were decided. The top 10 represented the top 10 Outer Sect disciples and were rewarded with large amounts of contribution points. First place would be rewarded with 100,000 points. Second and third place would be rewarded with 80,000 points. Fourth and fifth place would be rewarded with 60,000 points. And 5th to 10th place would be rewarded with 30,000 points. It could be said that in the Tsanglan sect, only disciples would receive the best treatment. Outer sect elders might have a high status, but in terms of earning points, they might not be able to match up to Tsanglan sect disciples. The main reason was because disciples often received rewards. Cultivation techniques that were cultivated quickly would be rewarded. Placing in the tournament would also be rewarded. Chapter 75. Outer Sect Top 10 Disciples, damn it. Guan Peng was among the audience. Back in Cloud Mist City, he looked down on Li Fuchen. During the Genius Contest, he might have been defeated by Li Fuchen, but he still looked down on Li Fuchen and thought he was just a normal bone frame with no potential. Now that Li Fuchen became one of the top 10 Outer Sect disciples, Guan Peng wavered. He didn't know if he still had the confidence to despise Li Fuchen. I will not bother with you for now. Once I break through to the Origin Realm, I will definitely catch up to you. Guan Peng clenched his fist tightly. In the front row of the audience, Guan Hong and Guan Yin sat side by side. After a year, Guan Hong had advanced to the 2nd level of the Origin Realm, while Guan Yin had advanced to the 3rd level of the Origin Realm. Advancing one stage in over a year was considered average in the inner sect. A mere disciple of the Li clan can actually become one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. Unforgivable. Guanhong frowned, his expression extremely displeased. Guan Yin snorted. It's just temporary glory. With his bone frame, it's impossible for him to advance to the origin realm before 18 years old. The lower the star grade of the bone frame, the longer one would be stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. And this was only the first hurdle. Once one reached the peak of the 9th level of the origin realm, it was normal to be stuck for 10 to 20 years. After the top 10 were decided, it was time to decide the top 5. It was still drawing lots, and Li Fuqin drew lot number 4. Lot number 1, Yuan Tian versus Gao Changtian. Even though Gao Changtian had tried his best, the gap between him and Yuan Tian was too big. Whether it was physical strength, cultivation, skill level, sword skill level, he was weaker than Yuan Tian in every aspect. Gao Changtian was defeated in 2 moves. Yuan Tian is too strong. Everyone secretly exclaimed. Lot number 2, Zhao Mingyue won. The third lot, Shang Guanhong versus Guan Shui. Shang Guanhong was 17 this year. She had cultivated for 2 more years than Guan Shui. With these 2 years, Shang Guanhong defeated Guan Shui without any mishaps. Lot 4, Li Fuqin also defeated his opponent with ease. With the end of the 5th round, the top 5 were born. They were Yuan Tian, Zhao Mingyue, Shang Guanhong, Li Fuqin, and one of the 10 prodigies called Chao Yin. 2-on-1 duel. The first match was between Yuan Tian and Chao Yin. Second match, Li Fuqin against Zhao Mingyue. Shang Guanhong had by. There was no suspense in the first match. Yuan Tian easily won. In the second match, Li Fuqin and Zhao Mingyue immediately engaged in an intense battle. Zhao Mingyue was much stronger than what everyone had imagined. As soon as they exchanged moves, Li Fuqin could feel that Zhao Mingyue's foundation was extremely terrifying. This fear did not originate from his physical strength, but from his jinqi, the 8th level of the bright jade mysterious art. Li Fuqin thought of a possibility. The bright jade mysterious technique was an advanced version of the enchanting jade technique. The 7th level was already comparable to the 9th level of the enchanting jade technique. It was obvious how powerful the 8th level would be. How would Li Fuqin know that the reason why Zhao Mingyue was able to advance the clear jade mystic technique to the 8th rank was because she consumed a cultivation pill, the clear jade pill. As the granddaughter of the inner sect grand elder, she had access to such resources. On the opposite side, Zhao Mingyue was even more surprised than Li Fuqin. She had already tried her best, but couldn't do anything to Li Fuqin. Instead, she was forced to defend. Be careful. Li Fuqin suppressed his strength to the same level as his opponent and purely used his sword Dao cultivation to suppress his opponent. Li Fuqin, you are strong, but this is still not enough. Zhao Mingyue's sword presence rose abruptly. The qi that covered the wooden sword had a slight change in color. Under the sunlight, it emitted a rainbow glow, as though it was the sunset. Mystic class, low-tier sword art, sunset sword style. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuqin's vision was filled with the sunset sword style. Li Fuqin, against the sunset sword style, you cannot win. Admit defeat now. With the help of the sunset sword style, Zhao Mingyue not only turned the tables, but also suppressed Li Fuqin for the first time. It is the mystic class low-tier sunset sword style. How did Mingyue shimmy cultivate? A Qi realm martial artist shouldn't be able to execute a mystic class low-tier sword art, right? Normally speaking, a Qi realm martial artist would find it hard to execute a mystic class low-tier sword art. But Mingyue shimmy is different. How is it different? Mingyue shimmy has already cultivated the bright moon mystic technique to the 8th rank. Her qi is much stronger than a regular 9th level qi realm martial artist. To a certain extent, Her chi isn't any weaker than those who just entered the origin realm. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Dominion Sword Shixiang, Sword Maniac, Sword Tiger, and Emotionless Sword Shixiang from the previous tournament all cultivated a mystic class, low-tier sword art at the Qi realm. You didn't hear about it, that's why you have such doubts. The inner sect disciples in the front row whispered to each other and discussed softly. Below the stage, Yuan Tian saw Zhao Mingyue execute the sunset sword style. He let out a light laugh and wasn't too surprised. So this is a mystic class low-tier sword art? It isn't much. Li Fuqin changed his sword stance and executed the peak tier, yellow class, Scarlet Fire sword style for the first time. Blaze, like a raging inferno, like a volcano eruption. Li Fuqin's sword stance was unprecedentedly hot and domineering. If Zhao Mingyue's sunset sword style was like rays of sunset, then Li Fuqin's Scarlet Fire sword style was like a soaring fire wave, incinerating everything in its path. Zhao Mingyue turned pale with fright. Against Li Fuqin's Scarlet Fire sword style, her sunset sword style was like the winter snow meeting the blazing sun, melting and disintegrating. Impossible, the Scarlet Fire sword style is only a peak-tier yellow class sword art? Zhao Mingyue bit on her lips. This child's perception is truly terrifying. He actually cultivated the Scarlet Fire sword style to the trance stage. He is obviously the second sword maniac. On the rostrum, an inner sect elder exclaimed. It is indeed at the trance stage. How did he do it? Perception is something that is too abstract. It is related to the bone frame, but it isn't an absolute relationship. Back then, Sword Maniac used his 4-star bone frame to firmly suppress the 5-star bone frame Sword Tiger and Emotionless Sword because of his outstanding perception. The layman just enjoys the show, while the connoisseur recognizes the artistry. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they only knew that Li Fuqin's sword arts were incredible, but they didn't know what rank Li Fuqin's sword arts were at. But the Tsonglan sect elders could tell with a single glance. Generally speaking, it was considered good for an outer sect disciple to cultivate a peak-tier, yellow-class sword art to the subcompletion stage. Only prodigies could push a peak-tier, yellow-class sword art to the completion stage. But most of the prodigies would only stop at the subcompletion stage, subperfection. Very few prodigies could push a peak-tier, yellow-class sword art to the second completion stage when they were at the Qi realm, the perfection stage. Not to mention the third stage, the trance stage. But Zhao Mingyue's sunset sword style wasn't even at the subcompletion stage. It naturally couldn't be compared to Li Fuqin's trance stage, Scarlet Fire sword style. Sword presence like fire, sword style like fire. After 3 blades, Li Fuqin used a single blade to force Zhao Mingyue off the stage. You win this time. Let's see who wins next time. Zhao Mingyue frowned and left. Li Fuqin's expression was indifferent, as though he did something insignificant. Chapter 76. With the birth of the top 3, it was time for the most crucial moment. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The outer sect's top 10 disciples were impressive, but no matter how impressive they were, they couldn't compare to the outer sect's number 1 disciple. Every year, the outer sect's number 1 disciple would be recorded and carved on a mountain wall in the outer sect. It was a symbol of glory and strength, and no one could take it away from them. When the lots were drawn, it was Li Fuqin's turn to draw. Yuan Tian, I won't let you get first place so easily. Shang Guanhong took a deep breath. His body tensed up and his muscles contracted. The next moment, a terrifying and overbearing aura burst out, and the wooden sword in his hand was instantly covered with a layer of dense light, purple jinqi. This jinqi was so strong that it extended all the way from his forearm to the tip of the sword. At first glance, it seemed as if he was holding a light purple mist sword. Yuan Tian, take this. Shang Guanhong's footwork was extremely fast, and in just a few blinks of an eye, She had already arrived a few meters away from Yuan Tian. She waved her light purple mist sword, and a fan-shaped sword light burst out, dazzling and resplendent. The 8th layer of the purple extreme, profound art. Low-tier profound, level sword art, radiant sword art. No one had expected that Shang Guanhong had also cultivated an advanced cultivation technique and a profound, rank, low-tier sword art. But it was very obvious that Shang Guanhong's sword Dao cultivation surpassed Zhao Mingyue by quite a bit. Zhao Mingyue's mystic class low-tier sword art had yet to reach initial success, but Shang Guanhong's mystic class low-tier sword art had already reached initial success. Other than that, Shang Guanhong's physical strength was also rather terrifying. Before the outer sect disciple competition started, there were insiders who said that Shang Guanhong's physical strength exceeded 7,000 caddies. Now he was probably even stronger. Shang Guanhong, who had an incomparably strong foundation, unleashed her full power right from the start, slashing towards Yuan Tian. Just as many people were worrying for Yuan Tian, he made his move. The clothes on his right arm were torn apart, revealing his frighteningly strong muscles. Yuan Tian raised a sword, and a peerlessly overbearing sword aura soared into the sky, accompanied by a brilliant sword light. Kacha! Shang Guanhong's sword light crumbled in an instant. Following that, the wooden sword shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that shot out in all directions. Shang Guanhong was rooted to the spot, unable to say a single word. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Yuan Tian. Very strong. He was terrifyingly strong. He was freakishly strong. Even the former #1 disciple of the outer sect, Overlord Sword Lu Huang, was a little moved at this moment. His eyes narrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Dominating strength, this is a true heaven's chosen. There is no need to compete in the next match. No matter how strong Li Fuchen is, he is not a match for Yuan Tian. Is this Yuan Tian's strength? In my opinion, a regular first-level origin realm inner sect disciple might not even be a match for him. In the outside world, a regular second-level origin realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for Yuan Tian. Endless praises and praises came from the mouths of the crowd. As for Shang Guanhong, she had long been forgotten by the crowd. Yuan Tian's lips curled upwards. He liked the feeling of being worshipped and revered by others. In the endless starry sky, he wanted to be the only sun, causing the other stars to lose their splendor. Only he alone shone brightly. Li Fuchen, come up. Yuan Tian looked at Li Fuchen and spoke in a clear voice. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and walked towards the contest stage step by step before stopping 10 steps in front of Yuan Tian. Make your move. I'll give you the chance to make your move. Yuan Tian stood proudly with the wooden sword in his right hand resting on the ground. Such a disgrace, he probably can't even withstand a single blade. Below the stage, Fong Lihai had a face of mockery, as though he could see Li Fuchen's soulless expression. Guan Shui stared at Li Fuchen, trying to read his expression, but she couldn't see anything. If Yuan Tian was said to be extremely confident, like the sun in the sky, radiating brilliance, Li Fuchen was like the vast ocean, unfathomable. Once I make my move, you will definitely give it your all. As he spoke, Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword, and with a flash, he slashed at Yuan Tian. In your dreams. Yuan Tian repeated the same move. With a swing of his sword, a domineering sword presence soared into the sky, intending to break Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Boom! A ripple like chi force spread out, causing the clothes and hair of the duo to flutter. On the contest stage, dust flew and formed a dust tornado. Yuan Tian didn't take a step back. Li Fuchen didn't take a step back either. The wooden sword didn't shatter. It really didn't shatter. Shouts of astonishment could be heard. Everyone's interest was piqued. They wanted to see how many moves Li Fuchen could block from Yuan Tian. Interesting. All right then, I shall play with you. Yuan Tian made his move. The wooden sword in his hand spun in a circle. The dense sword presence was like a golden snake scuttling out. It was ever-changing, precise, and ruthless, yet it had an indescribable dominance. Peak tier, yellow class sword art. Golden snake sword style. The Yang clan had a sword art called the Silver Snake sword style, which was a high-tier, yellow class sword art. But when compared to the Golden Snake sword style, it was lacking in presence and wasn't as dominant as the Golden Snake sword style. Blaze. Vaguely, Yuan Tian seemed to see a huge fireball expanding. His sword momentum instantly melted and disintegrated. Both were peak-tier, yellow class sword arts, but his Golden Snake sword style was only at the perfection stage, while Li Fuchen's Scarlet Fire sword style was at the trance stage. It could be said that the Scarlet Fire sword style's power was much stronger than what Yuan Tian imagined. Even the spectators didn't have such an intense feeling. Since that is the case, don't blame me. A powerful qi presence exploded from Yuan Tian's body. 8th rank of the Vajra mystic technique. Since Zhao Mingyue and Shang Guanhong cultivated advanced techniques, Yuan Tian naturally cultivated advanced techniques too. The former two relied on technique pills to advance their technique ranks, but Yuan Tian relied on himself. Although technique pills could save a lot of time, but to fully adapt to it required a period of time. But it wasn't so much of a problem for himself, as he was able to fully utilize the power of the first rank technique. Revolving the 8th rank Vajra mystic technique, Yuan Tian's physical strength burst forth. A valiant iron blood qi presence was emitted from his body. It was the qi presence of his physical strength. Lose! Yuan Tian yelled out. The pale golden qi on his wooden sword expanded as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. With this blade, he wanted Li Fuchen to fly off the stage, not giving his opponent any chance. Just in time. Just as Yuan Tian made his move, Li Fuchen's qi presence burst forth. 8th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique. At the same time, Li Fuchen's slightly skinny body swelled up. Stepping out with his left leg, he welcomed Yuan Tian with his sword. Boom! This exchange was like a lightning strike that ignited the flames of the earth. The wooden swords in their hands couldn't withstand this terrifying force and instantly shattered. The broken pieces shot out in all directions as if they were hidden weapons. What? The clash between the two had shocked everyone, especially Li Fuchen's performance. It was even more shocking. Good. The outer sect grand elders' eyes lit up as he cheered loudly. To the upper echelons of the sect, it would never be better to have two tigers fighting. After all, who would complain about having more prodigies in their sect? You dare to conceal your ability in front of me? Yuan Tian was enraged. Li Fuchen replied indifferently, same to you. Catch my sword. Xiao Chongfeng took out 2 real swords from nowhere. With a swing, they turned into 2 streams of light that shot at Li Fuchen and Yuan Tian. Don't even think about catching my sword. Chapter 77. Pung, 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 pung. As the two of them fought with bare fists, it was even more violent than a sword fight. Every punch landed on flesh. Clang! 2 swords stabbed into the stage, but the two of them didn't care and continued to fight. Impossible! My 10,000 kilograms of strength can't even suppress my opponent. Yuan Tian got angrier as the fight went on. As the fight progressed, he was on the verge of insanity. Li Fuchen was also wantonly displaying his strength. Yuan Tian was similar to him. Their physical strength, cultivation technique, rank, and combat ability were similar as well. Exhilarating. Li Fuchen's eyes were getting brighter. It has been a long time since he went all out in a fight. Suppressing the opponent was exhilarating, but it wasn't satisfying enough. Experts were always lonely. Only when they met a true opponent would the value of an expert be revealed. Crackle! The outer sec stage was made with the toughest rocks. But under the ravages of the two, the rocks started to crack and fist-sized rocks were sent flying with chi forces. Are these two still humans? Even demonic beasts aren't as violent as them. They are comparable to demons. Everyone held their breaths and watched without blinking. Thunderbolt kick. Yuan Tian's martial arts were more comprehensive than Li Fuchen's. With a yellow class, peak-tier kick art, a crack that was over a meter long appeared on the stage. Storm flash. When executed by Li Fuchen, the cyclone kick art couldn't be considered simple, yellow class, mid-tier kick art anymore. It was as though it was fused into Li Fuchen's bloodline and became his instinct. Swish, 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 Li Fuchen's figure darted around, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Just as Yuan Tian was feeling jealous, Li Fuchen attacked. A black mass of leg shadows shrouded over. Even though Yuan Tian was well versed in both offense and defense, he still couldn't block Li Fuchen's attacks. In just a few blinks of the eye, he got kicked 3 to 4 times and was sent flying. Clang! Yuan Tian's luck wasn't bad. There was a real sword along the way. Pulling out the real sword, Yuan Tian took a deep breath and landed heavily on the ground with a 1,000-kilogram drop. Eat my blade. With the real sword in hand, Yuan Tian's ability increased by an unknown amount. The dazzling sword light was directed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen hurriedly retreated. As he retreated, he constantly kicked the gravel on the stage towards Yuan Tian. Li Fuchen, do you only know how to escape? Yuan Tian smashed piece after piece of gravel. With these gravel obstructing, he couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen and couldn't help but say coldly. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the other true sword. Clang! Drawing his real sword, Li Fuchen said, Escape? You overestimate yourself. If I don't defeat you today, I won't rest. Yuan Tian bellowed. The pale golden chi on the true sword surged, turning into a giant pale golden mist sword, cleaving at Li Fuchen. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He wielded the pale red mist sword and brazenly welcomed the attack. Clang! This time they were real swords, not wooden swords. None of the swords were broken. However, the two swords collided with each other with greater force. Faint golden and faint red mist erupted and dispersed, covering more than half of the arena in an instant. On the battling platform, some fine stones floated up and shot out. Just how profound is the true chi of these two people? The outer sect disciples at the back row were flabbergasted. 5-star bone frame is indeed worthy of being called a 5-star bone frame. Li Fuchen sighed to himself. The battle intent in his eyes intensified. The two of them battled for 300 rounds, but still couldn't determine the victor. But those with discerning eyes could see that Li Fuchen had a greater advantage. Yuan Tian's sword art was dominant, but it wasn't agile enough. But Li Fuchen's sword art wasn't just sharp, it had a bold and unconstrained imagination. Yuan Tian was still limited by the sword art's routine, but Li Fuchen had already surpassed it and added in his own elements. This was the difference in perception. Prairie fire. On the 398th round, Li Fuchen suddenly executed the finishing move of the scarlet fire sword art. Once the sword was brandished, the pale red sword light was like a spark. When it clashed with Yuan Tian's sword art, it instantly exploded and turned into a prairie fire that engulfed everything. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Charred holes appeared on Yuan Tian's clothes as he retreated pathetically. This is the moment. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The sword in his hand drew a perfect arc from left to right. The pale red arc was like a waning moon, illuminating the stage. Yellow class, low-tier sword art, crescent sword style. Clang! Yuan Tian's sword flew out of his hand and landed below the stage. Do not underestimate low-tier sword arts. In a duel between experts, the timing was fleeting. Low-tier sword arts could save a lot of time to accumulate energy, allowing for an immediate burst. Despicable. Yuan Tian paused for a moment and growled. I won fair and square. How is this despicable? His opponent without his sword was like a tiger without its claws and teeth. Li Fuqin didn't bother to attack and replied indifferently. Yuan Tian replied, with a sword in hand, you cannot defeat me. My apologies. Your sword was sent flying by me. If another sword comes, I will send it flying too. You are ultimately not a match for me. Whatever you say. Yuan Tian walked off the stage with a gloomy expression. How can you win like this? Is there any justice in this world? Guan Peng was flabbergasted. Guan Hong and Guan Yan were flabbergasted too. There were too many dumbfounded people. Shangguan Hong, Fang Lai Hai, Qin Xiaoyu, none of them wanted to believe this reality. He actually won. For a moment, Wu Qingmei felt as though she was dreaming. Everything was too surreal. When she first met Li Fuqin, she didn't even put him in her eyes and only treated him as an outer sect disciple with some ability. Only a short period of time had passed, and he had already defeated Yuan Tian. Forget it. After entering the origin realm, there should be some changes. Wu Qingmei didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. Interesting. Zhao Mingyue developed a trace of interest towards Li Fuqin. On the rostrum, the inner sect elders were in a heated discussion. This year's batch isn't bad. In terms of overall ability, it is close to Sword Maniac's batch. Yes, Yuan Tian is on par with Sword Tiger, while Li Fuqin's Sword Dao Perception is on par with Sword Maniac. Even though Dominion's sword from the previous batch wasn't bad, but he was the only outstanding one. Let's wait and see. If he is still this outstanding after entering the inner sect, it wouldn't be a problem to give him the identity of an inner sect prodigy. This is a good suggestion. Let's observe first. As the stage was in an uproar, a figure flashed onto the stage. It was Xiao Changfeng. Next, he started to announce the rankings of the outer sect's top 10 disciples and their rewards. There were 2 rewards, contribution points, and the qualification to redeem a mystic class martial arts manual. Li Fuqin was first place and was rewarded with 100,000 contribution points. 100,000 contribution points would take an outer sect elder at least 6 to 7 years to earn, which was the envy of others. Of course, outer sect elders earned their position contribution points. In the Tsanglan sect, outer sect elders were considered as the 6th class position and were given at least 15,000 contribution points every year. This way, they would be able to manage the outer sect without any distractions. Chapter 78. Outer Sect Number 1 Disciple, Congratulations. The fact that Li Fuqin became the Outer Sect's number 1 disciple made all the Outer Sect disciples flabbergasted, including Zhu Hongxiu. They knew that Li Fuqin was strong, but they didn't expect him to be so strong that even Yuan Tian was pulled down from his high horse. This could no longer be described as a dark horse, but a hidden dragon. The hidden dragon rose from the abyss and shocked the world with a single brilliant feat the second day after the ranking tournament ended. Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuqin's courtyard to congratulate him. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Zhu Hongxiu, Li Fuqin laughed. Just an outer sect number 1 disciple, not the inner sect number 1 disciple. What, you still want to become the inner sect's number 1 disciple? Zhu Hongxiu was shocked. Li Fuqin replied, Why not? Zhu Hongxiu spoke in a serious tone. If it was any other ordinary bone frame who said this, I would definitely think that he was boasting. But you are different, I believe you. Thank you. Go rest first. I'll go challenge the Tower of Trials. Li Fuqin was just about to head out. All right. Seems like the first rank of the Tower of Tribulations will belong to you. Zhu Hongxiu was indeed a little tired. After bidding farewell to Li Fuqin, she entered her courtyard. Back at the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuqin had a completely different mindset. Previously, he had the attitude of giving it a try. Now he wanted to get first place, according to the Tsanglan sect's rules. Before being promoted to an inner sect disciple, being in the top 10 of the Tower of Tribulations would also be rewarded with contribution points. The prize for first place was 50,000. The prize for second and third place was 30,000. And the prize for 4th to 10th place was 20,000. Even though it wasn't as much as the rewards of the outer sect top 10 disciples, it wasn't small either. Li Fuqin wouldn't let go of this opportunity. It's senior brotherly. Everyone make way. The current Li Fuqin could be said to be a celebrity amongst celebrities. If anyone from the outer sect said they didn't know Li Fuqin, they would definitely be despised. It didn't matter what Li Fuqin's bone frame was. At the current stage, Li Fuqin was the outer sect's #1 disciple. He was like the sun in the sky, undefeatable. As for what would happen after becoming an inner sect disciple, no one thought that far ahead. Is this what fame is? Li Fuqin didn't reject this feeling and walked to the front of the crowd. Without the need to ring the Tower of Tribulations, the outer sect deacon in charge of the Tower of Tribulations allowed Li Fuqin to attempt the Tower of Tribulations. What a joke! Would the outer sect's #1 disciple not be able to ring the bell? Entering the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuqin used a single blade to instantly kill an energy demonic beast. The second level was still an instant kill. On the third floor, Li Fuqin expended some energy. Yuan Qi demonic beasts were different from other demonic beasts. They were not made of flesh and blood. If one could not continuously attack their weak spots, they would not die no matter what. Of course, with Li Fuqin's ability, 2 consecutive strikes would be enough to defeat his opponent. As the array patterns on the third floor of the Tower of Trials lit up and then extinguished, the outside of the Tower of Trials was in an uproar. 9 ticks, surpassing Yuan Tian. No wonder he's the outer sect's #1 disciple. Each time he makes a move, it's getting more and more extraordinary. Yuan Tian must be depressed. He lost the #1 outer sect disciple, and now he lost the #1 position in the Tower of Tribulations as well. He lost 40,000 contribution points in one go. Yuan Tian probably won't be satisfied. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuqin found out that his result was 9 ticks. Li Fuqin nodded to himself as this result wasn't too bad. In this way, the wooden plaque with Li Fuqin's name was hung in the first position on the stone wall, and Yuan Tian was moved to the second position. In less than half a day, the news of Li Fuqin obtaining first rank in the Tower of Tribulations was spread across half the outer sect. In Yuan Tian's courtyard, Yuan Tian was expressionless, and the atmosphere in the courtyard was heavy. After a long time, Yuan Tian muttered to himself, "What belongs to me, I will take it back. No one can take it away from me. I am now at the middle stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm. I will need at least a year to progress to the first level of the Origin realm." On top of the fake mountain, Li Fuqin opened his eyes and stopped his cultivation. The breakthrough from the 9th level of the Qi realm to the first level of the Origin realm wasn't a small hurdle. This hurdle could be passed by many, but the time needed to do so was as different as heaven and earth. In general, a normal bone frame would need at least 5 years to pass. If one's perception was too weak, it was normal to be stuck at this stage for life. A 1-star bone frame would need at least 3 years. A 2-star bone frame would need at least a year. Only those with a 3-star bone frame could pass the hurdle within a year. But there was a precondition. First, one had to reach the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. After all, a lot of time was required to advance from the initial stage of the 9th level of the Qi realm to the peak. The reason why Li Fuqin was so confident was because he was certain that he could attain the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame Technique within a year. By then, his cultivation speed would increase tremendously. With his current body's toughness, he would be able to withstand the dominance of the Scarlet Mystic Flame Technique. With 100,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a lot of money on hand. He redeemed another 60 Dragon Tiger pills in one go. He hoped to attain the third-rank completion stage of the interception form Tao before he became an inner sect disciple. Either he didn't do it at all, or he would do it at his strongest. Strong enough to crush the second-place disciple. At the current stage, the difference in ability between him and Yuan Tian was very small. Yuan Tian could surpass him at any time, and this wasn't something he wanted to see. The third rank of the interception form Tao was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. It wasn't just about resources, but also the essence of the interception form Tao. Fortunately, Li Fuchen was lacking in everything except for his terrifying perception. 10,500 kilograms, 11,500 kilograms, 11,500 gene, 12,000 kilograms. After 60 body tempering pills were consumed, Li Fuchen's physical strength increased to 12,000 kilograms. Other than the cultivation of the interception form Tao, Li Fuchen's sword Tao was also in progress. Instead of redeeming a mystic class low-tier sword art, Li Fuchen redeemed 3 yellow class peak-tier sword arts, which cost him almost 4,000 contribution points. They were the tripart sword style, dripping sword style, and soaring dragon sword style. Li Fuchen didn't want to cultivate 2 high-tier sword arts in one go. He wanted to build a solid foundation. The cultivation of the sword Tao was all about the foundation. A sword Tao without a foundation was like a house without a foundation. It could collapse at any moment. Tripart sword style, 1 blade into 3 blades. Once cultivated to the highest rank, a single blade is enough to poke 3 bloody holes on the enemy's body. Dripping sword style, with a thrust as the main focus, condensing the force. Specialized in breaking body, refinement techniques. Soaring dragon sword style, the most dominant and vigorous sword art. But it consumes a lot of qi. The stronger the qi, the stronger the soaring dragon sword style. Each of the 3 yellow class, peak-tier sword arts had their own specialties. Li Fuchen concentrated on cultivating them. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed since the Outer Sect Disciple Tournament. Tower of Tribulations, Yuan Tian's result has increased to 9 ticks. Same as Li Fuchen, tied for first place. There is no such thing as a tie for first place in the Tower of Tribulations. Whoever finishes first will be first. Walking out of the Tower of Tribulations, Yuan Tian clenched his fist after seeing his own result. Just a little bit more, and he would have reached 8 ticks. In order to get first place in the Tower of Tribulations, he even suppressed himself from breaking through. 1 week ago, he could have broken through to the first level of the Origin Realm. First place. I will definitely get first place. Chapter 79. 3-part sword art. 1 sword becomes 3. Li Fuchen first studied the tripart sword style. The tripart sword art was one of the top 10 peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts in the Azure Water Sect. It wasn't a simple quick sword art, but similar to the soaring dragon sword art, it required a greater amount of qi. The stronger one's Zhen qi was, the more power one could unleash. If one did not have enough Zhen qi, the 3-part sword art would be no different from an ordinary sword art. Raindrop sword technique. Condensing the sword energy into a single point, raindrop pierces stone. Compared to the 3-part sword art, the raindrop sword technique did not have so many external requirements. What it required was extreme control. The stronger one's control was, the finer the sword force would be. With a single strike, even metal armor would be pierced through. Soaring dragon sword technique. The sword is like a swimming dragon. The most important thing is sword force. There's an old saying that goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. The flying dragon sword art consumed Jin Qi several times faster than the raindrop sword art and twice as fast as the 3-part sword art. Correspondingly, the flying dragon sword technique was extremely terrifying. You could dodge the raindrop sword technique, but you couldn't dodge the flying dragon sword technique. With one sword strike, the sword momentum would first envelop you, making it impossible for you to dodge. Just like the tripart sword style, the soaring dragon sword style was one of the top 10 peak tier, yellow class sword arts in the Azure Water sect. A week later, he achieved initial success in the 3-part sword art, raindrop sword technique, and flying dragon sword art. A month later, he mastered the tripart sword art, the raindrop sword technique, and the flying dragon sword art. 2 months later, the tripart sword art had reached the perfection stage, the raindrop sword technique had reached the perfection stage, and the flying dragon sword technique had reached perfection. 8 ticks. Unbelievable. Yuan Tian actually completed the reverse and surpassed Li Fuchen. With pressure comes motivation. Previously, Yuan Tian didn't have an opponent, therefore he was rather lax. But with Li Fuchen's existence, he felt a sense of crisis. His potential has unknowingly been stimulated to the limits. A result of 8 scales is already heaven-defying. I'm afraid no one in the outer sect can surpass this result. There shouldn't be anyone else. At most, his results would be on par with Yuan Tian's. It's impossible to surpass him. On this day, the Tower of Trials area was once again bustling with activity. Looking at his wooden tablet being put back in first place, Yuan Tian revealed a cold smile. Li Fuchen, it is impossible for your results to surpass mine. At best, you will be on par with me. Your title as the outer sect's #1 disciple doesn't live up to your name. Muttering to himself, Yuan Tian left the trial tower area. Li Fuchen, your results have been surpassed by Yuan Tian. After receiving the news, Zhu Hongxiu specially came to Li Fuchen's courtyard. Li Fuchen replied, "Oh, had he surpassed it? It's within my expectations." Yuan Tian had a 5-star bone frame after all, and was able to cultivate everything quickly. A few months was enough for Yuan Tian's strength to increase by 1 level. "Aren't you surprised?" Li Fuchen said. "What's there to be surprised about?" "Oh right, what are his results?" 8 scales. 8 scales, not bad. Li Fuchen nodded. If it was 8 scales, he was confident that he could surpass it. "Come, follow me to the Tower of Trials." Li Fuchen reckoned that Yuan Tian was about to advance to the origin returning realm. Since he had already offended the other party, Li Fuchen wouldn't show mercy. He wanted the other party to have regrets and advance to the true realm. A short moment later, Li Fuchen and Zhu Hongxiu arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. "Look, Li Fuchen is here." Li Fuchen's appearance immediately became the focal point of everyone. I reckon he can't sit still anymore. Everyone knows that Yuan Tian Shixiang is about to advance to the origin returning realm. If he can't surpass him before he reaches the origin returning realm, it will be meaningless. But to surpass 8 scales, it will be difficult. Yes, I wonder what is Li Fuchen's result this time. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Li Fuchen as he entered the Tower of Tribulations. First floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Second floor of the Tower of Tribulations, instant kill. Third floor of the Tower of Tribulations. An array pattern lit up and a giant energy wolf appeared. Li Fuchen's body flashed as he brandished his sword at the giant energy wolf. His movement technique was extremely fast, and so was his sword speed. As the sword was brandished, 3 sword lights enveloped the giant energy wolf. The giant energy wolf's body flickered with light. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, tripart sword style. Roar. The giant energy wolf let out a furious roar and arched its body before charging at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen constantly executed the tripart sword style to suppress the giant energy wolf. A few breaths later, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Show, visible to the naked eye, a pale red glow congealed at the tip of the sword. Li Fuchen thrusted at the giant energy wolf's ear. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, dripping sword style. PFFF. As the sword entered, the giant energy, wolf, dissipated. 8 scales, I should have surpassed it. Li Fuqin felt that the speed was much faster this time. It was much faster than the previous time, exiting the Tower of Tribulations. As expected, seeing everyone's shocked expression, Li Fuqin knew that his result had surpassed Yuan Tian. 7 scales. This time, Li Fuqin's result was 7 scales. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Is he still human? Legend. No matter what happens in the future, Li Fuqin is a legend in the outer sect. No one can surpass him. I think Yuan Tian Shixiang is going to die from anger. There is no first place in literature, no second place in martial arts. There is always a higher mountain. Not taking the praises to heart, Li Fuqin said to Zhu Hongxiu, "Let's go." If this child can break through the bone frame limit, his future will be limitless. Today was a rare occasion for the Tower of Tribulations elder to visit. Pum! In the courtyard, a towering tree was forcefully split into 2 by Yuan Tian, sending branches and leaves flying everywhere. Yuan Tian nearly vomited blood. Li Fuqin, you and I are irreconcilable. Yuan Tian's eyes were blood red. Growing up under the halo of a prodigy, he had never obtained second place and could easily obtain first place. He usually looked gentle and polite, but didn't give off a feeling of superiority, because he disdained to flaunt his prowess. In his opinion, flaunting one's prowess was a very low-class action, a type of false bravado. But at this moment his state of mind had a change. Unwillingness, anger, jealousy, hatred, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart, causing his mind to be in a mess. Yuan Shixiang, congratulations on obtaining first place again. Wu Qingmei pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. She received the news in the morning, but didn't receive the news in the afternoon. Hence, she didn't know that within a day, the first place had changed hands again. Get lost. Yuan Tian glared at Wu Qingmei and roared. Wu Qingmei was shocked, but her face immediately turned ashen. She turned and left without any expression. After leaving, Wu Qingmei asked around and found out that in the afternoon, Li Fuqin surpassed Yuan Tian by 7 ticks. There are no 2 suns in the sky. Since there is Yuan Tian, why is there another Li Fuqin in the outer sect? Wu Qingmei sighed. Laughing bitterly, Wu Qingmei muttered, "Forget it. I have nothing to do with Yuan Tian anymore." Chapter 80. 7 ticks was a heaven-defying result that only Sword Maniac managed to achieve. Sword Tiger, Emotionless Sword, and Dominion Sword only had 8 ticks, even though the duration didn't represent a person's ability. After all, some are good at playing it safe, some like to take risks, and some like to win by surprise. Different people had different battle styles, and with different battle styles, the results would be different as well. As the outer sect was changing, a huge piece of news was released. Yuan Tian broke through to the Origin Realm. Yuan Tian looked like he was 18 or 19 years old, but he was only 15 years old, the same age as Li Fuqin and Guan Shui. But Yuan Tian entered the Tsanglan sect at the age of 13 and was much older than them. A 15-year-old Origin realm martial artist. There weren't many in the entire history of the Tsanglan sect. In the outside world, to be able to break through to the Origin realm before the age of 25 was already considered an elite. Big news came wave after wave. 1 month later, Shang Guanhong also suddenly reached the Origin realm, followed by Hong Feng and Zhao Mingyue. Among the top 10 outer sect disciples, 3 of them broke through to the Origin realm. In fact, out of the 30,000 outer sect disciples, there would be thousands of outer sect disciples that broke through to the Origin realm every year. But they weren't famous and didn't cause any commotion. The Qi realm was one level and the Origin realm was another. No matter how outstanding a Qi realm martial artist was, they would always be inferior to an origin realm martial artist. When an outer sect disciple meets an inner sect disciple, they would have to address them as seniors. If not, they might be taught a lesson if they met a bad-tempered one. Late stage of the Qi realm. On this day, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally broke through from the middle stage of the Qi realm to the late stage of the 9th level. Just one more step and he would be at the peak stage. All 3 sword styles are at the subperfection or perfection stage. I don't have much of a requirement for the location and time. Let's make another trip to Tsanglan Lake. Li Fuchen brought along his fishing gear and rushed towards Tsanglan Lake. Li Fuchen was already prepared to use a large amount of contribution points at all times. A body refinement technique was a resource-consuming technique. Some joked that for a strong body refinement martial artist, every inch of their flesh and every strand of hair were piled up with gold coins. Who knows? A single strand of hair might be worth a few hundred or even 1,000 gold coins. But there was nothing wrong with saying that. Due to body refinement martial artists consuming too many resources, coupled with the changes in their own qi and blood, their bodies were full of treasures. A powerful body refinement martial artist could use his own blood to save a severely injured and dying person. But it was also because of this that body refinement martial artists became top-notch materials in the eyes of many peerless powerhouses. They could use the flesh and blood of body-refining martial artists to refine pills, or use it to cultivate and devour the other party's flesh and blood essence. In short, cultivating body-refining techniques has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that it could make one stronger. The downside was that he could become the material of a powerhouse at any time, and his fate would be miserable. Therefore, before they grew up, it was the consensus of body refinement martial artists not to completely expose their physical strength. On Tsanglan Lake, time flowed like water. In the Tsanglan sect, one after another outer sect disciples progressed to the origin realm and became inner sect disciples. A few months later, Gao Changtian, Fang Laihai, Sun Jun, Wu Qingmei, and Chao Yin had all advanced to the origin realm. The barrier between the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm and the origin realm didn't make much of a difference to a 4-star bone frame. At most, it would take a few months. As such, among the top 10 outer sect disciples, there were only 4 left. Is this the power of 15,000 kilograms? In one of the houses on the fishing terrace, Li Fuchen punched into the air. The entire house shook, as though it was going to collapse at any moment. During these few months at Tsanglan Lake, Li Fuchen had consumed all the treasure fish he caught. But now he had a higher requirement for resources. 1 first-tier treasure fish a day wasn't enough. He had to eat second-tier treasure fish. Hence, his cultivation speed was slightly slower. He spent a few months to increase his strength from 12,000 kilograms to 15,000 kilograms. Besides reaching the 3rd rank of the interception form Dao, Li Fuchen's tripart sword style and dripping sword style were both at the trance stage. Only the soaring dragon sword style was slightly lacking and was only at the perfection stage. Li Fuchen reckoned that unless he reached the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique or progressed to the origin realm, the soaring dragon sword style wouldn't be able to reach the trance stage. At the same time, Li Fuchen's cultivation finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm. Half a year should be enough, Li Fuchen muttered to himself. In the blink of an eye, he had been at the Tsanglan sect for more than a year and was now 16 years old. At the age of 16, he was 8 meters tall and didn't have a strong physique, but his weight was over 180 kilograms. Li Fuchen had a feeling that one day in the future his body weight would exceed 500 kilograms. But that would be a long time in the future. 1 month later, Guan Shui and Qin Shayu progressed to the origin realm. Within a year, the top 10 outer sect disciples, with the exception of Li Fuchen, all progressed to the origin realm. Among the top 20 outer sect disciples, only Li Fuchen didn't progress to the origin realm. Gradually, There were rumors that Li Fuqin wouldn't be able to progress to the Origin Realm within 3 years. 3 years later, Li Fuqin would be 19 years old. To progress to the Origin Realm at the age of 19 was considered a low standard in the Zhanglan sect and would waste a lot of time. One had to know that inner sect disciples were completely different from outer sect disciples. Inner sect disciples could cultivate Xian class martial arts manuals more easily, and inner sect disciples could earn contribution points faster. All in all, the earlier one became an inner sect disciple, the better it was. Finally, at the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Inside the wooden hut by the Zhanglan Lake, Li Fuqin sat cross-legged on the floor. Half of his body was covered by the scarlet fire qi. The dense pale red qi was like a layer of dense flaming mist, making Li Fuqin look like a god of fire. Li Fuqin extended his hand and used a suction force. A teacup on the table a few meters away was sucked over and shattered into pieces. The suction force moved towards the fish pond, causing the water to ripple. But that was it. Suction through air. This is something only Origin Realm martial artists can do. No wonder it is at the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Reaching the 9th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique, Li Fuqin let out a breath of relief. He was now certain that the difficulty of breaking through was related to one's bone frame. The stronger one's bone frame, the easier it would be to break through. But a normal bone frame, no matter how good one's perception was, it would still be lacking. Of course, if the technique rank was high enough, this lack wouldn't be a problem and could be easily made up for. It's about time to go back. Li Fuqin packed his fishing gear and carried the treasure fish he caught recently back to the Zhanglan sect. Chapter 81. In the outer sect, only Li Fuqin hasn't advanced yet. I wonder when he will advance to the Origin Realm. 16 is out of the question. Probably 17 or even 18. It is also impossible for 17 or 18 years old. The first checkpoint is nothing for 3-star bone frames and above, but for normal bone frames, it is a heavenly moat. Compared to you in Tian Shixiang, Li Fuqin is just a shooting star. Have you heard? Yu Wen Tian Shixiang has already progressed to the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. I heard. TSK. Progressing from the 1st level of the Origin Realm to the 2nd level in 5 months. Such talent, 1 in a million. As time elapsed, everyone started to doubt Li Fuqin, especially when they found out that the inner sect disciple Yuan Tian had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. They were all shocked and no longer compared Li Fuqin to Yuan Tian. Li Fuqin's perception may be better than Yuan Tian, but the path of martial Tao is not only about perception, but also cultivation aptitude. By the time Li Fuqin breaks through to the Origin Realm, Yuan Tiandu might even be at the 4th or 5th level of the Origin Realm. Back at the Zhanglan sect, after exchanging the treasure fish for contribution points, Li Fuqin immediately headed to the Tower of Tribulations. Since he was the outer sect number 1 disciple and had achieved 7 ticks in the Tower of Tribulations, he could no longer retreat. He might as well make himself more glorious. There were some things that you either didn't do, or once you did, you had to make sure that no one else could surpass you. 6 ticks. It was an incomparably shocking result. Excluding Li Fuqin, Sword Maniac 7 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect for decades. Li Fuqin's 6 ticks was the first in the Azure Water sect in the past century. Sword Maniac's perception might not be inferior to Li Fuqin, but his willpower wasn't as strong as Li Fuqin's. He was able to cultivate the mystic class mid-tier body refinement technique, interception form Tao, to the completion rank in such a short period of time. Body refining cultivation method was not something that could be cultivated with just a lot of resources. Every time one's physical strength reached a certain level, one would need an extremely strong willpower to control it. If one's willpower was not strong enough, one's qi and blood would be spoiled, and in serious cases, one would die from blood loss. Of course, most of the people wouldn't have such a situation, because there were very few people like Li Fuchen who progressed at an astonishing speed. If he cultivated slowly, he would be able to raise his physical strength to a very high level. The prerequisite was that one's perception and resources were sufficient. No one has ever done it before, and no one will ever do it again. Li Fuchen might be the strongest outer sect disciple in 100 years. The result of 6 ticks shocked everyone to the point of numbness. How could anyone live like this? How could the future generations surpass such an achievement? Exiting the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. The process of breaking through to the origin realm was a long process. At the mortal realm, the Zhen Qi in a martial artist's body was only concentrated in the Dantian. And at the origin realm, the Qi would form a Qi whirlpool in the Dantian. The existence of the cyclone made it easier for martial artists to absorb heaven and earth yuan Qi, and it was easier for them to control their true Qi. Hu, Sut, Hu, Sut. In the gloomy room, Li Fuchen breathed in and out. At the location of his Dantian, the red ball of light brightened and dimmed. When a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm, the Qi in their body could no longer be increased. Even if they consumed more medicinal pellets, it would only be a waste. The excess Qi would automatically dissipate into yuan Qi and dissipate into the void. However, different people had different amounts of true Qi in their bodies. A person with a good root bone would have a more vigorous amount of true Qi. A person with a higher cultivation technique would have a more vigorous amount of true Qi. With the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique at the 9th rank, Li Fuchen's true Qi wasn't inferior to most people. Li Fuchen estimated that it should be on par with a 3-star bone frame, and the amount of true Qi would determine the time needed to break through. For those with more true Qi, their true Qi would be like a river. Forming a Qi whirlpool was easy. For those with less true Qi, their true Qi would be like a small river or even a small stream. It would be difficult for them to form a Qi whirlpool. As Li Fuchen revolved the 9th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, the surging true Qi flowed through his meridians and flowed into his Dantian in an attempt to converge and form a Qi whirlpool. 1 cycle, 2 cycles. Unknowingly, a night had passed. Li Fuchen's body was covered in a layer of red. His clothes had long turned to ash and fell on the floor. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's consciousness concentrated on his meridians and Dantian. Within the empty Dantian, a pale red stream of Qi flowed in, intertwining and chasing each other like a flowing river. Gradually, a Qi whirlpool formed. This Qi whirlpool was very weak and could collapse at any moment. Li Fuchen had to carefully strengthen the Qi whirlpool without any carelessness or recklessness. 2 hours passed, and it was now noon. The Qi whirlpool within Li Fuchen's Dantian was getting bigger, from the size of a thumb to the size of an egg, from the size of an egg to the size of a fist. Finally, the Qi whirlpool took shape. The originally pale, red Qi whirlpool had now turned red, like a blazing flame whirlpool, resplendent and fiery. At the same time, a large amount of heaven and earth energy flowed into Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen could now continue his cultivation. 1st level of the origin realm completed. So this is the 1st level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes shone with brilliance without a hint of fatigue. The moment he broke through to the origin realm, he felt his body was empty and needed to replenish a large amount of Qi. This was mainly due to the fact that his original Qi had been condensed into a Qi whirlpool, leaving no trace of Qi in other parts of his body. With a flip of his palm, a pill appeared in his hand. This was a high-tier yellow-class Qi pill. It was used to replenish one's Qi and was worth 1,000 contribution points. Swallowing the Qi pill, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and began to refine the pill. Soon enough, The qi within Li Fuchen's body surged, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged into his heart. Once the pill was refined, the emptiness vanished. Standing up, Li Fuchen's body trembled. Red qi seeped out of his body and turned into a dense red qi current that enveloped Li Fuchen. In an instant, Li Fuchen seemed to have turned into a flaming man. Qi manifestation, and it was the entire body's qi manifestation. This meant that Li Fuchen could use his qi to defend his entire body. Even if his body's defense wasn't high, he could still ignore the attacks of regular qi realm martial artists. Revealing a confident smile, Li Fuchen's right hand formed a claw, extending and withdrawing. Creak! A few meters away, the door of the house suddenly opened, allowing the dazzling sunlight to shine in. Walking out of the house, Li Fuchen stood in front of a giant boulder that was as tall as a human. Pum! With a casual palm strike on the giant boulder, the boulder instantly exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Such a force was much stronger than when Li Fuchen executed his palm arts at the Qi realm. No wonder he is at the Origin realm. His Qi is so concentrated. Li Fuchen praised. With the same amount of Qi, a palm strike from an Origin realm martial artist would have at least twice the power of a Qi realm martial artist. Chapter 82. After progressing to the Origin realm, Li Fuchen first had to report to the Outer Sect Grand Hall. The Outer Sect Grand Hall was the first hall of the Outer Sect. It was presided over by the Outer Sect Grand Elder, Xiao Changfeng, but he was rarely around. Today, the one presiding over the Grand Hall was the Outer Sect's third elder, Elder Song. Elder Song. Li Fuchen bowed to the elder. Elder Song was around 60 years old and had a beard. He lifted his head and was about to speak. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up. Li Fuchen, have you progressed to the Origin realm? Elder Song inquired. Li Fuchen replied, Elder Song, I am here to apply to become an inner sect disciple. Miracle, this is a miracle. I have never seen or heard of any normal bone frame disciple progressing so quickly. Elder Song was excited. To be able to progress to the Origin realm so quickly, it meant that Li Fuchen's potential was much stronger than expected. He thought that Li Fuchen would need at least 17 or 18 years of age to progress to the Origin realm. If he were to progress, by then his value would be minimal and would not be comparable to prodigies. After all, the limit of a normal bone frame was the Earth realm. But the Songlan sect had at least 8,000 Earth realm martial artists. No matter how strong an Earth realm martial artist was, he would never be able to defeat a Heaven realm martial artist. As for those prodigies, as long as there were no accidents, they would basically become Heaven realm martial artists. Elite prodigies like Yuan Tian had a high chance of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. A reincarnation realm martial artist was equivalent to tens of thousands of Earth realm martial artists. It was because of them that the Songlan sect was as stable as MT Tai. Without a reincarnation realm martial artist, the Songlan sect could easily be defeated by other sections. Li Fuchen, well done. Entering the Origin realm at the age of 16. If you work hard, you might have a chance of progressing to the Heaven realm. Elder Song had high hopes for Li Fuchen. Excluding his bone frame, Li Fuchen's performance was much more outstanding than elite prodigies Yuan Tian. He was equivalent to the second sword maniac. No, from the results of the Tower of Tribulations, even sword maniac was inferior to him. This is the Inner Sect Preparation Disciple Token. Take it to the Inner Sect Grand Hall. Someone will guide you there. Retrieving a bronze token from the drawer, Elder Song passed it to Li Fuchen. Thank you, Elder Song. Fuchen will not disappoint you. Li Fuchen received the bronze token with both hands and left the Outer Sect Grand Hall. It would be great if his bone frame was a 2-star bone frame or even a 1-star bone frame. Elder Song sighed with a look of pity in his eyes. The Inner Sect Zone was behind the Outer Sect Zone. It was close to the core of the Tsanglan sect, and the heaven and earth energy here was much denser than the outer zone. Other than that, the scenery in the inner sect disciple region was 10 times more beautiful than the outer sect disciple region. Along the way, the white jade avenue, the pavilions, the jade palaces, the majestic halls, and the beautiful mountain peaks were all beautiful scenery. Compared to this place, the buildings and mountain peaks in the outside world were like thatched cottages, dull and tasteless. Is this where I'm going to stay? Li Fuchin took a quick glance and wasn't in a hurry to reach the inner sect grand hall. That Yuan Tian is indeed a prodigy that is on par with Dominion, Sword Shixiang. He is only at the second level of the origin realm and was able to defeat Qin Chong Shixiang, who is at the third level of the origin realm. I admit that Yuan Tian has talent, but in terms of combat ability, he is still inferior to the outer sect's number 1 disciple, Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin does have some skills. A pity that with his bone frame, he will need at least 1 or 2 years to progress to the origin realm. By then, Yuan Tian will probably be at the 4th or 5th level of the origin realm. How can he compete? That's right. Yuan Tian is good in all aspects, while Li Fuchin is just good at perception. What's more, the origin realm and the Qi realm are 2 different realms. Once he reaches the origin realm, he might not be able to continue to shine. A few inner sect disciples walked towards Li Fuchin. They didn't notice Li Fuchin and were discussing loudly. Just as Li Fuchin brushed past them, one of the inner sect disciples took a glance at Li Fuchin and was stunned. "Hey, why are you not walking anymore?" His companion walked a few steps and noticed that the inner sect disciple wasn't following. The inner sect disciple pointed at Li Fuchin's back. "It's Li Fuchin." Li Fuchin. It can't be. What is he doing in the inner sect zone? Could it be? Impossible. He progressed to the origin realm so quickly? Come, let's follow and take a look. Curious, the few of them followed behind Li Fuchin. Sensing that someone was following him, Li Fuchin laughed and didn't bother. Soon enough, Li Fuchin arrived at the inner sect grand hall. Seeing Li Fuchin enter the grand hall, the few of them were flabbergasted and looked at each other. He really progressed to the origin realm. One of them swallowed his saliva. This is definitely big news. Let's go and spread the news. This is the hottest news of the year. Inner sect grand hall. The hosting elder received the bronze token from Li Fuchin and nodded. This is indeed the inner sect preparatory disciple token. You will stay in the outer sect zone for the next few days. 3 days later, come to the inner sect for the inner sect trials. If you pass the trials, you will officially become an inner sect disciple. If you fail the trials, try again 2 months later. If you fail all 3 trials, you will be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice. Advancing to the origin realm didn't mean that one could become an inner sect disciple. The Tsanglan sect's inner sect disciple selection process was very strict. Of course, it was just a relative term. Generally speaking, the passing rate of the inner sect trials was rather high, at least 50%. What's more, there were second and third chances. If you failed all 3 chances, it meant that you weren't the material the sect was looking for. Demoting to an inner sect deacon apprentice and serving the sect was the natural course of action. Leaving the inner sect grand hall, Li Fuchin returned to his own courtyard. What Li Fuchin didn't know was that the news of him progressing to the origin realm was spreading like wildfire. Towards the end, even those who didn't know him started to understand him. What a slap in the face! A few months ago, we were still discussing how many years Li Fuchin would need to step into the origin realm. I didn't expect it to be so fast. You can't blame us. Li Fuchin's advancement is completely illogical. Not only illogical, it is totally against common sense. I really doubt if he really has a normal bone frame. No matter what, he is now at the origin realm. This is a fact. The inner sect is going to be bustling. Plum Sword Shiji, Qinfeng Hua Shiji, Dominion Sword Shixiang, and now Yuan Tian and Li Fuchin. I wonder what will happen to the inner sect. Be it the inner sect or the outer sect, Li Fuchen's name was a hot topic. In the outer sect, Guan Peng and Shin Tu-ju were flabbergasted. Yang Kai was also flabbergasted. In the odd job disciple region, Li Yunhai, who was diligently cultivating, was at a loss when he received the news. It was as if he had lost all his fighting spirit. He didn't know what was the point of continuing to struggle. He painstakingly obtained the status of an odd job disciple. After entering the sect, he thought he would soon surpass Li Fuchen. But not long after, he received news of Li Fuchen's outstanding performance in the outer sect. Not long after, Li Fuchen became an influential figure in the outer sect. Then, Li Fuchen became the outer sect's #1 disciple. But Li Yunhai didn't give up. He believed that with Li Fuchen's normal bone frame, he would need at least 18 years of age to progress to the origin realm. He still had a chance to catch up. Why is this so? Li Yunhai mumbled. Chapter 83. In the inner sect, Fang Laihai and Qin Xiaoyu, who received the news, were dumbfounded. They all had a grudge against Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen only progressed to the origin realm a few years later, they would be able to trample on Li Fuchen however they wanted. So what if he had heaven-defying perception? If his cultivation level couldn't keep up, everything was meaningless. But with Li Fuchen stepping into the origin realm so early, it would be hard for them to take revenge and trample on Li Fuchen. There was almost no hope left. When the rest of the prodigies received the news, they all had different expressions. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with gloominess and battle intent. Zhao Mingyue's eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. Wu Qingmei's eyes were deep in thought. As for Guan Shui, she pursed her lips and was in a daze. 3 days later, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the inner sect Grand Hall. In the inner sect Grand Hall, other than Li Fuchen, there were close to 100 inner sect preparation disciples. Li Fuchen knew many of them. The Tsonglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples. On average, there would be 1,000 outer sect disciples who progressed to the origin realm every year. To save manpower and resources, the inner sect exams were held once a month. It didn't mean that once you advanced, you would have to wait. A total of 97 disciples. Since everyone is here, follow me to the 1,000 Waterfall River. The green-robed inner sect elder sized up the crowd and said, the group heading to the 1,000 Waterfall River was rather large. Other than the 97 preparation disciples and an inner sect elder who was in charge of the inner sect exams, there were also 10 inner sect deacons and 97 inner sect deacon apprentices. The 1,000 Waterfall River was rather far. If one were to walk there, it would take at least a few days. Outside the inner sect Grand Hall, a flock of cranes with a wingspan of over 5 meters flew down. In an instant, a violent gale blew on the ground, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Li Fuchen's physique was astounding. Even with the violent gale, his eyes were still open. He realized that these cranes were all Class 1 spirit beasts. The spiritual qi within their bodies was about the same as a Class 1 demonic beast. In groups of a few, everyone got on the back of the cranes. Who? The cranes soared into the sky and carried everyone. So fast! The biting cold gale was like a steel blade, extremely powerful. This was the time to see a person's ability. Some of the inner sect preparatory disciples had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to reduce the wind resistance. There were also some who forcefully stood there, but their bodies emitted different colored air currents to deflect the wind. Only a few people stood there as steady as Mount Tai, as if their feet were rooted to the ground. Especially Li Fuchen, who stood with his hands behind his back with a calm expression, as though he was standing on the ground. No wonder he is the outer sect #1 disciple, Li Fuchen. The other inner sect preparatory disciples said in admiration. But after a long period of time, except for Li Fuchen, the rest of the inner sect preparation disciples couldn't take it anymore. Resisting the gale consumed a lot of true qi. As the true qi in their bodies rapidly decreased, they had no choice but to sit down cross-legged. Seeing that everyone was seated, Li Fuqin didn't want to be too high profile and calmly sat on the back of the red-crowned crane, looking at the green-robed inner sect elder who was riding the wind. Everyone revealed looks of envy. Each realm of the martial Tao had its own unique characteristics. Qi refinement realm, drawing qi into the body. Origin realm, manifesting qi. Earth realm, true qi release. The heavenly dipper realm was able to walk on air. Songlan sect's inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists. Heaven realm martial artists, as the name suggests, were able to ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. They had remarkable abilities and were unparalleled in martial arts. If a clan was able to produce a heaven realm martial artist, that clan would immediately become one of the prestigious clans in the Songlan region. Fong Liahai's Fong clan, Yuan Tian's Yuan clan, were all prestigious clans in the Songlan region. Of course, the inner sect elders' clans were also prestigious clans. But above the prestigious clans were the grand clans. Grand clans had to have a long history and have plenty of heaven realm martial artists. In the Songlan region, there were only a few grand clans. Every single one of them had the authority to speak within the Songlan sect. The red-crowned crane was very fast. At noon, everyone arrived at a spectacular scenic spot. Looking down from the sky, hundreds of white waterfalls were descending like white dragons entering the sea, emitting a rumbling sound. As they got closer, the sound got louder, and the white waterfalls gradually appeared in front of everyone. There were hundreds of waterfalls. The shortest waterfall was a few tens of feet in length. The longer ones were 50 to 60 feet, and the longest one was at least 300 feet. It was like a shocking jade dragon, emitting a boundless qi presence. Below the hundreds of waterfalls was a giant river. The river was undulating and had countless whirlpools, giving off an unfathomable feeling of danger. The red-crowned crane descended and landed on the empty ground in front of the 1,000-violent river. With a wave of the green-robed inner sect elder's hand, an astonishing scene happened. On the 1,000-violent river, an ice road that was emitting endless chilling qi was formed, extending towards the waterfalls. Follow me. The green-robed inner sect elder led the way on the ice road. How deep is the freezing qi to be able to create an ice road on the river? The inner sect preparatory disciples gasped. Let's go, what are you waiting for? One of the inner sect deacons shouted. Hearing the command, everyone started to walk up. Walking on the ice road, Li Fuqin noticed that the ice road didn't have any signs of shaking, even though there were over 200 of them. Out of curiosity, Li Fuqin circulated his qi and seeped it under the ice road. 2 meters. The ice road was 2 meters thick. No wonder it could support so many people. In just a short moment, everyone arrived at the bottom of the waterfall. There were hundreds of waterfalls, and at the bottom of every waterfall, there were dozens of large and small boulders. Under the impact of the waterfall, these boulders were smooth and round, just like pebbles that were 1,000 times larger. The green-robed inner sect elder turned around and said, "Endure for 15 minutes under the 30-feet waterfall. If you can, you will start the next round. If you can't, you will be eliminated and come back for another round 2 months later." Hearing the instruction, everyone gulped. 30 feet of waterfall was 100 meters in height. A large amount of water rushing down from a height of 100 meters would require a lot of force. What's more, the boulders were smooth and round. It wasn't hard to imagine that it would be hard to stand on, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty. All right, all of you will rely on your own strength to stand on the boulders. If you can't get up after 15 minutes, then you don't have to. Each of you will be in charge of one person and time them. The 10 of you will supervise them. As he spoke, the green-robed inner sect elder instructed the 97 inner sect deacon apprentices and 10 inner sect deacons. Yes, the inner sect deacons and inner sect deacon apprentices bowed their heads and cupped their fists. The 30 feet of waterfall had a rapid flow. Due to the special structure of the waterfall, the force of the water rushing down was very concentrated, and there wasn't even a single spot. The 97 inner sect preparatory apprentices tried to stand on the boulder, but the situation wasn't optimistic. Standing on the boulder was much more difficult than they imagined. The person beside Li Fuchen, who just got close to the boulder, was sent flying by the majestic water flow and was in a sorry state. I advise all of you to be more cautious. To a certain extent, standing on the boulder isn't as easy as enduring for 15 minutes. One of the inner sect deacon apprentices reminded. Li Fuchen nodded. In his opinion, standing on the boulder wasn't easy. After all, during the movement process, the center of gravity would be too unbalanced. Even though everyone used all their strength, there weren't many who managed to stand on the boulder in one go. Li Fuchen didn't wait any longer and revolved the scarlet mystic flame technique. Red scarlet fire, qi, seeped out of his body and enveloped him like a layer of flames. Chapter 84. Once the majestic flow of water met the scarlet fire qi, a large amount of water vapor burst out. Li Fuchen was like a red sharp knife, forcefully breaking through the waterfall, and effortlessly stood on top of the smooth boulder. The outer sect number 1 disciple is indeed the outer sect number 1 disciple. Too easy. We tried our best and still couldn't get up, but he did it so easily. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. No wonder he is one of the strongest outer sect disciples in history. We can't compare. Everyone was envious and helpless at the same time. The waterfall came crashing down on Li Fuchen. The force must be at least 10,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen felt the force of the waterfall. Don't underestimate the force of the waterfall. The force of the waterfall was continuous. A person could easily lift a 10,000 kilograms boulder, but it didn't mean he could lift it forever. Of course, to Li Fuchen, a force of 10,000 kilograms wasn't much. Even if he didn't revolve his qi, he could still withstand it easily. Time passed by bit. At the bottom of the 30 feet waterfall, rays of light flashed. Every ray of light represented an inner sect preparatory disciple standing there. Other than that, there were still 7 or 8 preparatory disciples who couldn't climb up the boulder and were so anxious that their ears turned red. PFFF. An inner sect preparatory disciple who was standing at the bottom of the waterfall suddenly turned pale. He vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and was sent flying by the waterfall. Right at this moment, the inner sect deacon disciple who was keeping time flashed and caught him. After a period of time, there would be an inner sect preparatory disciple who couldn't withstand it and vomited blood from the waterfall. After 15 minutes, only 80 of them were able to withstand it. Out of the 97, 17 were eliminated. The second trial was also on the 1,000 Waterfall River. This time it was a test of qi usage. Everyone had to rely on their own strength to cross the 1,000 Waterfall River. There were countless whirlpools in the 1,000 Waterfall River. It was already difficult to stand on the surface with qi, but crossing the 1,000 Waterfall River was even more difficult. Everyone has it. Begin. Oh. The green-robed inner sect elder suddenly swung his right hand down. Splash, 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 80 inner sect preparatory disciples stepped on the river and sprinted. One of them let out a shriek as he accidentally fell into a strong whirlpool and got sucked in. At the crucial moment, an inner sect deacon pulled him out. With scarlet fire qi wrapping around his legs, Li Fuchen bounced like a meteor. Every step he took would cover a distance of 12 meters. In just a short moment, he had left everyone behind. The green-robed inner sect elder nodded silently. There were countless whirlpools in the 1,000 torrent river. If one didn't train in the light body technique, not many would be able to cross the whirlpools easily. Those who could cross the whirlpools easily were all dragons and phoenixes among men. As for the level of one's innate talent, he didn't care. He only cared about what was in front of him. At the end of the second round of assessment, only 72 out of the 80 people passed. The third test was a test of strength. The examination venue was at the Azure Watersex demonic beast farm. Riding on the immortal cranes, everyone began to rush back. By the time they arrived at the demonic beast breeding farm, it was already close to evening. The demon beast breeding farm was a huge pit. On the rock walls around the pit, there were many caves which were closed by iron gates. From time to time, terrifying roars of demon beasts could be heard. At the center of the sinkhole was a wrestling ring. It was stained with blood and emitted killing intent. Your opponents are Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts. Within 30 minutes, those who can injure the demonic beasts will pass the test. The green-robed inner sect elder stood with his hands behind his back and announced loudly, "Injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast?" Even though everyone knew the contents of the test, when they felt the killing intent of the demonic beast breeding farm, they couldn't help but have goosebumps and shiver. First, Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian was 20 years old this year. With his purple chi technique at the 8th rank, he was a nameless figure in the outer sect and was never an influential figure. He nervously arrived at the wrestling ring, lifted his head, and looked around. Clang! On the second level of the rock wall, a metal gate opened up, revealing an immeasurably deep cave. Soon enough, a demonic dog covered in black scales peeked its head out. Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, black scale hound. Woof! The black scale hound's bark was horrifying, sharp and clear, just like a child's howl. Holding the yellow class, high-tier treasure sword in his hand, Qin Shaotian couldn't help but shiver. This was the first time he saw a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, and it was much more fearsome than he imagined. Hee, how long do you think this shitty can last? I'm guessing 10 breaths. You are overestimating him. I think it won't be more than 5 breaths. Other than Li Fuchen's group, there were plenty of inner sect disciples here to temper their combat skills. Seeing Qin Shaotian in such a state, some of the inner sect disciples laughed. The black scale hound seemed to have sensed Qin Shaotian's nervousness and leaped out of the cave. The moment it landed, it lowered its body and followed an arc towards Qin Shaotian. Qin Shaotian was already nervous. Seeing that the black scale hound didn't attack from the front, but from the side, he got even more nervous and his body stiffened. Clang! Qin Shaotian's artifact, sword, flew out of his hand, just as it was about to be killed by the black scale hound. An inner sect deacon waved his hand and used chi to force the black scale hound away. Qin Shaotian eliminated. The inner sect deacon who announced the results frowned. The green-robed inner sect elder frowned too. Such a weak mentality, such a person wouldn't have a future. One by one, the inner sect preparation disciples entered the ring. Out of every 10, 2 or 3 would be eliminated. Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts were agile and had demonic chi to protect their bodies. It wasn't an easy task to leave a wound on the body of the beast. Next, Li Fuchen. The inner sect deacon took a deep breath and announced Li Fuchen's name. Hearing the announcement, everyone's eyes focused on Li Fuchen, including the expressionless green-robed inner sect elder. He is the outer sect's #1 disciple, Li Fuchen. Because of him, Elder, you personally presided over the inner sect disciple exams. Normally, inner sect elders don't have to bother about such things. It is usually handled by the inner sect deacons. Look, from the battle with the Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, we can see if he is just a name or if he is truly capable. That's right. A real demonic beast isn't something that the energy beasts in the Tower of Tribulations can compare to. How can energy beasts have the ferocity and killing intent of a real demonic beast? These inner sect disciples have heard of Li Fuchen's reputation, but seeing is believing. Without seeing it for themselves, they wouldn't believe that Li Fuchen was as outrageous as the rumor said. Standing on the stage, Li Fuchen lifted his head. On the second floor of the cave, a metal gate opened. Swish! A black shadow flew out and actually hovered in the air, not landing on the ground. This was a ferocious bird with a 3-meter wingspan, gray feathers, and claws the size of a dustpan. This is too exaggerated. He actually used a flying, demonic beast to test him. I reckon, Elder, you did it on purpose. This is going to be a problem. Even though a flying demonic beast's attack power is about the same as a land-based demonic beast, the speed of a flying demonic beast is too fast. Chapter 85. Iron-winged bird, a level 2 low-tier flying demonic beast. The iron-winged bird's wings were extremely hard, allowing it to slash its enemies while gliding at high speed. This was how it got its name. This metal-winged bird was extremely crafty and didn't immediately attack Li Fuchen. Instead, he swooped down from the sky as if he was flaunting his strength. His wings left 2 cracks on the ground of the arena. So powerful! The other inner sect preparatory disciples were dumbfounded. The demonic beasts on the ground generally used their teeth to attack, but the iron-winged bird could use its wings to slash, its claws to attack, and even its beak to peck. How could one fight against it? Li Fuchen, I wonder how you are going to kill it. The green-robed inner sect elder. Elder, you stared at Li Fuchen. Others only needed to injure a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, but Li Fuchen was different. He was the outer sect's #1 disciple. If he couldn't even kill a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, it would be too disappointing. Although the difficulty of killing the iron-winged bird was much higher than other Class 2 low-tier demonic beasts, it was still extremely difficult to kill it. Caw! The iron-winged bird's voice was very sharp, like the sound of 2 pieces of steel pressing against each other. Whoosh! With a flap of its wings, a violent gale was created. The steel-winged bird turned into a blurry shadow, descending from the sky and diving towards Li Fuchen. The speed was too fast. Many could only see the afterimage of the metal-winged bird. This kind of speed wasn't something a first-level origin realm martial artist could hope to achieve. Even dodging would be difficult. Like a dark cloud, the metal-winged bird's massive figure instantly enveloped Li Fuchen. Could it be that he was scared silly? One of the inner sect disciples saw that Li Fuchen didn't do anything and couldn't help but ask, "So what if you're the #1 disciple of the outer sect? You've never experienced a real battle, so you're still lacking. Losing so miserably. Elder, you must be very disappointed." Elder Yu's face had a flash of disappointment. Li Fuchen had already missed the best time to dodge. Normally he would dodge first, then strike with his sword and kill with 1 strike. This was a true swordsman. Hua! But at this moment, a red crescent of mist suddenly burst forth from the back of the iron-winged bird. In the next moment, the iron-winged bird's huge body was torn apart from the middle. Blood shot into the sky as if it was raining blood. Low-tier, yellow-grade sword art, crescent sword art. In the sky full of blood rain, Li Fuchen acted as if he had done a trivial matter. He elegantly sheathed his sword and stood there like a javelin. As soon as the blood rain came within a foot of his body, it immediately evaporated and turned into a blood-colored mist. Although a low-tier yellow-class sword art's power was lacking, it was still as fast as lightning. What's more, with Li Fuchen's ability, even if he didn't use his sword arts, he would still be able to slay the metal-winged bird in a single blade. So calm, so domineering. Killing the iron-winged bird with a single slash? Am I seeing things? Hey, Lu Wei, can you kill the iron-winged bird with a single slash? What a joke, of course I can't do it. I am only at the 2nd level of the origin realm. In the Tsanglan sect, 90% of the 2nd level origin realm martial artists wouldn't be able to do it. Even a 3rd level origin realm martial artist might not be able to do it so easily. The inner sect disciples inhaled a breath of cold air. Is he still human? The other inner sect preparatory disciples were trembling. This was the first time a person had witnessed such a shocking event. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Good, very good. The outer sect's #1 disciple is fully deserving. Elder Yu's eyes shrunk as he laughed heartily. This child has a bright future ahead of him. Seems like we need to befriend him in the future. The 10 inner sect deacons were all Earth realm martial artists. With their experience, they could naturally tell that Li Fuchen's combat ability was simply earth-shattering and not inferior to any of them, due to Li Fuchen's outstanding performance. The rest of the exams were dull and boring. Finally, only 45 disciples were left after the 3 rounds of exams. 52 disciples were eliminated. These 52 disciples would have to wait another 2 months before they could continue to participate in the inner sect exams. If they failed 3 times, they would no longer have the chance and would be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice to serve the sect. The sky pit was brightly lit, but outside the sky pit it was already dark. Elder Yu allowed the 45 disciples to return first and gather at the inner sect grand hall the next morning. The next morning, Li Fuchen once again arrived at the inner sect grand hall. Dressed in a green robe, Elder Yu spoke to the 45 disciples. Firstly, 3rd grade inner sect disciples, come and collect your inner sect disciple token, robes, sword, and residence key. Report your name and come forward. Inner sect disciples were also separated into 3 grades. 3rd grade was the lowest and 1st grade was the highest. As the names rang out, those who heard the names were discouraged, but they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction and obediently went forward to collect their items. After the 3rd grade inner sect disciple was the 2nd grade inner sect disciple. Once everyone had collected their items, only Li Fuchen was left. Li Fuchen, 1st grade inner sect disciple. Elder Yu spoke in a pleasant tone. A 1st grade inner sect disciple was much more prestigious than a 1st grade outer sect disciple. In the outer sect, a 1st grade outer sect disciple would have a courtyard and could redeem 1,000 gold coins worth of sect items every month. There weren't any other benefits, but a 1st grade inner sect disciple had many more benefits. Besides having a courtyard, when redeeming sect items, it was 70% off. In the outer sect, only prodigies could redeem sect items at half price, and 5-star bone frame prodigies could get a 30% discount. Actually, with your performance, you are more than qualified to be a prodigy. But you should know that the sect emphasizes on bone frame, at least before the Earth realm. Elder Yu felt it was a pity. He originally wanted Li Fuchen to become an inner sect prodigy, but it was rejected by the others. Elder Yu, Fuchen is already satisfied. Many thanks for Elder Yu's generosity. Li Fuchen was satisfied with this result. With a 30% discount when redeeming sect items, he could save 3,000 contribution points for 10,000 contribution points, or 30,000 contribution points for 100,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum of contribution points. Good. Neither arrogant nor rash, neither servile nor overbearing. I have high hopes for you. Elder Yu's admiration for Li Fuchen grew. The inner sect disciple robes were pale green, and the accompanying sword was a peak tier, yellow class, black iron sword. Just this sword alone would be worth a few thousand gold coins in the outside world. Fortunately, the sect had a smithing hall. Every year, large quantities of weapons would be forged. A portion of these weapons were kept for personal use, while the rest were sold to the outside world. If not, just purchasing an inner sect disciple's accompanying sword would cost a few million gold coins. After collecting the inner sect disciple items, Li Fuchen was led by an inner sect deacon apprentice to his residence. It was still an independent courtyard, but this time it was on one of the inner sect disciples' district's spiritual peaks. Li Fuchen took a quick look. This mountain peak had about a dozen independent courtyards. The difference in treatment is too huge. The sect is still the sect after all. No matter how calm Li Fuchen was, he couldn't help but be fascinated. Staying in such an independent courtyard, not only was the environment quiet, there was also a lot more space to cultivate. He could totally find a place outside the courtyard to cultivate. Chapter 86. I only have 50,000 plus contribution points left. It isn't enough to redeem a mystic class, high-tier body, refinement technique. Even if I redeem it, I don't have the resources to cultivate it. After becoming an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen began to consider his next course of action. It was impossible to cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique, at least not for now. The interception form Dao, a mystic class, mid-tier body refinement technique, required 75,000 contribution points. A mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique would require at least 200,000 contribution points. Even with a 30% discount, it would still require 140,000 contribution points. That wasn't all, but the crucial point was the lack of resources to cultivate. A single yellow class, peak-tier body tempering pill would require 10,000 contribution points. To cultivate a mystic class, high-tier body refinement technique to completion, it would require at least 100 pills. That would be at least 1,000,000 contribution points. Speaking of mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals, it was necessary to mention the treatment of a first-grade inner sect disciple. In the Tsanglan sect, only first-grade inner sect disciples, direct disciples, and inner sect elders could redeem mystic class, high-tier martial arts manuals. Most of the outer sect elders didn't even have the qualifications to do so, not even with contribution points. To be able to become a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen had already succeeded. Guan Hong, Guan Yin, Yang Lai, Yang Zhan, and Li Shanhe were all third-grade inner sect disciples. Their status in the sect couldn't even be compared to Li Fuchen. I am now an origin realm martial artist. I can cultivate a light body technique now. Li Fuchen thought to himself. The lowest grade of a body refinement technique was peak tier yellow class. The lowest grade of a light body technique was mystic class low tier. A light body technique had a high requirement on one's chi. If one wasn't at the origin realm, no matter how good one's perception was, they wouldn't be able to utilize the advantages of a light body technique. Other than that, it is also necessary to cultivate a mystic class, low-tier sword art. As of now, Li Fuchen had cultivated a total of 9 sword arts. 2 yellow class, low-tier, with a crescent sword style and tiger fang cross slash. 2 yellow class, mid-tier, with a clear breeze sword style and Xiaoshang sword style. 1 yellow class, high tier, was the red jade sword style. 4 yellow class, peak tier, with a scarlet fire sword style, tripart sword style, dripping sword style, and soaring dragon sword style. It was said that quality was more important than quantity, but Li Fuchen felt that in order to reach the pinnacle of sword Dao, one had to cultivate a large number of sword arts. As the saying went, learn from others' strong points. A large number of sword arts would give Li Fuchen a large amount of sword Dao foundation. One day, this foundation would become the foundation of Li Fuchen's sword Dao. Had it not been for the lack of stamina, Li Fuchen would have loved to cultivate dozens of yellow class sword arts. In the afternoon, after lunch, Li Fuchen went to the inner sect martial arts hall to redeem a light body technique and a mystic class, low-tier sword art. They were the wind shadow technique and the meteor sword technique. The wind shadow technique was named after the wind, and it was similar to the whirlwind kick technique. However, the whirlwind kick technique was, after all, a leg technique. It only touched on the effects of lightening the body. As for the wind shadow technique, it was a movement technique that lived up to its name. After cultivating it to a certain level, one's movement would be like the wind, or even faster than the wind. As for the meteor sword art, it was a sword art that focused on extreme speed and lethality. This swordplay only had one move, and it was called Meteor Fall, a very domineering and ethereal name. Inner sect disciples have to complete a sect mission every year, but I am not in a hurry. I will wait until the 9th or 10th month. Before that, I should first complete the wind shadow technique and meteor sword art. Sect missions were more or less dangerous. Even though Li Fuqin wasn't a regular first-level origin realm martial artist, but there were too many experts in the world. Any formidable origin realm martial artist could easily kill him. Before going on a mission, it was better to increase one's ability. There were only benefits and no disadvantages. Hurry, and send him to the medical hall. If he is late, he won't be able to be saved. On the way back, Li Fuqin saw 4 inner sect disciples sprinting. One of them was carrying a youth with a dark expression on his back. From the looks of it, he was either poisoned or injured by someone, and it was a poison technique that injured him. Isn't that Qian Shixiao? How did he get such a serious injury? I reckon he met an underworld martial artist that cultivates poison techniques. Sigh. Every year there are plenty of inner sect disciples that die in the hands of the underworld martial artists. It is already good enough to come back alive. Isn't that so? In another month's time, I will be going on a mission too. I hope the mission goes smoothly and without any accidents. On the side of the path, there were plenty of inner sect disciples pointing and gossiping. Seems like the sect missions are much more dangerous than I thought. Seeing this scene, Li Fuqin had a new understanding of the sect missions. Come to think of it, the sect didn't need flowers in a greenhouse, but rather a big tree that could shelter the sect from the wind and rain. If one didn't experience certain things, how could they grow so quickly? Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuqin first picked up the wind shadow steps to cultivate. The wind shadow steps was extremely mystical. According to the manual, once at the subcompletion stage, the body would be as light as a swallow. At the completion stage, not only would one's speed be abnormally fast, one's movements would also be ghostly and silent. With the green soul spirit, Li Fuqin spent 3 days to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the entry stage. Circulating his qi according to the wind shadow steps, his body felt lighter. Even without wrapping his legs with qi, he could still easily stand on a branch that was as thick as a wrist without any signs of falling. 1 month later, wind shadow steps at subcompletion stage. Right now, Li Fuqin could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger without falling. The light body technique, sure, is mystical. Li Fuqin's eyes shined. The light body technique was also a type of technique and had a unique qi circulation method. Every time he revolved the light body technique, Li Fuqin felt the restraints of the earth lessening. With just a slight movement, he would be able to glide forward without a sound. But the speed couldn't be too fast. If it was too fast, there would be a sonic boom. I wonder what it would feel like to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the completion stage. It was a wonderful feeling to have the body lighten. Even though Li Fuqin could stand on the surface of the water previously, it was because of his qi. When qi was spread out, it could disperse the downward pressure on the body. The effect was similar to stepping on a boat or a basin. But the light body technique was different. It allowed the user to become lighter. Li Fuqin was still unable to stand on the surface of the water. But once the wind shadow steps reached a higher rank, it shouldn't be a problem to stand on the surface of the water. After all, he could already stand on a branch that was as thick as a finger. The only regret was that because the light body technique had a unique qi circulation method, it couldn't be executed at the same time as the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. When executing the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he couldn't execute the wind shadow steps. When executing the wind shadow steps, he couldn't execute the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. Of course, this was just a small problem. His entire body was filled with scarlet fire qi. Even if he didn't revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, he could still burst out with 80% to 90% of its power. In fact, it wasn't just the light body technique. Some formidable martial arts had their own unique qi circulation methods. But there were differences between qi circulation methods. The qi circulation methods of cultivation techniques were used to absorb the heaven and earth energy to cultivate qi. The light body technique and martial arts qi circulation methods were a type of utilization of qi. Chapter 87. Unknowingly, Li Fuqin had been at the Zhanglan sect for 2 years. Outer sect. Every day, there would be a large number of prodigies coming to the Zhanglan sect to participate in the outer sect disciple exams. Thinking about it, it should be about time for Yunwu City's prodigies to arrive. But Li Fuqin wasn't interested to know who the prodigies from Yunwu City were and how many of them were from the 4 major clans. He was immersed in his own world. On the official road near the Zhanglan Mountains, a group of people were galloping at high speed. On the back of the horses, there was a blue-robed elder and a group of youths, along with 3 other youths. Among the 3 youths, there was a pretty girl in red who was looking left and right with a face full of excitement and curiosity. The pretty girl in red was Guan Mei. She was the same age as Li Fuqin and had a 1-star bone frame. Originally, a 1-star bone frame didn't have much of a chance to stand out in the genius contest. But in a city, there would always be times when there were more or less prodigies. Li Fuqin's batch of genius contest was known as the pinnacle of Yunwu City in decades. There was Li Fuqin, who defied common sense and had a normal bone frame. There was also Zhu Hongxiu and Yang Kai, who were 3-star bone frames. In previous years, there was basically number 3-star bone frames. What's more, there was Guan Shui, who didn't participate in the genius contest, but still had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. For this year's genius contest, there were only 3 spots. The Guan clan took 1, the Yang clan took 1, and the last one was Zhu Xiaoming. Zhu Xiaoming was Zhu Hongxiu's cousin and the only 2-star bone frame in Yunwu City. The blue-robed elder looked back at the 3 and shook his head. Among the 3 of them, other than Zhu Xiaoming, who had a slight chance of becoming an outer sect disciple, the rest could only be odd job disciples. Odd job disciples were at the bottom of the Zhanglan sect. On average, only 1 out of 100 odd job disciples had a chance of becoming an outer sect disciple. The rest could only slowly advance, and after breaking through to the origin realm, they would become inner sect odd job disciples. But once inner sect odd job disciples reached a certain level, they could join the Zhanglan army. The Zhanglan army was the Zhanglan sect's army. Once a sect war broke out, the Zhanglan army would be the first to charge. Even though it was dangerous, it was easier for a martial artist to break through in the midst of life and death. There were some who joined the Zhanglan army and broke through to become the middle and upper echelons of the Zhanglan army. In short, the path of an odd job disciple was a bumpy one. There were not many fortuitous encounters, and it would be a waste of time. Many people couldn't stand the life of an odd job disciple and had no choice but to apply to return to their families. The inner sect could not feel the changes in the outer sect at all. Time flew by. In a forest at the waist of Lingxiu Mountain, a figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth between the trees. Every time he was about to fall, he only needed to lightly tap the tip of his foot on a branch that was as thick as a little finger, and he would immediately borrow the force to soar into the air. Whoosh! With a sudden increase in speed, Li Fuqin instantly appeared on the ground. As expected of a body lightning technique, it took me 4 months to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd layer. The wind shadow technique was split into 6 levels. The first level was initial glimpse, the second level was small success, the third level was follow your heart, the fourth level was perfection, the fifth level was great perfection, and the sixth level was perfection. In fact, it was the entry stage, minor accomplishment, proficient stage, and great accomplishment. The great accomplishment was further divided into the perfection stage, the great perfection stage, and the trance stage. As a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique, the wind shadow steps was much harder to cultivate than a mystic class, low-tier martial arts. Not only did one have to comprehend the essence of the technique, one had to open up the corresponding meridians. For Li Fuqin, to be able to cultivate the wind shadow steps to the 3rd rank in just 4 months was already an incredible feat. It was a known fact that most of the inner sect disciples would need at least 1 or 2 years to reach the 2nd rank of a mystic class, low-tier body lightning technique. To reach the 3rd rank, it was basically impossible without at least 5 years. Withdrawing the wind shadow steps and revolving the scarlet mystic flame technique, Li Fuchen's right hand seemed to be coated with a layer of alcohol as a red scarlet fire chi was emitted. Crackle! A palm strike landed on a tree that was as thick as 2 people hugging it. The trunk of the tree exploded and was charred black. In these 4 months, Li Fuchen didn't just improve his wind shadow steps. His main cultivation technique, the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, had already reached the 10th rank. Based on the speed of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, when he was at the Qi realm, Li Fuchen would need at least a year to break through to the 10th rank. But that was then, and this is now. Cultivating the Mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Mystic Flame technique while at the Qi realm would result in indigestion, limiting one's perception. But at the Origin realm, it was basically the lowest requirement to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. As one's cultivation level increased, it would be easier to cultivate. Of course, the higher the level of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, the harder it would be to cultivate. Li Fuchen, who was immersed in his cultivation state, didn't want to bother about anything else. He didn't intend to go out and earn contribution points either. Earning contribution points would take up some of his energy and time. Being constantly on the move would cause his cultivation state to deteriorate. He had already decided that before his first sect mission, he would not do anything else but cultivate on the mountain. Days passed by. Li Fuchen's overall ability was increasing bit by bit. Such a horrifying sword style. Looking at the giant pig iron or that was pierced by a sword 3 steps away, Li Fuchen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He didn't use any of his physical strength, but purely channeled his qi into the black iron sword. The mystic class low-tier meteor sword style was much harder to cultivate than he imagined, but also much stronger. This sword style only had one sword move, called Meteor Fall. When the sword was executed, not only was it fast, it also had an indescribable, penetrative force. Even though the pig iron was only a yellow class, low tier, or it was at least twice as hard as normal rocks. Low-leveled Origin realm martial artists could shatter the pig iron ore and make a hole in it. But to pierce through such a thick piece of pig iron ore, it was extremely difficult. This sword style was specifically targeted at body refinement techniques. With a single thrust, it didn't matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it would still be able to pierce through. Li Fuchen reckoned that his own interception form Dao wouldn't be able to withstand the Meteor Fall sword move. Of course, the Meteor Fall sword move wouldn't be able to kill him in a single strike. It would at most injure him. Shou! 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 The black iron sword in Li Fuchen's hand was like a flashing meteor, piercing through the pig iron ore from time to time. 1 day later, the human-sized pig iron ore that looked like a hornet's nest broke apart into hundreds of pieces. Li Fuchen immediately took out another human-sized pig iron ore from the corner of the courtyard. Raw iron ores were worth 1 contribution point per kg. A human-sized pig iron ore would weigh around 10,000 kilograms and would be worth 10,000 contribution points. As a first-grade inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen could borrow raw iron ores from the resource hall as long as he returned them in the future. It didn't matter if it was complete or not, as long as the weight wasn't reduced, since the raw iron ores had to be put into the furnace. Other first-grade inner sect disciples were the same as Li Fuchen. They would use raw iron ores to cultivate. Regular rocks were too fragile for them. Some of the more experienced first-grade inner sect disciples would even borrow yellow class, mid-tier ores to cultivate. Chapter 88. At first it was 1 piece a day, then 2 pieces a day, then 3 pieces a day. Li Fuchen's speed of destroying the raw iron ores was getting faster and faster. Luckily, he would always borrow 10 human-sized raw iron ores, saving him a lot of trouble. The raw iron ores are still too weak. Seems like I have to redeem the yellow class mid-tier fine iron ores. Li Fuchen called a few dozen odd-job disciples to help him transport the crushed raw iron ores to the resource hull. He then borrowed 2 human-sized fine iron ores. A fine iron ore was worth 6 contribution points per kg. A human-sized fine iron ore would be at least 10,000 kilograms. 2 pieces would be at least 100,000 contribution points. Leaving behind the receipt, Li Fuchen left the resource hull. Clang! A stream of light flashed in midair. On the human-sized fine iron ore, sparks flew. Large amounts of fine or powder that was smaller than sand splattered on the ground. As the stream of light dissipated, Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. Seems like I have to waste at least 1,000 contribution points this time. The last time he returned raw iron ores, for every 10,000 kilograms, there was an average loss of 100 kilograms. It was mainly due to the loss of ores during sword practice. As Meteor Fall improved day by day, Li Fuchen's sword presence got stronger. For the first half a year, he spent most of his energy on cultivating the Wind Shadow Steps. He only managed to reach sub-completion for Meteor Fall. These few days, his sword moves progressed at a rapid pace and was almost at the stage where he could execute them as he pleased. Noon was the best time for Li Fuchen to cultivate his qi. As usual, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the fake mountain with his 5 hearts facing the sky. In his inner vision state, Li Fuchen saw his soul spirit. The originally green soul spirit was now 20% pale blue. Li Fuchen remembered that when he was at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi realm, it was only 5%. Seems like the advancement of my cultivation level will speed up the soul spirit's transformation. This is a good thing. Revealing a smile, Li Fuchen revolved the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen his cultivation. Yuan Tian spent 5 months to reach the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. Li Fuchen spent 6 months to reach the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. In terms of cultivation talent, Li Fuchen was still lacking compared to Yuan Tian. It wasn't obvious at the Qi realm, but once one reached the Origin Realm, the difference in cultivation talent would become more obvious. At the Disha realm, it would be even more obvious. Of course, when compared to Yuan Tian, Li Fuchen was 1 level lower, but when compared to a 4-star bone frame, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior at all. And because the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the 10th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was actually faster than a 4-star bone frame. On this day, Li Fuchen came to the cafeteria for a meal. The food in the inner sect dining hall was 10 times more expensive than the outer sect dining hall. A normal meal cost 1 silver coin. A nutritious meal cost 1 gold coin, and a high-class meal cost 10 gold coins. If every meal was a high-class one, it would be more than 10,000 gold coins a year. This was not a small number. After ordering a high-class meal, Li Fuchen found a place to sit down. Did you guys hear? Fong Lihai was taught a lesson by a senior brother. You must be talking about that arrogant junior brother Fong Lihai. Serves him right. Does he still think this is the outer sect? This is the inner sect. That's right. In the outer sect, Fong Lihai's batch of 4-star bone frames only added up to 10. But in the inner sect, there are plenty of 4-star bone frames, several times more than in the outer sect. Fong Lihai isn't considered an outstanding existence in the inner sect. Hearing the conversation at the next table, Li Fuchen laughed in his heart. It seemed like this Fong Lihai had finally suffered. In the outer sect, Fong Lihai was a genius. But in the inner sect, there were too many geniuses. Furthermore, these geniuses had cultivated for many years. How could Fong Lihai compare? Let alone Fong Lihai. Even if Yuan Tian was too arrogant, he would be taught a lesson. A 5-star bone frame might have a great chance to break through to the reincarnation realm and become a tycoon-class figure, but it was just a hope. What's more, a 4-star bone frame also had hopes of breaking through to the reincarnation realm. It was just that one had a higher chance and the other had a lower chance. In short, in the inner sect, not only did one look at one's aptitude, it also looked at one's strength. No one could tell what would happen in the future. On the 8th month, Li Fuchin's wind, shadow steps, and meteor sword style were still at the completion stage. He suddenly realized that perhaps it was no longer feasible to cultivate in silence. It had to be an actual battle. Only through actual battle could one comprehend martial arts. Without actual battle experience, one would never know if there were any flaws in one's martial arts. Time to accept a sect mission, Li Fuchin muttered to himself. The next day, Li Fuchin arrived at the mission hall. The majestic mission hall took up a huge area, and there were plenty of people inside. When Li Fuchin arrived, there were dozens of people in the midst of choosing their missions. Inner sect disciple missions were segregated into 4 grades, and each grade had 3 difficulties. The 4 grades were low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and peak-tier missions. They corresponded to low-level origin realm martial artists, middle-level origin realm martial artists, high-level origin realm martial artists, and peak-stage origin realm martial artists. Each grade of mission was separated into normal, elite, and difficult difficulties. For the first time, one could only choose a low-tier mission. As for the second time, there were no restrictions. Li Fuchin took a look. Normal difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 300 to 500 contribution points, which was very little. Elite difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 600 to 1,000 contribution points. Hard difficulty low-tier missions had a reward of 1,200 to 2,000 contribution points. It wasn't a lot. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchin picked one of the difficulty low-tier missions. The mission details were: kill the wanted criminal Jiang Dahai and bring back his head. The mission reward was 1,800 contribution points. Li Fuchin originally thought that the target of the mission would be at the 1st to 3rd level of the origin realm. He didn't expect Jiang Dahai to be at the 4th level of the origin realm, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Outsiders might have a high cultivation level, but their techniques and martial arts were far inferior to sect disciples. After accepting the mission, Li Fuchin immediately left the Songlan sect and headed towards the mission location, Black Rock City. Along the way, Li Fuchin used the wind shadow steps to hasten his journey. When half of his qi was used up, Li Fuchin stopped to meditate and recover his qi. Got to say, the speed of the wind shadow steps was really fast. Every time he revolved the wind shadow steps, Li Fuchin felt the restrictions on him lessen. With a light tap on the ground, his entire body shot out like an arrow. Even a Class 1 demonic blood horse couldn't match up to his speed. 1 week later, Li Fuchin arrived at the borders of Black Rock City. According to the intel, Jiang Dahai committed a crime half a month ago and was arrested by the city's constables. After breaking through the siege, he escaped into the deep mountains. Information about Jiang Dahai appeared in Li Fuchin's mind. A 4th-level origin realm martial artist would be considered an expert in a small city. If he escaped into the deep mountains, it would be extremely difficult to catch him. Chapter 89. Forest of No Return. The most dangerous place in Black Rock City. This ancient forest has existed for countless years. It was filled with demonic beasts and venomous bugs. Those that entered rarely came out alive. Arriving at the Forest of No Return, Li Fuchin dived in without any hesitation. In the deepest part of the Forest of No Return, 8 constables were carefully searching for something. Constables, the existence of the cities, specialized in capturing criminals. The weakest of these constables was at least at the 2nd level of the origin realm, while the strongest was at the 4th level of the origin realm. 6th bro, don't you think the city lord is making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a murderer. Why must we enter the forest of no return to capture him? Isn't it the same when he comes out? The youngest constable complained. The constable, who was addressed as Sixth Bro, said, "Are you stupid? Don't you know what our city lord hates the most?" "What does he hate the most?" "A villain who humiliates women. This Jiang Dahai brutally raped and killed Merchant Wang's daughter. This is a taboo of the city lord." Another dark-skinned, middle-aged constable interrupted. "Moreover, Merchant Wang has already announced that anyone who can capture Jiang Dahai will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins. This is 50,000 gold coins. If we divide it evenly, each of us will get close to 10,000 gold coins." "Hee, I am just complaining. Didn't I hear that the forest of no return is dangerous?" The young constable scratched his head and laughed. Patting on the shoulder of the young constable, the dark-skinned constable was about to say something, but his eyes suddenly widened as he clutched his neck and fell backwards. An arrow pierced through his neck unknowingly. Fresh blood spurted out from the back of his neck and stained the ground. "Be careful," the constable, who was addressed as Sixth Bro, said sternly. Swish! A sharp piercing sound could be heard as another constable fell to the ground. "Quick, manifest your chi." Sixth Bro revolved his technique, and a layer of pale blue mist was emitted from his body to protect his body. Hearing the command, the other constables all released their chi glow. Bang! The third arrow was shot. Fortunately, this constable had chi protection and didn't get pierced. But the powerful impact from the arrowhead caused him to vomit a large mouthful of blood and suffered serious injuries. What a good Jiang Dahai. Looks like we've all underestimated him. Outside, he hasn't used his full strength at all. Brother Six said coldly. The power of a bow and arrow also depended on the archer. Under normal circumstances, when the difference in cultivation level wasn't huge, it would be hard for an archer to penetrate through chi and heavily injure an Origin realm martial artist with a single arrow. After all, with such a long distance between them, the chi on the arrow would have dissipated by quite a bit. Dang! After slashing an arrow with his sword, Brother Six dashed toward the direction where the arrow came from. Very quickly, Brother Six found an abandoned bow and arrows. This bow and arrows were obviously made at the last minute. The body of the bow was carved from ironwood, and the bowstring was made from the tendons of a kind of demon beast. This kind of temporarily manufactured bow and arrow usually wouldn't last long. A real finished bow and arrow required many processes. With an ominous premonition in his heart, Brother Six hurriedly returned the way he came. In the clearing in the forest, a valiant middle-aged man chopped off the head of a young bailiff with one sword strike. Around the valiant middle-aged man were 2 corpses that had fallen. In a short period of time, of the 7 bailiffs, 5 were dead and 1 was seriously injured. Only Brother Six was unharmed. Bastard! Brother Six's eyes turned red as he roared. Jiang Dahai grinned. The moment you chased after me, you were already dead. Don't worry, I will not kill you immediately. I will hang you on a tree and slowly drain your blood. The poisonous bugs here love to burrow into flesh and blood. He, Jiang Dahai, was never willing to be under anyone. Merchant Wang thought that since he saved his life, Jiang Dahai would do anything for him. But Merchant Wang was wrong, ridiculously wrong. But Merchant Wang's daughter was rather beautiful, with soft skin and tender flesh. A pity that he didn't get to play with any of Merchant Wang's wives. Deep in the forest, there were plenty of poisonous bugs. Walking in the forest of no return, Li Fuchin would release his chi from time to time to kill the approaching poisonous bugs. These poisonous bugs were basically class 1 low-tier or mid-tier poisonous bugs. Their combat strength was very low, and any chi realm martial artist could easily kill them. But as long as the bugs were of a certain class, their venom would be strong. Once bitten, even an Origin realm martial artist would be in trouble. And Origin realm martial artists couldn't possibly manifest their chi all the time, as it would consume too much chi. Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about getting bitten, but he didn't want the poisonous bugs to come into contact with his body. Some of the poisonous bugs were sticky and had a foul smell. Just a little bit would cause the smell to linger for days. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen arrived at the depths of the forest of no return. There are footprints here. Li Fuchen's eyesight was exceptional and could easily spot shallow footprints that normal people couldn't see. Following these footprints, Li Fuchen gradually approached the location of the battle. Stone Splitter Sword Style. As a 4th level Origin Realm martial artist, 6th Bro's combat strength wasn't weak. His Stone Splitter Sword style was domineering and could easily split a giant boulder. Leaping up high, 6th Bro cleaved at Jiang Dahai. Since you are already a dead man, I shall let you witness my true ability. Jiang Dahai's chi presence exploded from the 4th level of the Origin Realm to the 5th level. Clang! Jiang Dahai's sword clashed with 6th Bro's snow steel sword. PFFF. Vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, 6th Bro flew backwards. 5th level of the Origin Realm. 6th Bro was in disbelief. The difference between the 1st level and the 1st level of the Origin Realm was extremely huge. Unless one cultivated a higher-tier cultivation technique or martial arts, it was impossible to surpass levels in combat. Jiang Dahai laughed. That's right. I am not at the 4th level of the Origin Realm, but at the 5th level. I have also learned a yellow class, peak-tier sword art, the Heavy Mountain sword style. What makes you think you can fight against me? In a small-sized city, a yellow class, peak-tier sword art was basically the top-notch sword art. Jiang Dahai coincidentally obtained this sword art manual from a cave. 6th Bro's expression was dejected, but he didn't want to admit defeat. Even if you kill me, there will be more formidable constables coming to capture you. You can't escape. Don't worry. After killing you, I will escape to another region. Do you think that Songlan Sect's claws can reach other regions? Jiang Dahai laughed coldly. In the Songlan region, many criminals would escape to other regions. Correspondingly, criminals from other regions would also escape to the Songlan region. The Songlan region was ruled by the Songlan sect. The other regions would naturally be ruled by other sections. Going to other sects' territories to capture criminals would be a little restrictive. With the lack of information, once there was a conflict, there was a high chance of death. Escape to another region? Which region do you want to escape to? A clear voice echoed from the forest. Who is it? Jiang Dahai got a shock and shouted. Songlan Sect Inner, Sect Disciple. A shadow flashed by, and Li Fuchen appeared on top of a huge tree, silently. Songlan Sect Inner Sect Disciple? Jiang Dahai's eyes shrunk. Even if they were both Origin Realm martial artists, the difference was extremely huge. Songlan Sect Inner Sect Disciples, be it their cultivation techniques or martial arts, were all elite. With similar cultivation levels, a Songlan Sect Inner Sect disciple could kill any Origin Realm martial artist in an instant. But after realizing that Li Fuchen was only at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm, Jiang Dahai let out a hearty laugh. Just a 2nd level Origin Realm martial artist, and you dare to show yourself? You really don't know your place. Chapter 90. 2nd level of the Origin Realm. 6th Bro's eyes lit up with hope, but was instantly extinguished. His face turned ashen. A Songlan Sect Inner Sect disciple at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm might be able to go against a 4th level Origin Realm martial artist. But to kill a 4th level Origin Realm martial artist, it would be extremely difficult. Not to mention a 5th level Origin Realm martial artist. Unless it was a 3-star or 4-star bone frame prodigy. Go to hell. Jiang Dahai extended his hand, and a snow steel sword was sucked into his hand. Revolving his chi, Jiang Dahai threw out the snow steel sword. Swish! The snow steel sword turned into a cold ray of light and struck at Li Fuchen. On the surface of the snow steel sword, there was a layer of faint black mist. That was the qi on the sword. Jiang Dahai was a cunning and cruel person, even if he didn't think Li Fuqin was a match for him. But if there was a chance for a sneak attack, he wouldn't let it go. The snow steel sword was extremely fast. If it was any other second-level origin realm martial artist, they would be waiting for death. But Jiang Dahai found the wrong opponent. Using his left hand's index and middle fingers, Li Fuqin gently caught the tip of the snow steel sword. The astounding speed of the snow steel sword couldn't even tremble a bit in between Li Fuqin's fingers. It went from extreme speed to extreme stillness. The qi on the sword was also neutralized. How is this possible? Jiang Dahai's mouth was wide open. Sixth Bro was astonished. I'll return it to you. With a flick of his left hand, the snow steel sword changed direction and shot at Jiang Dahai at an even faster speed. PFFF. The sword penetrated his chest, causing Jiang Dahai to spit out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Run! Jiang Dahai was afraid. He didn't care if his injuries would worsen if he moved too quickly. How could he not run? His opponent was definitely a monster. The sword he had thrown out with all his might had actually been caught by the other party's 2 fingers. What kind of ability did he need to achieve this? Can you escape? With a ghostly flash, Li Fuqin appeared in front of Jiang Dahai, blocking his escape route. Die for me! Jiang Dahai's eyes were bloodshot. With his qi circulating at a high speed, he who was already severely injured had blood flowing out of his orifices, making him look like a ferocious ghost. Under such intense movements, half of his body was dyed red. A sharp piercing sound could be heard as Jiang Dahai slashed at Li Fuqin's face. His head flew high into the air. Against Jiang Dahai's oath of death, Li Fuqin only executed a single blade. The speed of this sword was indescribable. It was as if a gentle breeze had blown past, and Jiang Dahai's head had been chopped off. Too weak. Li Fuqin shook his head. A 5th-level origin realm martial artist was much weaker than he imagined. If someone who knew about Li Fuqin's background was here, they would definitely roll their eyes at Li Fuqin. It's not that Jiang Dahai is weak, it's that you're too strong. Jiang Dahai's cultivation technique was only a high-tier, yellow-class technique. The highest rank he could achieve was equivalent to the 4th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. There was a difference of 6 ranks between him and Li Fuqin. How was he going to fight? Other than that, how many people could cultivate all the yellow-grade sword techniques to the acme of perfection? For example, Jiang Dahai had obtained the peak-tier, yellow class, heavy mountain sword art for many years, but he had only managed to cultivate it to the stage of greater mastery. He was still 3 realms away from mastery. Maybe I'm too strong. Easily completing the hard-class, low-tier sect mission, Li Fuqin naturally felt a little disappointed. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, he wasn't a regular inner sect disciple. The Tsonglan sect's 2nd-level origin, realm 3rd-grade inner sect disciples could only cultivate peak-tier, yellow-class techniques to the highest rank. Their sword arts were also peak-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Even if they redeemed a mystic class, low-tier sword art, it would only be at the entry stage and wouldn't be able to display much of its prowess. For them to be at the 2nd level of the origin realm against a 4th-level origin realm martial artist would be a little strenuous. They could at most resist. Against a 5th-level origin realm martial artist, they could only run for their lives. Many thanks to this young hero for saving my life. 6th Bro, who had just escaped from death, was filled with admiration and gratitude. From his perspective, Li Fuqin was able to kill Jiang Dahai in a single blade. He must be a prodigy in the Tsonglan sect. Such a prodigy's status wouldn't be inferior to the Black Rock City Lord. No need to thank me. I just completed the sect mission. Li Fuqin searched Jiang Dahai's body. Soon enough, he found 2 gold cards with a face value of 10,000 gold coins. Be it in the Songlan region or any other region, there was only one gold bank. This gold bank was called the Wonton Gold Bank. As long as one had a gold card, they could exchange gold coins at any branch of the Wonton Gold Bank. It was very convenient. Young hero, Merchant Wong has placed a bounty of 50,000 gold coins for the capture of Jiang Dahai. Since you killed Jiang Dahai, you can go to Blackrock City and claim the bounty. It wasn't that sixth bro didn't want to keep the 50,000 gold coins, but without Jiang Dahai's head, Merchant Wong wouldn't admit it. Hence, he could only do this favor. Oh, is there such a thing? Li Fuchen raised his brows and revealed a smile. Wanted criminals usually had a bounty, but it wasn't much, unless there was an additional bounty. It was obvious that this Jiang Dahai offended Merchant Wong, which was why Merchant Wong had placed a bounty on his head. Carrying the severely injured constable, Sixth Bro looked at the corpses on the ground and thought to himself, "Brothers, I can only let you guys suffer." He couldn't carry all the corpses away and could only leave them to be bitten by the venomous bugs. Let me bring them out of the forest of no return. Li Fuchen was returning the favor. Had it not been for Sixth Bro's reminder, he might have missed out on the 50,000 gold coins. With the addition of Jiang Dahai's corpse, the 6 corpses didn't even add up to 500 kilograms, which was nothing to Li Fuchen. Wrapping the corpses in a giant piece of cloth, Li Fuchen easily carried it. Hiss, hiss, hiss on the way back, a giant centipede demonic beast blocked their path. It was a Class 2 low-tier demonic beast, vicious, venomous centipede. The vicious, venomous centipede was extremely venomous and could easily poison an Origin realm martial artist to death. Its body was covered in a layer of hard carapace. A regular low-leveled Origin realm martial artist wouldn't be able to break its defense. The vicious, venomous centipede was 3 meters long. It lifted its head and spat out a large amount of venomous gas at Li Fuchen and Sixth Bro visible to the naked eye. The leaves and grass within a radius of 7 to 8 meters started to wither. Chi! With a flash of his sword, Li Fuchen easily decapitated the vicious, venomous centipede. Let's continue walking. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the materials from the vicious, venomous centipede. Even if he sold the whole thing, it would only be worth a few hundred gold coins. Sixth Bro didn't have the strength to do so, or else he wouldn't have let go of the materials from the vicious, venomous centipede. Leaving the forest of no return, Li Fuchen and Sixth Bro arrived at Blackrock City. Due to Li Fuchen's status as an inner sect disciple of the Songlan sect, he was able to smoothly claim the 50,000 gold coins reward from Merchant Wong. Under Merchant Wong's request, Li Fuchen handed over Jiang Dahai's corpse to Merchant Wong. Li Fuchen wasn't interested to know what kind of state the corpse would be in. The Blackrock City's lord wanted Li Fuchen to stay in the city for a day, but was rejected by Li Fuchen. 70,000 gold coins, sure, is easy. Chapter 91. Back at the sect, Li Fuchen handed in his mission and accepted another one. The quest this time was no longer a low-tier quest. Instead, it was an elite intermediate quest. The mission was to annihilate the Black Wind Bandit Group in the east of Azure Forest City and retrieve the head of the Black Wind Bandit Group's leader. The mission reward was 8,000 contribution points. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to accept an intermediate elite quest. A regular 5th-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciple wouldn't dare to accept a mission of this grade. Only 3 or 4 mid-level Origin Realm Inner Sect disciples would dare to accept it. I recognize him. He is called Li Fuchen and was once the Outer Sect's #1 disciple. So what if he's the #1 disciple of the Outer Sect? The Inner Sect is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. That's right. The Black Wind Bandit Band has over 100 men, and their leader is at the 6th level of the Origin Realm. Going alone would be courting death. In the mission hall, plenty of Inner Sect disciples were pointing at Li Fuchen. Are you sure you want to accept this mission? The Inner Sect deacon of the mission hall frowned. I'm sure. Li Fuchen nodded. All right. The inner sect deacon was speechless. To even accept such a mission, Zhang Xian wondered if the other party had lost his mind. However, according to the rules of the mission hall, apart from the first mission, one had to take on a low-grade mission. The rest of the missions were up to them, and he had no right to interfere. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the other party to take on this mission. He didn't have the qualifications to do so. Under the attention of everyone, Li Fuchen left the mission hall. Qinglin City was very far from the Azure Water sect, even further than the previous trip to Black Rock City. Li Fuchen still didn't ride the demonic blood horse and used the wind shadow steps to hasten his journey. Half a month later, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the east side of Qinglin City. It was already late at night, and the silhouette of a small town came into Zhao Yunyang's line of sight. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the town appeared quiet and serene. In the town's only restaurant, several martial artists were drinking. Seeing Li Fuchen coming in from the outside, a few of them had a flash of light in their eyes. To be able to venture out into the world at such a young age, he was either ridiculously strong or indifferent to worldly affairs. Li Fuchen didn't eat in the main hall. He asked the waiter to send his dinner to his room. "Young hero, your dinner is here." The waiter knocked on the door, put it on the table. In the bathroom, Li Fuchen was taking a bath. "All right." The waiter pushed open the guest room door, put down the dinner, and left, closing the door behind him. Squinting his eyes, Li Fuchen lay comfortably in the barrel. The reason why he accepted 2 missions in a row was that he didn't want to live too comfortably. There is a saying that goes, "Live in hardship and perish in ease." Cultivating in silence seemed to save energy, but that was not the case. Martial artists needed to have the fighting spirit to fight against the heavens, against the earth, and against others. Without this fighting spirit, no matter how high one's aptitude was, one's potential would not be able to reach the limit. But in the Zhonglan sect, due to the sect rules, disciples were not allowed to kill each other, which was why there were sect missions. However, if the sect's missions were too simple, they wouldn't be of any use. Li Fuchen needed to know his own limits. This was the main reason why he had accepted the intermediate elite quest. Earning contribution points and coins was secondary. The night passed. The next morning, Li Fuchen set off for Lianyun Mountains. Lianyun Mountains was the largest mountain range in Qinglin City. It was connected to many other cities. The Lianyun Mountains had undulating peaks and countless caves. Whenever the Qinglin City Lord sent out an army to eliminate the Black Wind bandit band, they would always escape. As time passed, the Qinglin City Lord didn't put in as much effort anymore. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw many villages in a mess. After asking around, he found out that the Black Wind bandit band just came a few days ago. Not only did they steal all their gold coins, they even abducted the prettiest girls in the village. This small band of bandits, sure, are arrogant. To be honest, a bandit band whose leader was only at the 5th level of the origin realm wasn't considered a big bandit band. A real big bandit band would definitely have an Earth realm martial artist. As the upper echelons of the Zhonglan sect wouldn't bother with local affairs, these matters were handled by the city lord. So, as long as the big bandit bands didn't do anything like massacring a village, and were smart, they would usually be able to live a carefree life for a long time. Until one day, when an unexpected disaster befalls, they would collapse. Black Wind Valley, a treacherous place in the Lianyun Mountains. On both sides of the valley, there were towering peaks and precipitous cliffs. In the middle, there was only a small path. If a large group of people were to enter, they would be buried alive by the rolling boulders from both sides of the mountain, leaving nothing behind. Li Fuchen was bold, and without hesitation, he stepped into the Black Wind Valley. "Chief!" Someone entered the Black Wind Valley. On one side of the cliff was a cave. Inside the cave, a 9th-level Qi realm martial artist reported to the skinny man. "Let's go take a look." The skinny man came to the entrance of the cave and looked down. On the small path in the valley, a gray-robed youth was walking into the depths of the Black Wind Valley. A little brat. Looking at his chi presence, he seems to be at the 6th level of the chi realm. Let's go and tie him up. Doesn't the 3rd leader like handsome youths? Giving him to her will definitely make her happy. The lean man laughed out loud. He took a coil of rope from the side of the cave wall and threw it down. The gray-robed youth was obviously Li Fuchen. While out in the world, inner sect disciple attire had its pros and cons. The pros were that trouble usually wouldn't come knocking. The cons were that once trouble came knocking, it would be big trouble. Li Fuchen didn't want his inner sect attire to arouse suspicion. Hence he changed into a gray robe. As for concealing his cultivation chi presence, it was his innate spirit soul ability, which he had mastered when he was at the chi realm. An origin realm martial artist and a dozen 9th level chi realm martial artists slid down the rope. The skinny man pointed at Li Fuchen. Tie him up. Roger that. 2 9th level chi realm martial artists rushed forward. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured. He fought with his life on the line and was knocked out by one of them with a single palm strike. 10 miles away, there was a mountain peak that wasn't tall but was very thick. There were plenty of caves on the mountain peak. Inside the main cave, there was a giant karst cave. The karst cave extended in all directions and was decorated magnificently. In the middle, there was even a large pool. In the pool, a dozen naked girls were playing around, stroking their hair seductively. But looking closely, one could see traces of numbness and hatred in the depths of their eyes. And right in front of the pool, 2 robust men were seated on stone chairs, drinking and chatting. Black Wind Chief, my clan's chieftain, said that as long as you are willing to join the Lianyun stronghold, this technique manual is yours. The masked man took out a manual and placed it on the stone table. The Black Wind Chief was a burly man with a curly beard. He casually took a look at the manual and thought that it should be a yellow class high-tier technique manual. Even though a yellow class high-tier technique manual was precious, but he already had one. But when he flipped open the manual, his expression changed. Yellow class, peak tier technique manual? The masked man laughed, that's right. What do you want me to do? The Black Wind Chief asked. Simple. Give the Lianyun stronghold 100,000 gold coins every year. Deal. The Black Wind Chief didn't have any hesitation. No wonder the Black Wind Chief could establish the Black Wind Bandit Band. You sure are a straightforward man. The masked man was satisfied with the Black Wind Chief's attitude.